Let's go. Welcome to ATP Insights. We are broadcasting live during the final day of Money 2020 Asia from Queen Circuit National Convention Center in the heart of Bangkok, Thailand. We will host our final group of fintech thought leaders in Asia to discuss everything from AI-driven fraud prevention and cross-border banking to AI infrastructure and tokenized funds. But before we get to that, let's hear a quick word from our sponsor, our presenting sponsor, Twilio. Twilio is the secure and scalable platform to build amazing customer engagement without the complexity, with the AI-driven workflows you need to connect. They are trusted by over 300,000 businesses. It is the platform that makes more possible. Visit twilio.com to start building today. Okay, let's get right to it. We started early today because we wanted to have a special guest, Tracy Davies, the global president of Money 2020. How are you doing today?
I am good. It's day 3, final day of the show. So, you know, the energy is buzzing, but it's been a great week. So super happy.
Can we start there? Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
How do you feel like the show has been this year? Because I personally, I've said this, you can watch it on yesterday's tape and the previous day's tape. I feel like it's really high energy.
Yeah, I mean, we're known for being high energy, but if we talk specifically about the show, right, we've been quite upfront.
Yeah.
We've grown by more than 30%.
Awesome.
So last year we had 3,000 people. This year, well, look, we're not live, are we? So I might as well, we're saying over 4,000. But I reckon we'll hit 4,300, maybe
Really?
a bit more. Yeah. So look, we worked very hard at that.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you put that many more people in, you get a lot more energy. I mean, there was energy last year.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But, I think you're right. You've probably seen our meeting spaces. We're known to be the place where money does business.
Exactly.
I mean, we could power a small country, I think, off the energy coming off that meeting space. So look, super happy.
Awesome.
I would say that because I am the president of Money 2020.
But I said it unprompted and nobody asked me about it.
And look, critically, that's what our customers are saying. Yeah. And ultimately, what I think is one thing, but what our customers are saying and doing is, and the feedback is great.
Right. I mean, the proof is in the pudding when people keep coming back to the event.
Yeah.
It has purpose. Yeah. And it has meaning.
Look, we were founded in 2012.
Right.
We have built this brand on people coming back.
Exactly.
You mentioned Twilio, one of our customers, so lots of brands come back, and that's because we deliver for them.
So let's talk about this evolution, not just of the brand, but let's start with fintech itself in particular. Yeah. Again, from your perch, let's just do the last 3 to 5 years. How do you think fintech has evolved? Because as a guy who used to work at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, I've seen a lot of evolution in the fintech space in the last 3 to 5 years. I want to know what you see, because you see it in a way that's different than what I see.
Yeah. I mean, look, it changes pretty much every year.
It does in a way, yeah.
When we were sitting here last year, no one was talking about agentic AI.
They wouldn't have.
No, we were talking about Gen AI.
Yeah.
But, and tokenized asset always, has been in this region, but, it's gone stable coin.
It's lurking out there, right? It's lurking,
I think we're stable coin-tastic, I'd call it. So, those are two mega trends.
Right.
But obviously everything across border is obviously very big here. So, look, I've been this is my 10th year running Money 2020. Wow. It's been going since 2012. It was founded out of the financial crisis.
Oh, interesting.
The industry continues to evolve.
Yep.
And someone asked me yesterday, what do I think is going to happen in the next 5 years? Well, no idea.
No idea.
What I know is whatever happens, this industry will respond. And, I met a great startup yesterday that won our startup pitch. So ZKMe. Agentic compliance.
Yeah, agentic compliance. Zero.
They're in agentic compliance. So
never would have happened.
The industry just evolves. I'm very confident in that. It's getting faster.
Is it?
I would say.
Yeah. So
the change.
The evolution of artificial intelligence, you're right. From predictive AI a few years ago to Gen AI last year, really.
In 24 months.
Yeah, in 24 months. We couldn't have had a conversation about agentic AI because it literally didn't exist until the beginning of this year.
Yeah. And now the startup winners agentic compliance like that,
Just out of nowhere.
Exactly. So that's what I know, that whatever this industry gets thrown, great things come.
The winner of the event, Alex, sat with us yesterday. We did a good 20 to 25 minutes with him. But one of the things that was interesting about his business is that it was actually a confluence of two things. One is a zero knowledge proof. So crypto, right? And compliance, 3 things, and fintech.
Yeah.
Right. So that to me made that really interesting. And you're right, that agentic AI, so that never could have happened last year.
This industry is built on partnerships. We all know that.
Absolutely.
And, there's a confluence of different trends, different things into a new product proposition, solving now a problem of KYA, know your agent.
Yep. Your agent.
We see that, KYA is a term I only started using a few weeks ago. So
I like it.
So, partnership is really important in this industry.
Sure.
And it just continues to evolve. I feel very confident. And even if you think about legacy banks, as we call them, right?
Yep.
They're some of the most innovative in terms of the way they're building partnerships, developing product, So everyone is responding to the disruption. That's what I love about this industry.
So I feel like there's a lot of it. I live in Asia. I've lived in Asia for...
You live here in Bangkok?
I live in Bangkok, but I lived in Japan before I moved here. I'm embarrassed to say like how long I've been here. When the age wise, I've lived here for 36 years. Yeah, so I've been in Asia for most of all of my adult life. So for me, when I think about innovative banks, I think about DBS.
Yep.
And we've had them on the show as well to talk to their head of innovation. And they're very progressive in the way they think about it. We could also spend some time talking about the regulators here.
Yep.
If you've spent time with them too, you'll notice that the Singaporean, so the MAS, the OIC here, so the insurance regulators here, but also the money regulators in Thailand, also very, very like open-minded.
Yeah.
And I think it means that innovation here can happen in a way that's different than it happens in other places.
I mean, you talked about what have I seen change in the past 3 to 5 years, right?
Yep.
I think before COVID, regulators would come and, we would run sessions and maybe no one would be in the audience. There was just sort of not a lot of engagement.
Right.
I think since 21, 22, and I put some of the biggest regulators on the stage, people are clamoring to hear them.
They care.
Really care.
They do.
Now, this week here, we launched Policy 20, which is our focus on regulation. That's a product we're going to take around the world. I've got 80 regulators here. We had under 50 last year. In the first year, only 20. Regulators want to be here. Everyone wants the regulators to be here. And that, that is so important to us.
So what changed, do you think, in the regulators' mindset where they said, you know what, we need to actually be public facing as opposed to be internal facing?
I think a lot of regulators have taken, quite a lot of criticism that they're not agile enough.
Not moving fast enough or...
Very unfair, actually.
I agree.
Because there are, of course, there are, some that are faster than others, let's say that. But I think the regulators are really, the ones I've spoken to, really care about leaning and collaborating. Now, you have to have attention. We can't all, that is important.
There needs to be a little bit of push and pull,
because regulators have a very important job to do. And, but I think they recognize that. The industry wants to engage. We've been very intentional about bringing regulators here from across this region and beyond.
I like it.
And we will do that.
Should have had a regulator on the show this time. Next time.
Well, in Europe, we'll be doing this in Vegas.
We were in Amsterdam last year.
Well, we have Policy 20 in Amsterdam. Awesome. We will bring a regulator to your show.
Let's do it. Okay. So with all this evolution that's taking place, and whether it's in the last 10 to 12 years or just in the last 3 to 5 years, if fintech itself is evolving, the show has to evolve with it. Now, one of them is this Policy 2020 thing.
Yep.
But how about the event itself? You know what I mean? Like the physical structure of the event and just the way the event is run. How has that changed over time?
Well, look, it changes every year. If you were here last year, there's some things that are really constant, right?
Yep.
We're the place where money does business.
I like
we
it.
have to bring in the audience.
Yep.
And we, are about meetings, so we're about connections, and we're about world-class content. That doesn't change, whether you're at my show in Vegas, Riyadh, wherever you might be. That's the constant. The creative proposition changes every year, right? We keep it fresh. We're known for experience, even things like the merch store,
I liked it.
It's new this
That's
year.
new.
So, we have what you might call our value proposition does not change.
No.
But the wrapper around it has to change constantly.
Yeah.
We have a real thing about speakers, fresh speakers every year talking about new topics. So you have to keep it fresh because, look, people pay to come to our show. It's not a free to attend.
No.
We're really clear that this is the #1 quality show in Asia for fintech, and people pay, and that's really important. So you have to deliver a really good product with great experience. So we work very hard at that. So some constants, some things freshen.
Do you think there's an optimal size for a show like this? And do you think it depends on location? I can give you my opinion, but I'm just curious the way you think about it, right? Because the Amsterdam show, we were there last year. We were also recording there last year. So thank you for that. It was amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
And I also thought the location was great, which is why I think this location is great too.
Yeah.
If that makes
fabulous.
sense. But I like to be in a place.
Optimal size.
And I think for everybody it's different, but for me, I want to be purposeful about who I meet.
Yeah.
And I think if there are 100,000 people in a place, it's harder to do the things you want to do as opposed to maybe 5,000 to 7,000 people.
I think the show will go to 5 to 7, maybe 8,000.
Yeah,
it depends on the size of the market. I mean, obviously, Vegas is 12,000 because it's been since 2012, and some of that is relative to the size of the market. But for me, there is obviously a certain point of scale, but it's about quality. So there has to be scale and quality, and the quality is the most important thing. So this is about 50% C-suite here, and we have scaled this year, as we talked about, but we've maintained the C-suite.
Really?
Because,
that's awesome.
We have to focus on that, because if you're the place that business gets done, you can only do that if decision makers are here.
I agree.
So yes, I think this can scale. I think this will double over the next 3 years in size, but we'll maintain the C-suite. We'll bring in more brands, and I think that will be fine. No worries about that.
I can make an analogy. Even on our show, we have plenty of people at sort of the VP or sort of senior management level that want to be on the show, but we are pretty, what's the right word? We're pretty arrogant about who we want on the show as well.
Yeah.
And you're right, for the same reason. I want to have someone that I can ask a decision maker question about. Right. And I said this to you before we started recording. I'm confident that if I have a decision maker on the show, they'll know everything.
Yeah.
They'll have the breadth of knowledge to be able to answer a question. But if it's somebody who does a specific role, it's going to be harder for me. So we like to maintain this. We like to maintain that C-suite as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the same reason.
C-suite, and we go 1 to layer, 2 layers down, because in some product roles you would need
Sure.
But I think in terms of the core of doing business, decision makers. So we're very, very focused on that. But we also nurture and bring through the next generation.
Fair enough.
You know, that is super important. And we are very well known for the work we have done in female empowerment, for example. So, you know, you've got to nurture the next generation, but have today's power here. So you've got to have a balance.
There's a whole section on our website called Women in Tech.
Oh,
it's very important.
Yeah.
We can spend a lot of time offline explaining to you.
Podcast, maybe.
Yeah, explaining why that's important to me, but it's not relevant here. Let's talk a little bit more about the types of leaders that do come here. Have you seen that change as well? As the topics change and as the structure changes, does the type of leadership that come here changes, or does that remain constant, you think?
It's pretty constant, I'd say. You know, our focus is on we've been really intentional about regulators. We talked about that. Banks. Banks are absolutely critical. Everyone wants to talk to banks. So banks is always, you know, we have the money pot. We call that the honey pot, in the sense of, you know, banks, you know, whether you're a startup, you know, as we were talking about with our winner, ZKMe. Everyone wants to talk to banks. So we've really been focused on we have 87 or 90 plus countries represented here this week from across the region.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, we have really focused on regional, global and international banks. But banks is super important. Does the roles change? No. You know, we have leaders in banks, commercial leaders, product leaders. So I don't think it's more about bringing in, we have 1,400 different companies here this week. It's about bringing more companies and the senior folk. And, you know, we're very focused on that.
I'm curious about this too, and then I'll let you go. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, which is terrible, because I'd love to have you stay. Again, like 6 or 7 years ago, the conversation was all about how fintechs were going to disrupt the entire banking system. We can talk about DeFi versus TradFi, or just like fintechs, neobanks disrupting big banks. But at the end of the day, even from your perspective, hasn't it become more collaborative? In other words, the startups come here now not to make fun of those guys, but to work with those guys. Is that fair?
100%. Yeah, I think there was definitely a debate. I think that changed quite a while ago, actually.
I agree, but I just want to point it out, because I think it's
that's true.
So obvious today.
Collaboration. If you look at the partnerships that get announced here, it's all about working together. Partnership is key in the business of money, and you know, that's what we're all about.
There's no other way to do it. Look, thank you so much for coming into this. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
I loved it. I hope you invite me back.
You're invited back already.
Okay.
You're signed up again.
See you in Amsterdam.
In Amsterdam, right?
Do you know, as the president of the global show, I do to all of the shows.
I saw you I saw you there last year.
The joy. I mean, it is a joyful job.
That show was actually really great, right? How was the Riyadh show?
Riyadh was amazing. I mean, I loved the show last year.
Right.
Amazing. And Miami. I mean, we just
Miami as well.
So we have Fintech Americas, which covers the Latin American market.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, we go where our customers, where they need to do business, and they need to do
last year the first year you did the Fintech Americas show?
March was the first one. It's 14 years old, or 12 years old.
Got it.
It just joined the Money 2020 family.
I understand that.
It's called Fintech Americas,
I like it.
And Miami, and we were just there just before we came here. So
Miami's amazing.
I love all of my shows. equally.
Where did you do the Miami show?
We did it at the Fontainebleau.
So Martin and I were there in 2023 for another event.
Yeah.
What an incredible venue.
It is.
Right on the beach.
Hot off the press. We are moving it to the Miami Beach Convention Center because
it's getting bigger. It's too big.
Getting bigger.
I love it. I love it. Okay, I will let you go. Thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
It was a complete pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can just get up and walk away. Thank you. Was that okay? Was that okay?
Yeah.
Super.
All right. Yeah, I'm sure you will. It's great fun. Okay, it's like a conveyor belt. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I am super duper. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good. I hear you worked for Deutsche Bank for like a little while. When was that?
That was 1994
Okay. Where?
in Tokyo.
Oh, very cool.
1998. So I was on the portfolio trading desk.
Okay.
In the, what's the name of that building? NTT Docomo's in that building.
And we have moved to a lovely building now.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, much more. We have a beautiful view of the tower.
Awesome.
Out of our building.
Awesome. That's Toronto Hills, I think. I can't remember.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are joined now by Rachel Whelan. Rachel, you have a very long title.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it. From Deutsche. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
It's great to meet you. How have you found the event so far, by the way?
Amazing.
It's
I love
pretty amazing, right?
Yeah, I love it in 2020 because of my very long title. I have, I'm the cash business head at APAC in Middle East, and I'm a global head for payments and FX. So this is my perfect conference.
This is your bailiwick. I mean, this is your wheelhouse, right? In a way, you have to be here.
Yeah.
I like it. And I was telling this to Tracy. I like it for a bunch of different reasons, but one of the reasons why is I think it's right sized.
Yeah.
Right. I find that sometimes an event that has, let's say, 100,000 people, it's hard for me to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish, and probably for you as well.
Absolutely.
Right.
No, so we would class it as being quality over quantity.
Completely. Yeah. I'd rather have 3 people.
Absolutely. And you get the CEOs, the founders,
Yeah.
Again, the intersection of the fintech kind of platform, digital economy clients, and then the banks.
Yeah.
And it's much more, it's like speed networking at a whole other level. But it's also fun, and you get real connections, and then you can bring the ecosystem together as well.
I like it. I like it. So how long have you're based in Singapore?
So I'm based in Singapore. I've been in Singapore over 18 years.
18 years.
Irish, so where I come from.
I can barely hear it.
I know.
I could barely hear it. It's out there, but
it comes back every now and again. But I've been out of Ireland for
a long time.
For a long time.
A long time.
So when I go back, it gets very, very.
I'm sure.
Comes back.
I like it. I've been in Asia for 36 years.
36. Wow.
Yeah.
But your accent hasn't gone.
No, it's never gonna go away. It's the only thing I have, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I have much else to offer. Okay, let's get on topic.
Yeah.
Let's talk about agentic AI.
Yeah.
So how do you think agentic AI is going to reshape corporate treasury? And frankly, you can branch out and talk about other parts of banking and FX and stuff if you want, but how do you think it's going to, because it's so new.
Yeah.
Right.
It is. And to be honest, even, I think agentic is one element of AI, but I think for treasurers, I think it's a game changer, to be honest.
Tell me why.
So I think treasurers are that basically they've been always on the back foot. Yeah. So this gives them the opportunity to be able to take all of the data. And I think that's the thing. So now data becomes a strategic asset.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So they can take all of that data and ultimately use AI to kind of mine that better. So, in terms of being kind of reactive, they start to become much more proactive. So instead of looking at data from yesterday, they're now able to interact with data real time and be able to make some kind of real, FX liquidity decisions, investment decisions, much more real time.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a big one. And I think, again, like we've always had automation, process automation.
For sure. Yeah.
I think that's another sweet spot for them. Decision automation.
Right. So you had for a long time. Yeah. Yeah.
We have RPA. And to be honest, AI in its own right is not going to not work with all the other automation tools.
No. It's not a separate thing.
No.
It's additive to everything else. That's also.
I think the big part is allowing that data, be able to mine data at a whole other level and be able to take all that information that a human cannot process.
No, not possible.
So I think the treasurers now get to do that. They get to take the real-time data. They get to use, incorporated with market data as well, probably missing in some of their cash flow forecasting.
Yeah.
Now they get to take market intel in at the same time to make better decisions.
Can I ask you this? Because you've mentioned the word data, I don't know, like 15 or 20 times, and I'm not trying to be funny about it at all. But does it change? Did the ability to then actually access all that data change the way you think about how that data needs to be structured or at least referenced? Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I think that's the fundamental. I think
it's foundational. I think.
foundational. If you don't have clean data that you can rely on, structure that you can actually interact.
That's what I was asking.
The thing is, we have spent a lot of time on standard data protocols. Yeah, like everybody's got an SDP, but it's kind of if you with AI, you get to kind of also it can adapt to that a bit more. Yeah. So if you're looking at structured databases, that gets a bit rigid. Yep. AI can actually be a bit more
unstructured, right? Unstructured. You also find that decision making becomes more, what's the right word? Immediate.
Absolutely.
In the sense that before you would have all this data, but like just getting someone to analyze it in a way that made it sensible for you to actually make a decision took time.
Yeah.
But now it takes less time.
Yeah.
But do you have to be careful that it's actually getting the right decision?
Yeah. No, I think that's.
Do you know what I mean?
No, totally. Because again, so we can't adopt AI and all step back, so we need to own it. Like the concept of human in the loop, absolutely very, very valid.
Yeah.
I had a situation the other day where he presented me an AI solution and they were, but we don't really know what it does. Like we can't explain it. Yeah. So go back.
We can't explain it.
To be able to explain it.
So accessibility, data accessibility, very important.
Very important. But again, explaining some of the large language models and what they're actually doing.
Right.
You potentially have to put multiple different versions of the checks into that process, where I think before those checks were manual. Now you can do them at a high, so you can do them multiple times because they're automated.
Not only can you
the checks.
Yeah, but not only can you.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting you said you shouldn't, but I'm just
you should.
Yeah, you definitely should do
I
this,
think
right?
that's where I think I think treasury vision, when you go back to agentic AI, is probably, the autopilot kind of model. Yeah.
So talk to me about this. You talk about agentic autonomy?
Yeah.
How does that
autonomy?
How does it look to you?
So it scares me a little bit.
Why?
Because again, if you've got two agents talking to each other, who's the grown up in the room?
It's you, isn't it? Or it's you or a proxy for you, right? It has to be. Yeah.
But like there's concepts again where and I saw one in relation to being able to pay. So again, as an individual.
Go ahead, because you're segueing perfectly for me.
Sorry.
No, it's perfect. I like it. Keep going.
Being able to make a payment. So this whole agentic payments, yeah, and me or you deciding to use an agent to book our holiday on our behalf.
Yeah.
So ultimately, we give the agent the rules. We tell them we want to go to the Maldives, and it costs this amount, and that. And
you read my mind, but you read my mind.
Give him our credit card.
Go to the Maldives. Yeah.
So okay, so this agent does that. He goes rogue.
Right.
All of a sudden, you're going, to Barbados, which is
fine, but not the Maldives.
You're buying a car,
right? Yeah.
So ultimately, and they've got access now to your accounts and so you need to then put the checks in the other side.
What does it look like from a treasury and from a banking standpoint?
Yeah.
Because again, if somebody books a trip to Barbados for you as opposed to a trip to the Maldives, it's not fatal.
No.
But in this case, hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars could move in a way that
isn't. Yeah.
It could be fatal.
It could be fatal. So I think it's going to be a steady learning. So I think you have to test some of those, lower risk kind of activities.
So do a little bit of stuff first.
Exactly.
Okay.
And lower risk is probably, if you're working with your bank, like Deutsche Bank, if you're working with us, doing stuff over your accounts, building in some, agents into that, allowing them to move money within your own accounts.
Yeah.
So again, it's kind of risk-free, but you get to see how they behave.
Right.
So I think you have to do some of these, tests and stress tests in relation to that. And I think in APAC, it is even more complex because you start getting into the cross-border.
I was going to ask you about that too.
You get into cross-border. There's FX, there's regulations.
Yeah.
So you have to build a lot of intel into the process before you can actually allow an agent to kind of even do simple.
So during the conversation that I just had with Tracy, Tracy, obviously. Yeah. So, but during the conversation that I just had with Tracy, we talked about how, 3 years ago, we would have been talking necessarily about predictive AI if we were talking about artificial intelligence, right? And then maybe a year and a half ago, we would have been talking about Gen AI.
Yeah.
And Gen AI, particularly I just want to go through everything. Yeah. Transactional FX and payments and cash management and treasury, a lot of use for it.
Yeah.
Particularly even just from report writing and report generation.
Absolutely.
Tons of efficiencies can get there.
Absolutely.
But agentic is just very different.
It is very different.
It's just very different, right? Because it's actually doing things.
It is doing things. You're handing over, as you said, autonomy to the AI to do something on your behalf.
How would you characterize, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but how would you characterize the development of agentic AI inside of your role and your team's role if you had to give it like from a 1, if 1 is just like we're just kind of testing it out, if 2 is like we're doing we're doing some things but not a lot of things, and 10 is like we got 1,000 agents, they're on their own, nobody ever talks to them kind of thing.
So, to be honest, I would say we're probably maybe 4 or 5 in my
Okay.
eyes. Like other,
That's good though.
my tech team might say there's more. And like again, we're doing a lot of sharing. So we're like
Yep.
we're uplifting the whole organization and ultimately getting everybody to understand AI.
Right.
Giving everybody the tools to actually use AI in their day to day and get and sharing. And I think that's the important thing is we're all learning.
Yeah.
This is a whole learning for us all new.
Do you feel, because look, I always say this, right? I'm old enough to have seen multiple. You're laughing at me like, yeah, you are. You're pretty old, man.
You're much older than me now.
We're probably way older than you, but it doesn't matter. But you understand the point. It's like I've seen many tech cycles, right?
Yeah.
But I've never seen a tech cycle like this before.
This is and the same. I've been in change as you call it,
Yeah, same.
in it for a very long time
Right.
in banking, and to be honest, I've seen a lot of change. But this is at a whole other level. And yes, I am concerned about it. Getting out of control, like because even with simple technology, I'm very much of a if you can visualize it, you can build it.
Yeah, fair enough. So would you consider yourself not an early adopter per se, but just comfy with tech? Do you know what I mean?
I'm very comfy with tech.
Same.
Yeah, I would class myself as tech savvy. I
Same.
have a finance background, like, but I'm
So you've had to use technology forever anyway, yeah?
But it's ultimately, for me, I am, and I would say I'm an early adopter that is on top of a payment nerd.
I like it.
So
I like it.
and to be honest, for me, it's very important. Even this conference like this
Yeah.
is learning from each other.
Absolutely.
It's, sharing what we're doing. Like a few kind of our partners where they're doing stuff on agentic AI and like talking to them, understanding how did they get over, what are they doing, how are they seeing it. I think we have to do that.
I mean, like the best part of my job is I get to talk to people like you so I can learn stuff.
Yeah, no.
Seriously, I love it. How do you think about the security?
Yeah. So again, going back, like as we're going back to the again getting the data and making sure the data is secure.
Right.
Like, and I think that's the complexity of it as well, because again, data secrecy, data autonomy, and stuff like that is very key. So I think that's the start. I think we have to don't underestimate again how this starts to integrate into the whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
And putting agents everywhere and how that can get out of control. You need to have control. So integrating APIs and then AI agents into it, that opens you up to
Well, that's another level of like non-trivial complexity.
Yeah.
I think,
That
right?
gets kind of forgotten because ultimately you don't even know where those endpoints. Those endpoints are there. They're invisible.
So you're actually, do you mind if I ask you this?
Yeah.
Because I ask the providers of the technology this, but you're actually sitting inside of a real institution that's actually employing this technology.
Yeah.
When you create a new agent,
Yeah.
how does it get registered inside the company? Like,
So-
does everybody know it's there, or is it just like the guy or gal on your team that spun it up knows it's there?
So we have a central governance. We have a head of our kind of AI, and we go through and basically we have governance processes in place.
Talk to me.
Where we ultimately have to, we have to do checks and balances. So people come up with the ideas.
Right.
I think we allow that because again, we need people to be a bit enterprising and come up
For sure.
But then even within our business and the cash business, we have one of our, and he's a expert in AI sitting in the business.
He has
but
to
he
now,
bridges
right?
the gap then with the kind of technology and the governance layers. And yes, the teams have to go through and you have to be able to explain, and there's a checklist in relation to all the checks and balances that need to be kind of observed.
You can see. So I was doing a segment with somebody a few weeks ago. They talked to me about NHI, non-human identities.
Yeah.
Do you think about this as NHI?
No.
So, because like when let's say you want to hire a junior analyst, they just graduated from Singapore Management University, whatever you want to hire them, they have to go through an entire HR process. They have an employee number and stuff like that.
Absolutely. No. So some of you talked about, do we have agents in our operational processes? We do. And we've had them, we wouldn't have probably called them agents. We'd have called them part of the robotics. Yeah. So lots of robots and they all have, it starts off with giving them names.
Does it really? Bob is not going to take care of this.
Debbie. She's the customizer.
I don't like her already, but anyway.
No, but she's DB. So
DB, okay. Is she like a database thing?
No, she does. Well, she does much more the Gen AI. Gen AI.
I love this. Go ahead.
No, so they do.
No, I love it.
So in an organization like Deutsche Bank, everybody, as you said, everybody has to get onboarded.
Yeah.
Everybody has to get entitlements in terms of what you can see, what you can
Absolutely.
what systems you can do. The same thing happens.
You do the same thing. That's what I want that's what I wanted to know. Because I spent a lot of time asking the technology providers about this, and like, yeah, I don't really know, but you definitely know.
You have to.
That's cool.
Because you kind of, again, when you're auditing, and again, going back to security, audit and traceability.
You have to know who did it.
Exactly. So you have to know whether Debbie the robot did it or Debbie the human.
And I guess it also makes it easier to talk. We're almost out of time, but this was great. Don't leave yet. You also have to give them a name, right? Because if you don't give them a name, when you're talking to your colleague about it, your colleague needs to say, I actually gave that responsibility to Debbie, and you know what that means.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So I've used the word absolutely way too much in this podcast, so I need to correct myself.
I won't tell anybody.
I think a few people might know.
You think people will know? Okay, I want to say thank you very much for doing this, Rachel. It was awesome to meet you. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. It was super duper.
Thank you.
Thank you. Careful getting off. Okay. Thank you. Really, thank you. Matt.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yeah.
Have you used this kind of microphone before?
I have, yeah.
Okay, so, you're good.
That's about the right distance, I think.
Yeah. Okay, now you're showing off.
Yeah.
I like it. You're sizing me up. President GTM at, how do I pronounce it? SEON.
Yeah.
It's nice to have you here.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Where are you based?
Austin, Texas.
Oh my God. So are you getting on a plane when this thing is done and flying back to Austin?
No, not quite. We've got an event with some banking clients in Jakarta, and I'm going to meet with our team in the Singapore office.
Okay. But at some point, you're going to have to get on a plane and go back to Austin.
Like next Wednesday or Thursday.
Looking forward to it, aren't you?
Well, no, it's actually not that bad because I lose a day coming here, but I get it back on the way home.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You
lose a Saturday, but you put it in your pocket.
You put it in your pocket
until you return.
You get it back. See your friends.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do this. First of all, tell me a little bit about SEON. SEON, excuse me.
Yeah, B2B technology vendor. We provide like an AI command center to help merchants, payments companies, gaming providers, fintechs, banks, both reduce fraud losses, but also stay compliant. So think anti-money laundering, fraud.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about this then. How are fintech and e-commerce companies in APAC approaching AI-driven fraud prevention?
I think it's early stage right now.
Go ahead.
What we've seen is a lot of spend and a lot of experimentation.
Okay.
Not a lot of stuff deployed into production.
Not yet.
Which I think like writ large, with the exception of software development, I think every industry is seeing that. So people are buying tokens, they're building proof of concept,
right.
They're deploying things internally, but they, really thinking AI first, but not fully made the transition to get a lot of stuff in production.
So talk to me about why in these spaces, in fintech and e-commerce, fraud prevention is so important. Do you want to talk about the scale of fraud, particularly in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, I mean, it's there's so much It's kind of,
it feels like it's getting industrialized.
Yeah, it's where Europe was 10 or 15 years ago. Although the technology is much better, and I think
way
the
better.
Solutions are hotter, but from a diversity and complexity perspective, it's where Europe was, right? Every country in Southeast Asia has 5 different digital banks, 27 different payment methods, 35 different regulations, right? And so navigating cross-border transactions are incredibly difficult here.
How do you keep up with this? So you're based in Austin?
Based in Austin.
But how do you keep up with everything that's going on? Do you guys have a team out here as well?
We do. We've got teams in Singapore and Jakarta.
But still, they must lean on you guys because of the experience you have doing all this stuff in the United States, no?
Yeah, I think, globally, you get a good visibility into what a lot of teams are doing. And we lose perspective as a software vendor sometimes. We think that our customers, the practitioners, they know everything. They see their slice of the world. The most common question we get is, what is everybody else doing?
Really?
Yeah.
But how do you answer that question for them?
I think you have to have really good visibility into how people are using your product, and you have to spend a lot of time talking to your customers. That's why I come out here and I'm on the road, because I spend a lot of time meeting with our customers.
How much time do you think you're traveling?
About 50 to 60% on the road. And I try to spend at least 25% of every week talking to our clients and getting their feedback. Yeah.
So one of the things that you mentioned earlier was that we're not at a stage where this stuff is actually getting deployed. It's more like it's getting tested. So one of the things that I asked Rachel, who was sitting here before me, was where would you put it on a scale of 1 to 10? If like 1 is we're just kind of trying it out or thinking about it, and 10 is completely deployed, where do you think we are out here in the fraud space using AI or even agentic AI to
I think with every technology adoption lifecycle, you've got organizations that are like 2 standard deviations away from the mean.
Sure.
AI first. Maybe they have strong engineering culture. Maybe their IT team internally standardized on a set of tools early on.
Yeah.
But a lot of companies companies are very worried about, particularly in fraud and compliance, the amount of PII they're dealing with and exposing that to large language models.
Do you want to just say what PI is for people that may not remember?
Yeah, so personally identifiable information.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, I'll let Claude look at my inbox and decide when I'm going to reply to somebody and schedule a meeting, but I don't have my customers' personally identifiable information, like their national ID numbers.
No.
Image of their driver's license, like in my Google inbox, right? So that's
what happened with Vercel a couple of days ago, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So when and I'm glad you did see that, but because when you're out here talking to people about it, like you follow this as well, and Vercel is in the US. Do I have that right? Yeah. So I saw that story, but I saw it because I'm paying attention to it. I talk about stuff like this all the time. But when you talk to clients out here that are thinking about implementing artificial intelligence in their fraud, prevention stack, have they even heard about that?
Oh, they have.
Have they?
I think what you're seeing is at least the fraud and compliance teams that we work with are very close to product teams, but there's a lot of pressure, especially at fintechs, especially at banks. It's coming from boards. It's coming from CEOs. What are you doing with AI? Right. And so everybody's in the conversation now because there's expectations for everybody.
Yeah. So this is the other question I like to ask is, do you get the sense that even in an SME or an SMB, that at the board level, they're talking to their other friends that are board members. And they're like, what are you guys doing in AI? And that filters down to the C-suite, which then filters down to the line managers that are just going like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it happens in my company. I know it happens with our customers. I sit down with their C-suite and but
there's pressure on them to do something, right?
Oh, well, not just to do something, but how are you going to measure the impact of it?
Yeah, that's the other question. Yeah. But what are the answers to these questions?
Well,
that you hear at least.
Yeah, look, a lot of people are looking at, token spend per employee. They're looking at sort of OPEX savings. They're trying to put ring fences around specific projects that reduce OPEX over time.
Right.
I would say we're at this point where there's a lot of experimentation. I don't think there's a set of standards that have emerged yet for like calculating ROI. And some people are doing it very well and some people are doing it not so well.
So can we talk about token spend a little bit? Did you see the story about Uber?
Yeah.
Where the CTO said, like, we've already spent all of our token budget for this year.
Yeah.
Because there's so much Claude. This is a little bit off topic, but not really, right? Yeah. Because if you're using AI, you're using tokens anyway, whether you're using it to do code writing, or you're using it to do prevention, you're still using tokens. Do people actually really understand? Like, do you know what I mean? Because I think a lot of people, when they think about you putting artificial intelligence into a workflow, they're thinking, I can get rid of Timmy now and just pay the tokens, but at some level,
from a consumer aspect, I think so many of these great pieces of technology have been quote unquote free, right? Because you're the product. There is this expectation that things on the internet happen every time they go the way I want to, and it didn't cost me anything.
No.
And AI is different, and
completely though.
I think the best organizations really have learned how to optimize token spend. So we've got some customers that they have customer data in multiple different systems where they're doing KYC and they're doing compliance. And they're saying the entry point for AI shouldn't be through those systems and their MCPs because each one has a different data model and requires different context and it's token heavy.
Right.
They're like, we want to operate AI at the data lake level.
Yeah.
Where we've normalized and we've rationalized and everything's joined and it's easy and simple.
So if we're at a stage right now, sorry, I love these conversations. You have to forgive me. But if we're at the stage right now where people are just kind of testing, running POCs, you don't want them to be doing POCs. You want to be doing implementations.
Without a doubt.
Right? But what has to happen, regardless of whether it's SEON or not, but what has to happen, do you think, for them to feel comfortable enough? And I think, again, this is like the first kind of technology where no one's going to go just flip a switch one day and say, now we're AI enabled everywhere. They're going to do it in stages. They're going to iterate around. They're going to change.
It's strange, like to the question of like what has to happen.
Yeah, for them to actually start doing this as opposed to just POC.
Historically, departments were capable of doing a lot of things with technology. Like if you ran a department at a business, like you had a lot of autonomy.
What kind of department?
Like let's say you're the capital markets team at a fintech that does lending.
Go ahead. Yep.
Like you have your relationship with your bankers, and you have your quarterly objectives, and you've gotten guidance from the CEO.
You may even have your own IT team.
If you want to automate your own model with your data science team, like you can just set that up.
Yeah,
right?
Pretty much.
The guardrails are somewhat implicit because the scope of what the technology can do is like limited to your use case.
Yeah, pretty much. And your systems weren't talking to other systems. And even if they were, they had very sort of deteronistic rules around them.
What would be the blast radius if you screwed something up? It's largely contained to your department.
Right. So let me give you an example. When I was at Goldman Sachs, I was on a portfolio trading team. We had some connectivity to the single stock trading team.
Yeah.
Some.
Yeah.
right?
But lots of guardrails, right?
Tons of guardrails, and somebody had to accept the trade if we sent it to them. But I had no connectivity to the bond team, to the FX team. Right? If I wanted to do an FX trade, I had to call somebody.
Yeah.
But if you're starting to put agentic AI and there are no proper guardrails, you haven't built the proper ones, well, that agent can then just go, I wonder what's happening over in the bond team.
Yeah. Look,
right?
if you're chief compliance officer today at a fintech, you're like, you want to really get something done, you have to define those guardrails up front.
Okay.
Like, have you talked to your regulator about what you're trying to do?
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
or your compliance team.
Have you talked to your CISO?
Right.
Like, have you talked, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Have you talked to other CCOs to see what they're working on?
Yep.
Like, those are conversations that need to happen before. And part of the problem with AI, which is a good thing, but also double-edged sword, is a lot of it's bottom up. You've got employees in your departments that are, running Claude bots and automating their job.
Because it's more likely, and again, not to be ageist, but it's more likely that a 22-year-old is going to be like, my cousin works at Anthropic. Yeah. So I thought I would download this thing and try to figure it out.
There isn't a week that goes by that somebody much younger and smarter than me in our organization, it's like, say, it's a product marketer or somebody who runs a customer success team. It's like, look what I did with Manus or with Gwak.
You're like,
that's amazing. It's
right.
But then it's
like, amazing, but you should have asked first.
Well, and then I'm like, okay, well, how do we do this the right way?
Right.
That's an experiment run in a department.
So, but that's the other thing that I was actually talking to Rachel about, who was sitting here before you were, is, again, if you do move from POC to even just like staged implementation, how do you manage the agentic side of this in a way that feels like it's human? She said something really interesting to me. Yeah. She's like, when they spin up an agent, they give it a name.
Yeah.
Like a human name. Like she was talking about one of the agents they have called Debbie. Yeah. I didn't like Debbie, to be fair.
I mean, it's not as international as it probably could be.
No, I'm kidding. But you understand the point. So like, how do the people that you're dealing with think about that? Because if you hire a new person, they have to go through an HR process and stuff. But if you spin up an agent, what is the guidelines or guardrails around it?
I mean, I tend to, the idea that an agentic solution is an individual, I think is something that I think is going to fade over time. I like the idea of giving it a name, but it's not a person. I think it's a product and you built it. It's an internal tool and it's a product.
Go ahead. What's the difference?
Well, I think there are, if you think about the analog is not, should I adopt HR processes for how to onboard this person and control their permissions? It's like the team you should look to is your engineering team. Like you build and deploy products and wrap them in security and have policies.
Okay.
Like that's the things that I should inherit for agent deployment.
Can we talk about online identity?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Yeah, let's get into it.
So my feeling is, and God, I wish I had more time with you, but my feeling is that your online identity should be the same as your offline identity. I don't think you should be able to hide behind an avatar. And I'll tell you why. Do you drive a car?
I do.
You have a license?
I do.
It has your name on it?
It does.
It has your home address on it?
Indeed.
So if you're driving and somebody pulls you over, they know exactly who you are. But online, you can be anybody.
That's true.
Which makes fraud easier, I think. So what do you think like the future of online identity is? Or what should it be? Well, and think about it from this view of like, how do we prevent fraud, right? Because again, if you're driving your car that has a license plate on it, you have a license in your pocket. If you commit some kind of crime or fraud, it's going to be pretty easy to identify you if they pick you up.
Look, I think people are okay with that because do I trust the government to keep the details of my driver's license safe? Yes. Do I trust Facebook? No.
No.
Right. And so I think when you're online, you're interacting with a lot of people that,
but that's a problem though, isn't it?
Oh, it's a huge problem.
Because that means, and again, I'm going to extrapolate a little bit here, but that means then that I can, and we're using Facebook as a proxy.
Yeah.
But just so you know, we've had
it's everybody.
It's everybody.
I don't want to pick on Facebook.
No, I don't want to pick on them either. And frankly, we had David Agronovich on the show. Yeah. You know who David is? He's the global head of threat disruption. Yeah. He's been on this show.
So then we won't pick on Facebook.
Let's not pick on Facebook. Let's pick on Twitter. Because Elon Musk has not been on the show. But here's the thing. If I don't have to be identified because I don't trust the platform to keep my identity safe, like you believe that the Texas state government will keep your identity safe with your driver's license, then that allows me to build a server farm in Cambodia that has 1,000 people in it that can perpetrate crime and fraud.
Yeah.
And then shut it down in a day and move to.
I don't think it's the fact that anonymity exists that opens the door for fraud.
It's one piece of it, but sorry.
It's a piece of the puzzle.
Go ahead.
Sure. But I think it's the diversity in identity and in types of trust. Like how many different national ID documents are available?
So
standards are there.
So in some cases, there are 15 documents. In some countries like Thailand.
And remember, it's also that thing of, they say about your passwords on your computer. If you need a password for every application, eventually you get to the point where you just write all your passwords on a Post-it note and you put it on your screen. And so like, if I need a different form of authentication mechanism, then all of a sudden everybody on the internet has my identity and they're all susceptible to data breaches.
So this is kind of off topic. What do you think about like self-sovereign identity where it's actually encrypted?
Yeah, I mean, you see this in crypto, and largely that's driven by like people not wanting to be identified. Like the decision for anonymity, but that's probably not the working for them anyway.
Fair enough.
But this sort of like the ZK, the
zero knowledge. Yep.
I think it's really interesting. I like the idea of portability around it.
Same.
I think if the major banks and the major acquirers and governments get in the game, I think it could be transformative.
Yeah, so do I. And if you look at countries like India, I always mention Aadhaar.
Yeah, the Aadhaar check.
The Aadhaar, that's their national identity. In Thailand, everybody who gets born has a national ID. Yeah. That's really straightforward.
Yeah, I got a social security number in the US. The problem is like you can find it in 100 different places on the dark web.
Yeah, I don't even know where my card is, but I know what my number is. It was a day like a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, do I still remember that number? Because I don't use it that often. I'm like, okay, I got it. Yeah. I went somewhere and wrote it down.
Yeah.
Anyway, I will let you go.
Right.
It was awesome to have you here. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
Really, such a pleasure.
It was really great.
Yeah.
Have a safe flight.
Likewise.
I hope you make your plane. Thanks for doing this. And thanks for being so flexible. I feel like we've done this already.
Oh, we did the rehearsal yesterday. Yeah. There's always that phrase, practice makes perfect. I'm not convinced myself, but
I'm not sure. I'm going to move a little bit closer if you can.
Closer? Okay.
I'll hold the table.
It's a very intimate podcast.
The intimacy is only with the microphone. Peter Dean, CEO and co-founder of Shelf Labs. How are you today?
Yeah, no, good. Well, it's day 3. So it's been a long campaign. As most events goers know, you're busy during the day, hustling, and you're hustling again at night. And drink after drink after drink. So
I missed that part of the event.
I'm looking forward to a quiet night tonight.
Are you really? When are you leaving?
Yeah. I'm actually staying a couple of days, and then I'm going on to Tokyo on Sunday for Sushi Tech, which is Tokyo's week-long tech festival. So
super duper.
I've tried to sort of bunch a few
Flash it all together.
Yeah.
How have you found the event so far?
Oh, it looks fantastic. It's been my first Money 2020.
Okay.
I sort of, I guess in my old banking career, I had a couple of opportunities to go to Europe for Money 2020, but never went.
In Amsterdam.
And in Amsterdam. And then I think last year I was going to come along as a speaker and plans changed. And then this year, because of the launch of Shelf Labs, we thought we definitely need to have a presence here.
Fair.
And it's been fantastic.
So tell me a little bit about Shelf Labs. Tell the viewers a little bit.
So I like to say my day job. We run a risk and consulting advisory business.
Okay.
Me and 2 partners, where we've sort of historically been a bit tech light. We didn't want to go too much into tech implementation or software.
Got it.
We're more traditional, it's a bit like the old McKinsey's consulting.
Yep.
Come in, do a diagnostic on corporations, risk frameworks. And I guess with where the world's gone the last few years, more tech reliance and look, this advent of AI, which is just
you almost couldn't ignore it, right?
You couldn't ignore it. So we decided to let's have a think about what we can do. We've essentially started up Shelf Labs as a side company. We've got a very smart Indian CTO, and he's been building the platform. And our little pitch is business management software for SMEs.
Business management software.
Yeah. The first product launching this month will be Shelf GRC, which is governance, risk, and compliance.
Okay, let's talk about it.
AI supported and affordable.
So how do you think about the role of agentic AI in compliance and in the workflows? And I guess the follow-up would be, well, actually just go with that first. Unfortunately, there's so much stuff rattling around in my brain. I wanted to ask the next question first. Go ahead.
A year ago, we wouldn't have been talking about agentic AI.
You're right. It didn't exist. Well, even if it did exist, it wasn't accessible by you or by me.
Gen AI or LLMs.
Yep.
I
Transformer models.
What's been really good is because the technology is moving so quickly in a good way.
Yeah.
It means that you can access huge amounts of data, in this case, compliance data,
right?
Be it regulation or be it actual, information about what types of compliance activities you need to do. And so the agents just mean that you can not only source it, but you can actually sort and arrange it and have a high degree of confidence that it's right. Whereas I think if you go back a couple of years ago and even today, you know, the hallucinating of the AI models, in a compliance world, you cannot hallucinate.
No. So, but compliance has to be deterministic, and unfortunately, these LLMs are probabilistic. So
it's actually black letter law in a lot of jurisdictions.
Yeah.
You're either complying or you're not. And to comply, you need to understand the compliance obligations.
Absolutely.
And I think this is where, and this goes back to, and I know your
go
history is banking days, but this sort of goes back to the problems with AML CTF and fraud monitoring.
Go ahead.
10 plus years ago.
Yep.
It was all manual basically, and it was an impossible task trying to sort through billions of transactions a month. Fast forward today, there are so many smart tools and engines out there that literally can find the needle in a haystack using, you know, smart technologies, very heavily AI. So I think we're just trying to bring it down to the SME level, give them access to, I guess, a structured approach to risk and compliance.
What is it like implementing this though inside of an SME in the sense that if you look at like the big banking institutions, the big financial institutions where you were working, there was an infrastructure there that would allow them to bring this stuff in, test it, iterate around it, roll it out in a staged process and all this other stuff. Plus there would be a big tech team there that could support it. But inside of an SME, this is very different. Understanding that that's the case, if I'm right, how do then, because if they can do this, right, it kind of democratizes their ability to do compliance in a way that they couldn't do before.
Yeah. This is the exam question, which I think we've been trying to solve, not just with Shelf Labs, but before that, just the general risk profession is how do you actually convince SMEs of the value to do it and the need to do it,
but also the expertise to be able to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think
they're all connected. Yeah.
Connected. I think there's still a threshold question. And we sort of seen it over the years. It was like, oh, we don't want to be too bureaucratic.
In what sense?
Just in terms of like, we don't want to introduce forms and processes to an SME.
No.
It was like, you're going to drag us down.
Yeah.
And we sort of try and I sort of developed a bit of a quadrant approach to say, look, there is value you can demonstrate in investing in risk and compliance.
Yep.
The first quadrant is losses avoided. And I used to say it should be obvious.
You used to say it.
But it's not.
It's not. It's not. Right.
And it's not just SMEs, like big corporations, they take a punt. It's like, oh, well, we'll skirt by the rules or the regulations.
You're talking from a compliance standpoint. I mean, you see gigantic banks, and I don't have to name them, but like some of the biggest banks in the world. Look, I worked at some of them, and I had tons of arguments with my colleagues who had like, we can't do that.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're going to make $100 million if we do that. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, correct. But trying to quantify the downside is a little bit in the abstract, other than you can point to precedents.
Yeah.
So losses avoided is the first one. The second quadrant is license to operate. And my sort of explanation to all executives and boards is like, you've got two dimensions. You've got your actual license. If you don't comply, systemic failures, you lose your actual license.
Right.
Then there's the social license, which I think is equally important.
Which is what?
Oh, it's like brand and reputation.
Got it.
If you're constantly in the newspapers,
For violating,
you'll still may keep your license. There'll be fines.
But no one that wants to work with you trusts you.
And actually, what's interesting, employees don't want to work with these organizations now.
Yeah.
And then the other three quadrants is business efficiency, understanding your processes better. And then the fourth quadrant is strategic planning, taking a bit more of a longer term view around, this is more risk than compliance, bit of a longer term view of like, well, how do we build resilience? And what we've seen in the Middle East since mid-February, war in the Middle East, is supply chains have been knocked around, and a lot of companies will have made decisions. We won't address that issue. We'll just take the risk. But of course, when it all stops, you're like, okay, well, perhaps we should have thought more about the risks of, whatever the impact is from the Straits of Hormuz being blocked or actual infrastructure being knocked out in the Middle East.
So I don't know if we talked about this yesterday, but in the condominium where I live, in my room, there's a home automation system. And this may seem like off topic, but you'll see where I'm going in a second. I don't use it because nobody ever showed me how to use it. So I just use manually turn on the lights, turn off the lights, and do whatever. And I manually turn on and off the air conditioning. But the server that runs the home automation is in Bahrain. Do I have to say anything else?
Yeah.
So I got home a few days ago.
Lucky you didn't you weren't used to using it.
Well, but it didn't matter because it's still connected to all of my electricity in my apartment. And it means that when I got home one night, I turned on my lights, no problem. The lights went on and then they went off.
So the city of Bahrain went dark and your apartment went dark.
My apartment went dark. But my point is that, like, you have to, the only reason why I'm telling you this is not to say that I have a fancy home automation system in my apartment. I never even use it. The point is that there are these unknown and unseen risks, right? And I just wanted to point out that sometimes you don't know what they are.
No. Let me give you we're going a little bit off topic, but this is all about risk and
No, it's about risk and resilience as well, though, right?
So one of the residences we used to have, it had an automatic roller door to get into the garage.
Yep.
And if the power went out, we couldn't actually get into the garage.
No, because there's no way.
You couldn't
Leave.
get the door up.
Yep.
You couldn't manually do it because there was no other way to get into the garage. So your car was stuck there. But fast forward with the advent of solar panels and batteries, if there's an electricity power outage in our street, it doesn't matter because the solar panel and the batteries means the house still works.
Right.
And so we've got built-in redundancy in the house,
right.
which means a fairly simple issue, but extremely frustrating if you need to drive somewhere.
Right.
Like you need to drive to the airport is like, I can't drive.
Right.
So that's an example. And I know it's a simple one. So we say to a lot of the clients is you need to think, and this is about business continuity planning and management, which hopefully Shelf Labs, our next product after Shelf GRC will be that is like just pulling apart what are the scenarios and what may go wrong and actually talking about it.
But what do you think most small businesses misunderstand about risk management? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because while that's a simple example, even a simple example, like you said, may mean you can't get to the airport.
Yeah.
So what are they misunderstanding about their business in general?
I think one of the more common things we see is an understanding of roles and responsibilities, even in SMEs. So when we go and do a risk identification exercise, we say, well, who's responsible for X risk? And we'll say, oh, that's such and such. And we'll go and talk to them. You're responsible. Oh, no, I was a year ago. That's moved to this department now. That person doesn't know.
Right.
And it's like, wow, you don't have clarity on who's actually responsible. We always say, at least allocate one person to monitor risk. Like if you take financial risks, for example, interest rate risk, foreign currency risk, like if you've got a treasury in a large corporation or a bank, it's pretty clear. But if you go to an SME, quite often it's the CFO or finance manager says, we don't really hedge, or the owner of the business has a view we don't hedge, or I wait to him or her to tell me what to do. So again, you just have this lack of clarity. The other issue is a little bit of around the management styles where, again, SMEs, I touched on before, they don't want to have bureaucracy.
Right.
Often that means they don't actually have team meetings or management meetings, or it might be once a month. And we sort of say, well, look, you really need to get together once a week
at least
about what's going on in the world.
Exactly.
And get in a rhythm where, okay, we need to talk about these things. And I always sort of say, not without risk is our sort of business catchphrase in the consulting side is like every business decision you make or don't make.
Yeah.
So make a decision that's great, eyes wide open. But if you decide not to make a decision,
it's still a decision.
Correct.
It's
and
still
that's impacting on your risk profile.
Yeah, it's still a decision. Can we go back and talk a little bit more about agentic AI?
Yeah, of course.
So again, when big corporations implement them, and again, I was talking to Rachel about this, they have all these guardrails and all these rules and stuff around it. But if you're trying to do this in the compliance space for an SME and SMB, how do they allocate resources properly to be able to handle it? Because you want to make sure that the right guardrails are built around it. And sure, when you go in and help them build this stuff, it's fine. But when you leave, what kind of infrastructure do you tell them they need to build?
Yeah.
And again, not to create bureaucracy,
no.
but just to create safety.
Look, I think the bigger issue to be stared into here is if you look at a lot of the particularly smaller SMEs, they don't actually have an in-house IT function. So they're outsourced to a third party.
Right.
And we come across quite a lot now because, AI is the buzzword and, CEOs quite rightly and business owners think if I don't get on the bandwagon, I may be out of business, which I do agree with.
Yeah, maybe.
I think my advice to them is, look, you need to go and talk to your IT people, go and talk to whoever is doing the good stuff with AI, agentic AI, understand and learn it, because you can't implement it yourself because your core business is not IT.
No.
You don't have an IT department. So I think, and I hate to say get some good advisors, but there's an element of get some advisors, consultants to work out what you can put in place. I think it depends on the business a little bit. And again, as we know, financial services, if
highly regulated
path, the regulators will say, well, why did it guide the customer to buy that particular product?
Yeah.
When you can't explain to me. I think I think it's pretty black and white in financial services. That's a problem. But as you touched on, in SME world, it's not as clear.
No.
And I think there's probably an element of getting not trusted, but tested platforms. So if you're in freight and logistics, there will be IT service providers and vendors that are using AI now to solve whatever the problem you've got. So I just say partner with someone who's, you know, ideally best in breed in your industry, because you can't create it yourself.
So you brought up a really good point, right? Because in my head, since I've only in my life worked at a financial services firm, I always think about this in the context of money. But you just brought up logistics. How can you qualify or categorize like the types of businesses that you work with, in the sense that, like, is it mostly financial services firms, even small ones?
No. We're
But
right across the board.
Right. So if it's across the board, are there certain types of vertical firms that are saying like we have to be involved in this, and others where they're just going like this is not relevant for us, even if they're wrong?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think I mentioned the framework I've worked with for many years is 52 risks, and it's strategic, financial, and operational risks.
52 risks.
52 risks. It's got a life of its own. 52risks.com.
Okay.
Can I do a plug?
You already did.
But we sort of say, let's just go through all the risks that you've got. And what we tend to see is one of the strategic ones, which is a bit of a catch-all, is business model risk. And it's a bit of a catch-all. It's like, well, what can disrupt your business model as it is today?
Right.
And the more challenged industries we find tend to be ones with very fine margins. Now, if I take freight and logistics.
When you say fine, you mean small margin.
Very small margin.
Yeah.
Take freight and logistics, for example. They certainly don't have the capacity to spend tens and tens of millions of dollars, because it's a fight every day to retain the margin.
Just to retain the margin, yeah.
But they also, as a result of that, they do have a bit more downside if something goes wrong. We worked with one a couple of years ago, which was a freight forwarding company. And the biggest risk they had was actually getting the customs clearance wrong. So if they, and I'll get the number wrong, but if they cleared a customs package and hadn't gone through the right steps, it was something like they had to retrieve the article from the customer, not clear it, and then there was something like a $43,000 fine.
Oh no.
So if like you got one little parcel of an illegal product you haven't cleared properly, so the fines mount up quite quickly. And so they were trying to implement tech packages to make sure that risk was minimized. And I agreed. I said, absolutely.
Because if every incident costs you 43 grand.
Yeah, correct. And so this is where some of these smaller businesses, and this was actually quite a large one as it turns out, but they're faced with really tough decisions about where do we spend our last dollar. So I think it's not just the capability, it's financial capacity.
Yeah.
And then with SMEs, and it's a bit like, you know, where we are here in Money 2020, lots of these startups are cash flow negative, fintech's cash flow negative. So they don't actually have spare cash lying around, and they can't afford to not get it right. And so we spend a bit of time again with startups, because we've got financial expertise, say, well, we need to look at your cash flow. Like, you know, how much runway have you got? What else can you do to be more resilient from a financing perspective?
Yeah, because you don't want them to be losing whatever the amount of money is.
Yeah.
And you have to do this calculation around. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and also key contract risk is another one in the framework. If you're a startup, one or two contracts, it's high five, you crack the champagne.
Yeah, but if that contract goes away,
one of them 6 months later, either something you've done or they change their mind. You're set back again, and you're back raising more equity from. You thought they'd never have to put any more money in.
I mean, we could spend hours talking about. We could spend hours actually talking about how startups should do cash management. Yeah. Luckily, we have a really good CFO.
I'll come back and talk about cash flow management.
But I'm serious. Like, it's really important to have proper cash flow management, because I find that a lot of startups, you're right, if they have a, what did you call it? Key
contract risk.
Key contract risk. They're like, yeah, we're going to make $1 million this year. And then the year gets halfway done, and the first 500 grand they've spent on hiring people and investing people.
Absolutely.
And then the contract goes away, and they're like, now what do we do?
Yeah. And that's also, I know we're going to run out of time. This is another little in this business model risk category. I've seen quite a few startups now over the last 5 years or so.
Yeah.
They're being disrupted themselves. So they were
leading
Go ahead. They were leading it 5 years ago, doing really well. And all of a sudden, actually someone else has come in and cut our lunch, or, you know, we haven't moved quickly enough. So it's a real challenge.
So this brings up a really good point. This is the same thing, though, that could happen to an existing small and medium-sized business if they don't, I think, implement some sort of artificial intelligence inside their business.
Absolutely.
But there's this tension around, as you said, can we afford, because again, like a big company can afford to do a POC, they can afford to test stuff. But like if an SMB is going to do it, particularly where their margins are thin, they've really got to believe that this is going to make them way more efficient.
Yeah. Well, I think
the upfront spend of I'm going to make up a number of $100,000 is going to save them $1 million over the next 3 years. Something like that. Yeah.
We say to SMEs, particularly with our new offering, you don't even need to spend anywhere near that.
Yeah.
But I think the benefit which we see accrue now is a lot of financiers now are saying, if you've got good risk and compliance practices backed up by a technology platform,
yep,
you have better access to finance. The insurers, definitely,
yeah, fair enough.
they're wanting, and we've talked to quite a few insurance.
It's a really good point, though, right?
It's helping demonstrate the risk profile of the entity, which is being pitched to the underwriters, is more resilient. And in a world where, you know, cybersecurity is an issue, data privacy is an issue, it can only help.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for doing this.
And
it's good to see you too.
Back again next year.
We'll be back here.
Okay, thanks.
I live like 3 kilometers from here, so I'll definitely be back. Thank you, Peter. It's 20s. Who's our next guest? Philippe? Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. I mean, we've had a really good cross-section of guests so far already today. The stuff that Peter was talking about was super interesting. Yeah, super good. Thank you. Thank you. The one of the interesting things about the conversation that I was actually having with Rachel earlier today was that she was the first person who's actually taken an implementation and actually, how are you doing? Good to see you. You're coming later, right?
Right now.
Oh, no.
5 minutes.
No, you're 140.
140?
Yeah. But we'll see you then. No worries, man. Live TV, you gotta love it. But one of the great things about talking to Rachel is because she was talking about this in the context, obviously, of finance, but this idea of spinning up an agent, giving that agent a name, and having somebody be accountable and take responsibility for it, I thought was a really interesting thing. But up until now, I had mostly only had conversations with people that were either thinking about doing it or that were providing the services for doing it. I can do it as well. Yeah, not a problem. You're back, Mohammed.
Hey.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good. How are you?
Okay. So just sit a little bit closer to the microphone. Just move your chair in a little bit further.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mohammed, tell me, you are the group CEO of People.
Mm-hmm.
PYYPL.
Yeah.
Okay. What does People do and where are you based?
So People is basically one of the first remittance licensed company in UAE. It was established in 2017.
Okay.
And
are you Dubai?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Throughout our journey, like we expanded approximately into 21 markets.
Okay.
And we were focused mostly on the retail side of the business.
So what does that mean? What was the concept of People?
It's a digital wallet in which we provide any consumer to have the ability to basically transact, send money home, issue a Visa card, do stable
Send
coins.
money just said stable coins, yeah?
Everything, fiat currencies and stable coins.
So who are most of the users then?
Most of the users actually coming from the GCC region ourselves. When we first launched, it was like expats.
So that's what I want to know. Yeah. Right? Because in the GCC, what, about 40 million people, 45 million people in the GCC, something like that, yeah? But a lot of, particularly in Dubai and even in Abu Dhabi, if you just take the UAE as a thing, but I presume this is probably true in GCC as a whole, is that there are a lot of foreign workers there.
Yep.
And a lot of them come from countries that are emerging, let's say.
Exactly.
So
we call them the underbanked. So
underbanked stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
So those are the people then that are taking this. What were they doing before they were using People?
I mean, they were using the traditional rails.
What is that?
They were using, like, for example, a local currency exchange house or their bank or they
Western Union.
Maybe Western Union, OMT. There is like in UAE very well-known currency exchange houses locally.
Okay.
And maybe there has been some other apps in the region that they used to do those services, but for specific corridors. Our main added value at that point of time, it was like we have many corridors that we covered and it was like on a very competitive rate. But I just want to add something that this was a vertical that we pivoted from to an extent. And we had like in mid 2024, like our, what do we say? The reflection point, what I call it.
An epiphany moment?
Yeah, where we decided like it's you know, like on retail, it's so hard to understand for most of the businesses when I see these startups here and so on, is that the more customers you get, the more cost you have. And the moment
it's weird, right? Because you want this growth. But the more you have growth, I think people lose sight of the fact that like there's all these back-end server costs.
Exactly.
It feels like it's going to be frictionless, but it's not.
Like partners, it's compliance tools, it's the SMS tool that you pay for verifying the phone number of someone.
Let's say you pay for every 100 people.
Yeah.
Once you have 10,000 people, now you're paying for that 100 times.
Imagine we covered around 14 million users at a time. So imagine how much we used to pay.
So what do you do when you reach that point where you realize, okay, wait a second, we're in a retail business where as we add more people, the cost basis that we have to deal with now is growing exponentially.
Yeah.
And our revenue is not growing at the same rate that our costs are growing.
So basically,
that's what it sounds like you're suggesting.
Look, so basically on that particular angle, whenever you have a lot of users, you reach a point where you can really start breaking deals with partners, right? Like you can negotiate with them because you have volumes, you have a lot of active users using your system. And that ends up a very nice selling point with partners to get like better rates while you do that.
Got it.
But that's it. You can't do anything else because you reach a point, there is like very essential tools that you have to provide to implement.
Yeah, but also part of the reason why the retail people are using your service is because it's way cheaper than what the existing services were. So you probably
by that time, I would say yes. Now it's completely different.
but what happened is it's less likely that I think, and tell me where I'm wrong, that your pricing power increased.
Yeah.
It was more like the other existing services pricing power decreased.
Yeah.
They were meeting you, and even if they're meeting you in the middle, it's probably still likely that your costs are outrunning your ability to increase revenue, even on an installed base of 14 million people.
Look, I mean, managing the unit economics behind it is crazy because we reached a point where like on a day-to-day basis, we used to have all of these ups and downs with competition trying to get better rates on a specific corridor. And you know, like the market is super saturated. I mean, within how things advanced into the fintech space, it became completely saturated. And that's where the reflection point came, where we decided to create a new vertical, which is the business one. In a sense, we realized it late, I would say, but everything happens for a reason, right? So right now we're more into having like a business customer.
But the name of your company is People.
Yeah.
Do you have a separate division called Business?
Of course, no.
Yes,
who's behind businesses?
People.
People,
I'm
right?
just kidding.
People is for people and businesses, right?
So when was this reflection moment?
Mid 2024.
Okay, so not that long ago.
No.
But do you still have 14 million people using the platform, 14 million individuals using the platform?
I mean, I still have those in our database, and most of them are still using our system, but it's not like how it was used to be before, because like we decided to reach a point where we don't try to put a lot of efforts
into that system.
Yeah, exactly. Like we figured that there's one particular use case that are really important to our database, and that's what we are serving.
Got it.
And we are focusing on having that particular thing up and running properly.
Okay, so you switched to from a C to C thing to a B to B thing.
Exactly.
So what happened?
Look, I mean, currently it's in the development process. We finished the MVP, we did the pilot and so on. But what happened is actually, I mean, on numbers, it's like great, because like if you think about it, having one client that's transacting $10 million a month is way better than having 10 million users transacting $1 a month. Right? Because like think about
by definition,
all of the operational headache when it comes to, or overhead when it comes to compliance, customer support, finance, legal, all of that. It's just like way less.
So I was going to ask you about that. Are the rules and regulations that you have to follow different for businesses to business transactions than they are for individuals to individual transactions?
I would say the foundation is the same. And that's why I would say that we have like an advantage into what we've doing, considering the history of the company until we decided to do this pivot or this new vertical exploration. But there is some things that you need to adjust, starting from the mindset.
Tell me.
Because if you have like, for example, a customer support dealing with a $5 transaction issue is different than a customer support dealing with someone that's facing a $10 million issue, right?
Right. So if a $5 thing, here's the problem though, right?
Look, the value of the money is the same.
I agree.
Like the importance of $1 is equal to that.
To somebody, but
it's a different world, you know?
Sure. When you serve a corporate client, it's different than dealing with an individual client. And look, I say this all the time. I used to tell my daughter, like, something that costs a penny can be really expensive.
Exactly.
And something that costs $1 million can be really cheap.
Exactly.
So you have to understand the value of the money. But what does that mean from a customer service standpoint? Because you're, in a way, you're like rebuilding your business. It's like refueling a plane when it's flying.
Exactly.
Or changing the engine when it's flying, right?
It's like the concept of hybrid cars, right? Like there's an engine running and then there's a battery powering, right?
Yeah.
That's the same concept.
but how do you do that from a staffing standpoint? Because again, if you're providing your own customer service, the people that were doing it yesterday can't be the same people that are doing it today because they're serving different clients.
Look, I mean, that ends up becoming like a cultural thing, right?
Very much so.
We need to keep in mind that the company reached this point because of the team that's behind it.
Yeah.
Training the team is a must. That's rule number one.
For sure.
And at the same time, you will reach a point where you will understand the limit of your team. And that's where you start hiring more. Plus, at the same time, most importantly, it's 2026. AI adds a lot of value to what's going on. Not to replace or to remove it, but to make sure that they use it as a tool so that they advance in what they are doing.
So where are you finding the best places to use it? Or do you use...
Look everywhere. You can't even imagine. It's embedded everywhere.
Give me an example. In other words, are you using Claude Code? Or something like that? I'm not advertising for that.
I'll give you an example. I mean, from a tech perspective, the team is using, of course, AI in order to ship code
faster, right?
That's point number one. From a product perspective, the team are using AI in order to research the better UX and at the same time translate it into something like user acceptance criteria that the developers can take.
So onboarding.
Yep. Think about it from a different perspective too, from a legal perspective.
Go ahead.
Today, our company is big. We have a lot of shareholding background, like a cap table, whatever, all of these kind of things.
Hard to manage as well.
Previously, we used to have a lot of people that looks into these documents and manage this data room. Nowadays, with an agent, you can plug it into your data room, deployed locally on your server, and then you ask a question and you get everything out of that data room, right? How many shares X had at that point of time, which share price the point of entry was, and so on.
I never even thought about it for that reason, but sorry, go ahead. It's interesting.
Moving on to customer support, for example. Right now, you can create some, not the bots, because everyone thinks about AI when it comes to customer support as a bot, but think about it more as a human. You can try it, by the way. We can, after this podcast, I will show you an example. We built a bot into our community's channel that you can go and ask, like, hey, how can I make a pizza? The bot will literally reply and tell you, you need those ingredients. And guess what? You can buy it from People Card and you will earn a cashback if you do it.
So you use your cards as well?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We have a direct in principle license with Visa.
Nice.
And do our own card issuance directly with Visa.
Sorry, go ahead. You were talking about other places where AI is being used.
Yeah, so that's how we are doing it with the customer support too. I mean, the other segments you want to explore, which is something that right now we are working on.
Go ahead.
Sales, market research, competitive research, pricing, operations related monitoring. Like today, you can go and check what happened with this flow, why this customer is complaining about this transaction. There's like a whole ops engine behind an agent that tells you exactly where the process failed at which point of time. And then there's some analysis behind it to be escalated properly and so on. I mean, it's fascinating. It will never end. The more you spend time on it, the more use cases you have.
So you have an internal tech team, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you talk to me about their response to tools like Claude Code?
Look,
in the sense of like, sorry, can you just run me through it? Because I'm super interested. Again, I had this whole conversation with Rachel from Deutsche, right?
Yeah,
about how agents come in. It's really fascinating, right?
Yeah.
But she was the first time I talked to somebody who actually implemented an agent at a big institutional bank.
Yeah.
And it was cool to figure out like how they did it.
Yeah.
Martin does a bunch of stuff on Claude Code as well.
Yeah.
But what he does is different than what you do. And I just want to figure out, like, because he doesn't have a big team of people that do this, but you do.
Yeah.
When the concept gets introduced by your CTO, whoever, are people scared? Are they happy? How does it change the way they work? Like, I'm just curious because you said it was fascinating.
Exactly.
I want to know how.
Look, I mean, even us, if something tries to change, to move us from our comfort zone or from a position where we got used to doing something, we will feel like weird, right? I mean, from a tech perspective, you know, it's always easy because the adoption is always like, we want to be better, we want to do better. But at the same time, they get scared because not everyone understands that this is a tool to make you more efficient and to teach you how to really appreciate your time.
Right.
Some like takes it positively, some others panics and start like rebelling on it. Yeah, but
really?
I mean, look at the problems that are here. No, we cannot rely on this. What about security? What about whatever? And then you need to start nurturing the culture that whatever you are raising is valid, but you can solve it. Focus on solving it. just throw it there.
Stop moaning and start working.
Exactly.
That's interesting. But did it make them more efficient?
Oh yes.
Really?
Oh yes. Like the delivery time. Like for example, we used to, like any tech company, we do sprints on a 2 weeks basis.
Okay.
Yeah, and the amount of things that used to be delivered previously is way less than what we can achieve today. And I guess it can get better within time because like within how the AI is advancing, the results will be much more, like more and more better that can be like ready to be in production.
Do you guys also use this stuff to do, what's the right way to say this? Because if you're running an app, right, that app itself probably generates a lot of data.
Yeah.
And potential insights about what products should necessary, where people drop off when they're using the product and stuff like that. And in the old days, 6 months ago, it would have been hard to figure out like what all those things were because there's just so much data sloshing around.
Yeah.
But now that you have AI and the ability to sort of analyze it, not even just in real time, but even post facto, has it given you the ability then to do better product development? Because you can do better analysis on the way people are using the tools that you've already built. And then maybe you can determine, oh, we didn't realize that there was a gap here in the stuff that people wanted.
Look, at the moment, just to be very honest with you and the audience, we are processing this data and we are building funnels around specific behaviors by recording specific set of actions within the product.
Yeah.
But we didn't reach a point where we are analyzing it deeply. We know high level that there's for example, we can notice that this particular KYC step, a lot of customers are churning, how we can optimize it, how we can work on it, but it's still on a high level basis. We didn't deep dive into the actual UX cases at the moment because we are trying to reduce the operational distractions at this time.
Interesting.
In order to pivot to the actual use case that allows us to make the retail better in an autonomous way. Because keep in mind, we don't want to put a lot of effort on retail anymore. We're looking at business. Yeah.
But is the business-to-business product rolled out yet?
Yeah.
It has?
Yep.
And how is that growth going?
Look, it's going well. It's in pilot phase right now. Okay. It's being tested internally and it's being tested with some of the connections that we have around, and it's evolving pretty well. I mean, it's working pretty well, I would say.
Is there a stablecoin facet to this business?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, what we're trying to build is like a cross-border platform that specializes basically in bridging the gap between the digital currency and the fiat world via a simple platform that allows you to collect money from anywhere and send money to anywhere.
So what are some of the unique nuances of building a company in the UAE?
That's a very good question.
Where are you from originally?
Originally, I'm from Lebanon. I'm Lebanese. Lebanon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the regulators there have been very forward-looking.
Look, what I love the most about UAE, that's a very good question. I love that you asked that, is that the regulations are strict, but they allow you to do a lot of things under their compliant environment.
Go ahead, because I think it's important for people to understand, right?
That's point number one. And by that I mean not strict as in annoyingly strict. Like in a very positive way.
But they're fixed well. And
they are super advanced. Like look around any country that you want to go, especially in emerging markets. You will not find the combination that you find into what the regulator in UAE can provide you to an extent.
Yeah.
Like global exposure, the access, you learn how to do things properly. You have the leverage to go beyond all of the features that they allow you to do it within a very compliant environment.
So I like this word. I like the word you use, strict, right? Because it doesn't mean they're...
I mean, we are in a fintech space. We should be strict.
To me, strictness means they're equally applied to everybody.
Exactly.
Right, and they don't create loopholes for this company.
Yeah.
But you have to abide by all these rules. The strictness means like, here are the rules.
Yeah.
And they apply to everybody.
Exactly. And I believe that it gives you the advantage to be risk aware.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I love about
it. If the regulators are what's the right word? Opaque.
Yeah.
You have a problem.
Of course.
Because you could do something that you think fits inside the regulations, but it's not.
Yeah.
But the strictness means you can sit inside your company and just go, we can do that.
Yeah.
But we can't do that.
Yeah. And look, one of the other things that I would like to highlight is that working with the regulators is very efficient because you can brainstorm with them what you're trying to do and they guide you how to do it. It's not like they tell you, no, as per the book, that's what's mentioned. No, so you work with them on exploring a product and flow and they basically guide you on how to make it happen and they go through the process with you until it goes to production.
What is the startup support like in Dubai or in the UAE?
Look, I mean, previously, I would say, considering my previous experience, it is great. At the moment, I'm a bit away from that particular thing, considering people been established for long periods of time. I would prefer not to answer this question.
It's fine. It's fine.
But considering my background, I would say like it's the best hub for anyone to start being creative. Forget about the support that you get, the competition, the energy, the enthusiasm, the people that you meet makes you feel like you want to do something.
So that was the other question I want to ask, because you can exist in an ecosystem. Look, there are certain ecosystems that are never going to get replicated.
Yeah.
Right. There's not going to be the Silicon Valley of somewhere. It doesn't exist. Yeah. And for multiple reasons. And that's for better or for worse.
Yeah.
I'm not making a value judgment, but I'm curious how you would like describe what it's like to just be building there, startup or not startup, right? Is it energetic? Is it cooperative? Is it collaborative? Right. Because it's from a landmass base, it's very spread out.
Yeah.
Right. But I also know the government's been pretty, what's the right word? Deliberate about building little tech sector here and all these other little things. But I don't live there.
Yeah.
But you feel like it's high energy there.
Look, a crazy energy. Like you wake up, even if you feel down, you have to go and do something. Like it's as simple as that.
Of people building there.
Look, what's nice about UAE is that all of the companies' hubs are distributed in locations that you end up commuting to work in a way that force you to belong into a community, because eventually everyone will gather around in the same cafes and the same places, talk about the same industries, talk about the same thing. Not to mention that in some particular areas, you can automatically notice that it's industry-oriented things. So if you go to the financial district, all of it is about finance, whether it's trading, stock, fintech, whatever. That's Okay. That's exactly it.
Mohammed, thank you so much for sitting down with us.
I appreciate you.
For you.
It was perfect. I mean, thank you. Thank you guys.
See, I've met people a bunch of times, didn't I?
People, yeah, I know. And you will always say it. Take care.
Thanks, man. Eli, would you like to sit down? How are you?
Good, man. Sorry about that.
Not at all. Not at all.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Let me help. I'm just trying to sit as close as you can to that microphone.
Very good.
How are you? How long have you been here?
Bangkok?
Yeah.
Since Monday.
Have you been attending other events?
I had some other meetings, but not events. No.
Events, okay.
Yeah.
And how have you found
It's been good.
the conference so far?
Yeah, it's been really good.
Were you here last year?
I was here last year. Yeah, it definitely seems bigger.
It is bigger.
Yeah.
So last year, we had Tracy Davies with us, the president of Money 2020, and she told us last year was 3,000 people. This year it's 4,300 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 40%, 35% bigger.
Definitely feels it.
It definitely feels it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like last year was good.
Yeah.
This year's even better.
Yeah. Last year we were mostly here for the RWA event.
I remember.
I think that's where we
met at that event. Yeah.
But
somewhere at some restaurant in Asok or something.
Or at the hotel, one of the hotels.
I can't remember.
I don't know.
Feels like 10 years ago.
Yeah. It does feel like 10 years ago.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No,
Tell me I'm wrong.
You are not wrong.
For people that may not know what you do, talk a little bit. Do you want to talk about Anemoy Capital?
Either way.
So just a little bit. Yeah.
So we have a tokenization platform, a real world asset tokenization platform called Centrifuge. On top of that, we have a tokenized fund company, an asset manager with 4 tokenized funds, 2 billion AUM right now.
Super.
So I think we were like maybe 50 million last year when last week.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of good growth.
So tell me about the growth then. Like what led to the growth? What's changed? Because a lot has changed in the tech world for sure.
Right.
But what's changed in the real world asset? Like what's changed in your business that's made it grow from 50 million to $2 billion of assets? That's huge.
I mean, for us, the main thing is that we have 3 new funds, right? We only had 1 fund, I think, last year, just our tokenized treasuries fund. And now we have a CLO fund, a commercial loan obligation fund, S&P 500 fund, Tracker fund, and
they're all tokenized.
All tokenized.
But and who's buying them?
Yeah, the main investor is still Sky, maker Sky. So last year they went through a RFP process called the Grand Prix, and we were one of the 3 winners of the Grand Prix. And we've got the biggest allocations.
So, and you're still based in?
I'm based in Chicago, but the team is mostly in Europe.
In Europe. Interesting. So can we just talk in more general terms, like what's changed in the world of tokenization? Not just in what you guys are doing,
right,
but in the tokenization world as a whole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, you were at On-Chain as well.
On-Chain, that was
That's what it was.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's right.
Go ahead.
On-Chain, it was called.
Yeah.
I remember what it's called.
I remember. Now I know where it was.
Yeah.
Okay, now I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's changed exactly, other than the interest has just grown dramatically.
What's driving the growth in interest?
I,
From your perspective,
I think that the traditional asset managers, the big names. So, I mean, when BlackRock jumped into the space last, maybe 2024, that was the big driver. And now every asset manager wants to be in this space.
What drove them to do this, do you think?
Yeah,
I think there was clamoring from their customers saying, like, how come you're not tokenizing any assets? So then why would they? Because normally that's what happens, right? To like,
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But no, I mean, I don't think they had any idea who the customers would be for these products. Right?
So then why did they wake up one day and say they need to be in the real world asset tokenization business?
It's a great question. I would love to talk to somebody there.
I'd like to talk to somebody there.
But
does anybody have a phone number?
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I think they found a partner, so they're partnering with Securitize, which is one of our big competitors.
Fair enough.
And that helped. And I think Securitize sold them on doing this in a way like we do with many of the conversations we have with the asset managers.
Right.
We can create the tokenization part of it. We can abstract away the legal, the compliance risk, all the things, the blockers. We can abstract away the technology and the technology risk.
Right.
All they need to do is what they do anyway today, which is buy the off-chain.
Buy the off-chain products to do fund management the way they've always been doing it.
They've always done it.
And then whoever is providing, the tokenization service for them.
Correct.
Some unnamed company that I've never heard of. So they don't have to do anything different.
That's right.
But there's no extra flow. There must be, right? Because then they take those assets. You actually have to go through the process of doing the tokenization.
Correct. But that's why you have a tokenization partner.
I know.
That's why Centrifuge, people come to us, right?
People come to you to do that. So you're the chief compliance officer.
Yes.
What's changed in your world in the last 12 months?
Yeah, it's I think there's a lot more scrutiny.
Really?
Yeah.
How about all the rules and regulations that changed in the United States? Does that stuff impact you?
There hasn't really been a lot of rules that have changed. There's been a lot of talk.
Okay.
There is still a lot of talk. There's a great amount of talk.
Like the Genius Act and all the other stuff.
I mean, the Genius Act isn't really going to go into force until next year.
Got it. Okay, but but you've been through it, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
So does that impact you guys at all, or
it will?
And how do you think it will?
It will. I mean, I think the growth of stablecoins is a big driver in the RWA space.
Yeah, fair enough.
And the more people feel comfortable with stablecoins, the more people will want to be in the RWA space, right? One of the big blockers has been that nobody in the traditional world feels comfortable with a lot of the stablecoins out there.
But it sounds to me, and again, you live in the United States. I haven't lived there in 30-something years, but it sounds to me like that everybody and their brother is issuing a stablecoin. Did JP Morgan issue a stablecoin?
I mean, they're talking about it. I don't know, it's not on the market yet.
What do you think the resistance is?
No, I don't think there's any resistance. I just think they're waiting for the full set of rules
to come out
for the Genius Act, which are in process.
So can I ask you this too?
Yeah.
Since you're in these conversations way more than I am, what do you think happens? And it's a pretty general question, but what do you think happens when these rules come into fruition?
Yeah.
Right. They actually get activated. Stablecoins actually get issued in the way that people are talking about them. How does it change, like, asset tokenization, but also how does it change the way people feel about money?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Do you know what I mean?
I do. I know what you mean.
I know it's really general, right? But it's like I don't think my brother knows anything about a stablecoin.
Right.
But he knows about money.
I think for most people, it's not going to change much. I mean, I think it's more going to be like another channel, right? It's when like people pay for something with their app on their phone instead of paying for something with their credit card.
Yeah,
they don't think about all the tech issues underlying that.
Yeah, fair enough. But stablecoin is a very unique thing.
They are.
It's a very unique thing, right? Because it provides, in other words, I was talking to a guy yesterday about this, and he said one of his, or I think a lady yesterday about it. And one of the things she said to me was she was dealing with a client in Ghana.
Yeah.
And when they send money from Ghana to like another country, it takes 7 days for that money to move.
Yeah, exactly.
But if, and I don't remember what the name of the currency is, but if you turn the Ghana's currency into like a dollar stablecoin, first of all, that money never leaves the country.
Right.
The stablecoin then can get into another stablecoin wallet.
Right.
And then boom, whether it's in Italy or in Japan or in anywhere else, it's just there.
Yeah.
So there's way less friction.
Way less friction. I mean, I think that there'll be different drivers in the US because that's not an issue in the US.
Inside the country.
Inside the country.
But plenty of people, but this is the other thing I want to know. It's a little bit off topic for you. We'll get back to that in a second. But you know the answers to these questions, right? It's like, do you think it helps cross-border trade?
Oh, absolutely.
As well?
Absolutely. I mean, not on a industry basis, but on a retail basis. Yeah. I mean, I was in Buenos Aires for DevConnect last year.
Tell me.
And people are actually doing that. I mean, they're actually just paying for things using stablecoins with an app.
So I guess then the follow-up to that is, does that mean that more people that don't actually, because I don't even have a crypto wallet,
right?
Which is embarrassing, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to have one. Because if I want to travel somewhere and I just want to pay in stable coins.
Well, yes, you'll want to have one. Hopefully,
I have to have one.
Well,
no, and I want to have one too because it should make my life way easier.
That's right. That's right. I mean, if you go to China, you have to have you have to download the Alipay, or you can't. You can't do anything in China.
And the woman who sells me coffee every morning said to me, she went to China to go to Disneyland there, and she's like, I don't know how I'm going to pay for anything.
Exactly. So, right. I think I don't know if stable coins will have that kind of adoption, but I think you'll want to if you're doing cross-border travel, and you do
all the time. Yeah, because I don't live in a gigantic.
I think it'll make things a lot easier.
Let's talk about compliance a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you manage compliance when your funds are multi-jurisdiction?
Yeah, it's a good question, but it doesn't. The tokenization part of it really doesn't change anything. You had when I was years in TradFi, you have the same kind of issues, in any kind of cross-border business.
So there's nothing added. There's nothing additive.
Not really.
Well, I guess the assets themselves are still off-chain,
correct,
to begin with, and once they're tokenized, then they're on-chain,
right?
But so it doesn't add any complexity.
Not really.
Not from a regulatory standpoint.
I mean, the regulators will look at, risks. I mean, I think in your domicile, you've got two different things. You've got your place of domicile. In your place of domicile, the regulators will certainly want to understand the tokenization process.
For sure.
The risks on the tokenization.
Yep.
So where you choose for your domicile is important. But when you're selling your funds outside of your primary domicile, they're just funds. They follow the same rules as any other investment fund.
Well, have those rules harmonized?
No.
So
they were never harmonized.
But it was never different in the sense that there was no separate ruling or separate compliance rules for tokenized assets that there are for regular underlying off-chain assets.
No, there's not.
Got it.
I hope there won't be. But let's not suggest that.
I'm not suggesting
that's the last thing I need.
Exactly. You're having enough headaches. But then where are the biggest headaches that you have from a compliance standpoint?
I mean, the headaches.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the
biggest pain points.
Yeah, the two biggest pain points are on the sell side. So we mostly partner with the big asset managers, like, Janus Henderson is a partner, Apollo. We've got an S&P license.
Okay.
So the big pain point for us is sort of the discussions we have, at the initial stages of this process, the due diligence parts of that.
What is the pain? Like, what is missing? In other words, is there a lack of literacy around what tokenization is?
Yes.
Even at some of these big institutions. So there's not even like some dude who just graduated from Berkeley inside the company who can tell them like what tokenization means.
Well, there always is like some champion, some internal champion, but the compliance teams, the internal compliance teams haven't had to deal with this for the most part.
So what are those conversations like?
Well, how do you protect the wallets? How do you check the wallets? How do you know who owns the wallets? What is the process? What are the systems you use?
So this is an interesting topic now.
Yeah.
Because if I open a brokerage account, nobody has to ask that question. In other words,
nobody has to ask that question.
If I open a brokerage account at Merrill Lynch, nobody has to ask that question.
Maybe they should, but
maybe they should. But because again, who's going to protect that account?
Right.
But it's not a question of who owns that account. They know it's me.
That's right. But
the wallet, they have no idea who owns it.
Right. That's right. There needs to be a link. Somebody needs to have the link between the on-chain information and the off-chain information.
So what's your view on that, though?
Yeah.
What's your view?
I mean, my view is that it really depends on the activities that you're going to use your wallet for, right? I mean, if you're going to use your wallet for non-regulated activities, buying Bitcoin,
then no one needs to know.
Then no one should know.
So anonymity
is fine. But if you're using your wallet for regulated activities, for purchasing,
investing in funds, stuff like that, people do need to know, right?
Then they need to know.
But is there a way to have one wallet for one thing and one wallet for another thing, or can I do it for both?
I mean, that's up to you. That should be the investor's decision, but you certainly could.
There's no way to separate it. So if I just have one wallet, I can expose my identity to you, but not expose it when I'm buying Bitcoin or doing other things.
That's right. I mean, mostly that's right. I mean, there are, of course, checking services, and there's, transaction monitoring services.
Yeah.
We'll find linkages between the wallets. So
right, but they still may not know who I am.
No.
Right. Can we talk a little bit more about institutional readiness for this stuff?
Yes.
Go for it. It's run me through what you think about how this looks.
Yeah, I think on the issuer side, as I said, they're ready. I mean, they're doing it today, right? BlackRock's in the space, Franklin Templeton's in the space.
But how about Capital or State Street and all these other big guys?
We've talked to them. I mean, they're either in the space, or they're about to get into space, or they've got a plan to get into space.
Got it.
But that's on the issuer side. That's not the investor side. They're not in the space. So they don't.
That's funny because I never think about the investors being ready for it.
But that's important.
Yeah, well, obviously, because someone's got to buy it.
Someone's got to buy it.
Because I've always thought that the institutions would be more, what's the right word? More conservative and less likely to do things differently than they've been doing before. But are you suggesting to me that it's more likely that the investors themselves, I don't want to buy that tokenized stuff?
Correct.
I don't know. Really?
Yes.
Why, again, is it a literacy problem?
Yeah, it's a literacy problem, but it's also just, where's the advantage? Why?
So how do we sell this to them?
We have to make a better product. We have to make our product.
What is a better product for them? How do they know that it's better? What defines better for them?
Exactly. What I mean,
I'm asking.
There's a lot of ways to do it. Is that you could make it cheaper? We can't really do that yet
because the cost associated with it is still expensive.
Or more. I mean, we can make it more transparent. Our products are definitely more transparent.
How so?
So when you buy into a fund,
like a mutual fund,
you'll see the underlying assets.
Yep.
Maybe updated.
They publish the NAV every day.
They publish not necessarily every day. Sometimes it's monthly NAV.
Fair enough.
But the underlying portfolio products still could be updated maybe once a week, maybe once a month.
Okay.
If we for our tokenized products, we create NFTs that link right into the on-chain server. You can see every single purchase made for every single underlying instrument as it's being made.
Every buy and sell.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have no idea what
right.
a mutual fund is buying and selling. I just know what their positions are.
Exactly.
And what my P&L is.
Right.
Huh.
So
isn't there a heavy cost associated with exposing that?
Cost. I mean, it's only the investors see it, right? So,
yeah. I just mean it seems like a lot of data to be sharing with a lot of different people.
It is, but once you set the system up to do it, it's
so the marginal cost of doing the next thing is zero, or close enough to zero.
Close to zero.
And is there still kind of a reputational, I want to use the right word here, because again, I would have thought that the institutions would be harder to sell on this.
Yes.
But the individual investors are saying, one, why is it better for me?
Yeah.
But is there also a reputational thing where they're just opposed to anything that has crypto in the thing? You know what I mean?
There is some of that.
Do you think it's generational?
No, I just think I think it's more tech savviness.
Fair enough, because it feels harder to them. They're just why do I need this wallet when I can just call my broker?
And they're reading about being hacked. Hacked. And there is and it's happening, right?
Yeah.
Hacks happen, and why take the extra risk?
So why does that happen? In other words, I rarely have heard of a brokerage account getting hacked.
Right.
It seems weird to me because I can't imagine that.
There's a lot of data breaches at broker dealers.
Yeah, data breaches, but not in the sense where we had a friend.
Yeah.
Who owns Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And was transferred to somebody else, or somebody was transferring some Bitcoin to him. I can't remember whether he was buying or selling, but some of the information that they were exchanging wasn't on Telegram. It was in an email or something. Yeah. I think in the email it just said, let's do it now. Here's my key.
Yeah.
And then somebody happened to be monitoring this because they're monitoring everything. And they took that key and gave their own wallet number or ID to this person. And then it got transferred to them and not to my friend.
Yeah.
Or my friend sent it to the wrong guy. But once that happens, there's no recourse.
Yeah.
You can't get it back.
No.
But how come that kind of stuff doesn't happen?
It does.
In brokerage accounts?
Well, I mean, bank accounts more than brokerage accounts because
bank accounts maybe.
Yeah, because I mean, people will be defrauded out of their passcodes for their bank accounts, and their bank accounts will get drained. Brokers much harder because you can't transfer securities very easily. You know, if you've got a U.S. brokerage account, most brokerage accounts, they won't do a portfolio transfer. You can't just say you can sell your securities and then you can drain the cash out of the account.
Right.
But that takes 3 days. So
it takes what?
It takes 3 days.
So it's really inefficient thievery.
It's very inefficient. And usually by then somebody's figured it out.
Is it different in Asia what's going on chain for asset management than it is in the United States?
I think, I mean, the United States is a bit of a mix right now, but I think it is. I mean, I think still here, there's a lot more regulatory scrutiny, the MAS, the SFC in Hong Kong.
Yep.
We don't have the flexibility that we've built mostly offshore in Cayman and BVI. Those are still, I think, the best jurisdictions. The US is in this sort of mixed state, as we discussed.
Yeah, it doesn't seem settled yet to me.
It's definitely not settled. It's in some ways going in the right direction, and in other ways not going in the right direction. So we'll see.
That checks out. That checks out. It's still the United States.
The usual.
That checks out.
But here in APAC, I think the asset managers, the regulated asset managers, are still under a lot of scrutiny from their regulators about using blockchain technology. But not blockchain technology, but creating tokenized
there are companies. I feel like I'm in Singapore now for some reason. I don't know why. I'm in Bangkok right now, but for some reason, maybe it's the event makes me feel like I'm in Singapore. But there are plenty of companies in Singapore that are doing real world asset tokenization.
They are, but many of them are doing with offshore vehicles. So
are they?
Like one of our competitors is Open Eden, and they've got a treasury fund. It's a BVI fund. Just like our BVI fund.
I did not know that.
They're asset managers in Singapore.
Right.
But they're actually
their fund is actually
in BVI.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So
okay, I have to ask better questions for them. About the, I just presumed in my
lawyer. I think this is how I think about everything.
That's your job. But I just had to. I was just presuming that it was domiciled.
I mean, the asset managers in Singapore for sure, but the fund company itself is in BVI.
Awesome. Okay, look, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
It's great.
Has it been a good trip?
It's been a great trip. I always like being. I mean, I lived out here, as you know, for many years, so I always.
But has the event been good for you?
The event's been good. Yeah, I mean,
is there anything new you found at the event this year that wasn't here last? Do you know what I mean? Like, like how do you? Because I live here every single day. I interact with a lot of the people that are here all the time.
Yeah,
I'm curious if when you come here once a year for these big events, does it feel different to you this year than it did last year? And if it does, how?
I mean, it does, but I think most of that's just because we're in a different place with our business. So I mean,
so much bigger.
Well, yeah, we're bigger. But
congratulations, by the way.
It's going well.
No,
good well. We launched our sort of DeFi version of the S&P 500, which is an interesting product.
Yep.
And but we're also in the process of we've got a transfer agent license in the U.S. And so we're building out a transfer agent, compliance process. So most of my meetings have been with the vendors here, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
It's a great venue for that. A great venue for the vendors.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it so far.
Yeah, I do.
I really do. Today's the last day.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
Headed back tomorrow, back on the airport.
You're flying back to Chicago tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I know.
Okay. Have a great trip.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for sitting with us.
Yeah,
it's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much, man.
I'll see you next year.
Hopefully before that.
I hope so. Hopefully before that as well.
Exactly.
Okay, Eli. Thank you. How are you? My name is Michael.
Yamki.
Yamki, it's very nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Have a seat.
You are doing it back to back to back.
3 days in a row. So on
that is amazing.
I feel like yesterday was Monday, but it was actually, I feel like the first day was Monday, but because it was the first day, but it was actually Tuesday. Tuesday we did 4 hours and 28 minutes.
Okay.
Live straight. Yesterday we did 5 hours and 48 minutes.
Man, that's amazing.
I love doing it.
Yeah.
I get to meet people like you. How bad can it be?
I'm not that important. I want to meet people like you.
Oh, stop it. Yamki Chan, yeah?
Yes.
Vice President, Asia Pacific at Circle.
Yes.
That makes you a pretty important person. Do you want to tell people that may not be familiar what Circle does?
Of course.
And then what your kind of remit is?
Yeah. So Circle is an internet financial platform. What we're known for is the issuance of stablecoins.
Perfect.
USDC.
Yep.
USDC is a fully regulated, one-for-one backed digital dollar uploaded onto the internet. That's the way to think about it.
Okay.
But that's just one piece of what we do. That is the most important piece because people talk about it a lot.
Right.
$78 billion in circulation. Q4 2025, $12 trillion of on-chain transactions.
Okay, that's a lot.
Increase of 250%
in stablecoin.
In stablecoin,
using
USDC.
DC.
Correct.
Say that again. 70. How much in
$78 billion in circulation.
In circulation, and what was the transaction level you said?
In Q4 2025.
Q4 2025. That's 1 quarter.
1 quarter, $12 trillion.
Okay, that's real.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
That's real.
Yeah. So that's a big part of our story.
Yep.
We also have the largest euro-denominated stablecoin, ERC.
Okay.
We also have the largest tokenized money market fund, USYC, $3 billion.
What is the USYC tokenized fund invest in?
It's invest in treasury bills.
Treasury bills, okay.
Pays around 3.5%, 3.6%.
And did you start with treasury bills because it was just like the most straightforward product?
Yes.
T-bills are well understood.
T-bills are well understood, but also because we've built it in such a way where you can come in and out of USDC to USYC instantly. So
in a way though, right? Is it 3-month bills, 6-month bills?
It's short duration, 3 months or less.
So it's almost
but here's the thing that's quite interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you are buying money market funds, so you have excess cash, like normal person, you go and buy money market funds, and you want to sell it, it takes 1 day to settle.
T+1.
T+1. So let's just say, you had say some money for a kid, they're going to college, you park that money.
You
have to make sure, okay, it's due on like April 1st.
Whatever, yeah.
On March 30th,
right?
I have to sell to get the money on March 31st, assuming that it's not a weekend.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's not a Friday or a Saturday. I mean, yeah.
So all of this creates like a lot of friction, and same is true with most of the tokenized money market fund in the market today.
Go ahead.
Except for USYC.
So tell me, how does this work then?
The way we made it work is because the underlying assets of what backs USDC and USYC are the same.
The same. So the Treasury bill fund, is that what backs the USDC?
Correct.
Okay, so that's different though.
Like so, and because we were on both, we're able to, when a customer comes to us and says,
hey, same thing.
There's 100, but the difference is what pays you interest. So by law, stable coins cannot pay you interest.
Right, but Treasury bills
can. So when our customers come to us and says, oh, here's $100 of USYC, give me $100 of USDC to go do payments, we can go do that.
I'm closing my eyes because I'm trying to visualize what this looks like. So where does that sit? It sits in a crypto wallet somewhere.
It could sit in a crypto wallet somewhere.
Where does it normally sit?
No, it sits in a Web3 wallet.
In a Web3 wallet. So
and you have a range of adoption where some people who are quite savvy may have their own Web3 wallets.
Yep, fair enough.
Right, non-custodial sitting on your phone, on your browser. Others, they prefer to go through an intermediary. They may hold it custody at Coinbase or at another crypto exchange or at a payments company. So all of those are available.
But this instantaneous settlement is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
Yeah.
It's a huge deal because, I mean, think of all the times where you're moving money about and it just gets stuck somewhere.
Oh, please. I tried to move my own money, and I keep telling this story this whole week, but I think it was last week or the week before. I was trying to move my own money from my own bank account in Japan to my own bank account in Thailand. It took 4 days.
And 4 days including weekends or
no,
like normal day?
No. Done, transaction requested on a Monday, hitting my account on Thursday.
So as you know, in Japan, when is the cutoff time for FX transactions?
Probably 5 o'clock. No, 3 o'clock?
10 a.m. In the morning.
10 a.m.?
10 a.m. in the morning.
Wait. For an FX trade to settle?
To move money out, you have to go to your bank.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. So if you are a corporate on a Friday to get money out, you have to do it before 10 a.m. So any sort of money that you make throughout the day on Friday,
if it's after 10 a.m.
Saturday and Sunday, it's not useless. You just get to move it until Monday morning at 10 a.m. But if you move it to the US, that's like 2-3 days.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't get there until your Wednesday. So we have a partner that uses USDC to move money, and they thought they were from Japan to the UK, and they thought it was going to take 12 hours. When they did it
they're like freaking out.
What?
Okay, so I wanted to talk about this. How do you prove to people that it takes minutes to do this as opposed to 12 hours or 3 days or something? Do you know what I mean?
They literally go on our platform if they're customers of ours, if they're direct customer of ours, they'll go into our platform. We open what's known as a Circle Mint account only for institutions. We don't work with retail,
with individuals.
Wholesales. And they send us $100 as an example. Usually it's larger than that, but let's just say $100.
Sure.
And then we said, okay, we received it in our bank account. Here's $100 in USDC. They then can send it to one of their wallets on the other side, or for some of these corporates, they are redeeming it in their bank account in the UK, in Europe, in the US, and it comes out instantly.
How do you guys employ agentic AI in this process?
Oh.
Or have you done it yet?
We have
or testing it?
No, it's crazy. So
I have so many questions. Sorry, go ahead.
So
but it's fun, right? I mean, in a way, it's super interesting.
It's super exciting.
Like, can we back up for a second? I want to know how you do it, but before that, do you feel like there's a convergence in the sense that what's happening with programmable money was waiting for programmable payments? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't want to say agentic AI, but essentially it's a way to
first of all,
payments to take place.
I think it's the emergence of agentic payments. That brings money and AI capabilities, programmability together. Right.
Fair enough.
So we are a very founder-led company. Jeremy Allaire started a company back in 2013.
Yeah.
Amazing guy.
He is amazing.
And in the last
we should get him on the show.
You should get him on the show.
We should get him on the show.
There'll be a huge upgrade.
I'm counting on you. No, it's not a huge upgrade.
And he has pushed the entire company to rethink how we do business, how we do our work on AI.
Because of AI.
Because of AI.
So what bit flipped in his brain where he said, like, okay, this is so different from everything else we're doing. I need to push this down to everybody else in the company because this changes everything.
Yeah, a couple of things. Partly is because he's a technologist. In his circle of his peers.
He's just talking to people about this all the time.
It's just like it's all the time and constant. Number one. Number two is our board. We have advisors that are into AI and they're like, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah. So on day one, the phone's ringing. It's like, Jared, what are you doing?
Yeah. Jeremy, like, what is going on?
Right.
And then he felt that we weren't moving fast enough internally.
Wow. But what would be your role in employing or implementing or doing agentic AI inside the company?
So internally, I'll get to agentic AI.
Sorry, go ahead.
But internally, like, we got everyone plugged in on the AI tools. We ran an AI challenge internally, and it was mandatory.
God, for everybody,
every single employee in the company. And we were like, it wasn't like just do the chatbot thing. It was like, you're going to build an app. Take an existing problem that you have.
So you took, like, everybody gets access to Claude Code, gets allocated a certain amount of tokens, whatever it is. Everything. Yeah.
Everything. And then we had internal skills.
So what
we had written and like how you do plug in MC, like everything. So everyone was like, oh yeah, like this thing that I do, it's like taking too long. Like, and we were launching like new dashboards internally. On our internal sites, all of that stuff. And it was really game changing in the way of like, wow, what are we doing? I build a dashboard that rates all of my team, my team's calls. So it takes all of their calls and
their phone calls,
their calls with the customer. Right. So like you're doing a Google Meet call or a Zoom call, they're recorded. And basically, I had the answers. Okay, go through all of those and then rate how they're doing. Are they asking the right questions?
So can I ask you this before? It's so interesting. Do you mind? So before this would happen, you would have to go individually to ask, like, Tom, like, how was your call with?
Or you sit in it.
Oh yeah, you sit in the call.
You sit in a call.
Now you don't have to sit in the call.
You don't sit in the call.
You don't sit in any calls.
But the problem is that before, if you don't sit in a call, then you have to kind of review the notes. You don't
So the notes don't.
They don't quite capture it.
Yeah, they don't.
So what AI is able to do is able to go in and says, okay, is John asking the right questions? Or is he going to right to solutions?
Interesting.
Is John going through proper discovery? Is John responsive to the questions? Is John having clear follow-up?
The right answer. Does he have proper follow-up? It's a really good point. Yeah.
So it does all of that, and then it does this. So, and what I did is, okay, I want you to do this for the whole week, and then you give it a score.
I was gonna say, then you built a rating system around it, so you could be like, John's an 8.5.
And he's 8.5 this week. Last week it was a 7.
So he's getting better.
But then 2 weeks ago, it was a 9.
Yeah, so
Right?
I'm at 9
And then I
consistently.
see this across my team.
Yeah.
Who's doing good calls? Who's doing a good call?
That's actually more interesting to me than how Agentic AI makes payments.
That's what I mean. It's like
It's real.
It's real. And because so much of business development and partner management is like building a relationship, understanding how your partners work. And how do you coach the team to do that? So you can do that with AI agents. That's one. Then the next thing we did was like, okay, so like how are we supporting the agentic payments question?
Right.
And right now you can go to circle.com, go to the API page, and says, I want to do this sort of function. And with the prompt, it will actually write the code for you.
Really?
And then you can copy and paste that into your code. Right. So it used to be like, oh, read this API documentation. Here's what you do. Here's what function you call. This is the error message you should expect. Now it's like you just tell it what you want and it just write the code.
Are you a technologist? Like do you have a computer science degree or?
I pretend to be. Before Circle, I worked at Google.
Okay.
And when I was a kid, I helped build games. I helped build my high school's like DNS servers, web servers, email servers.
Okay, so this is not foreign to you.
No, it's not.
You're comfortable inside the program.
I was lucky to have grown up at a time.
Yeah,
when the internet boom was happening.
Yeah, fair enough.
In the early 90s.
Where were you going to school?
My family immigrated to Chicago in the early 90s. So I went to school in Chicago.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You have to do us a favor. I want you to come back on the show and spend more than like 15 minutes.
Okay.
Do you mind? Because will you do it, please?
Yeah.
Because we'll do it remotely. It's fine. We'll do like a full segment on this stuff because there's so many questions that I have. And I don't have time to get to all of them today. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
MP, thank you so much for doing this.
No problem.
Today we're doing 14 or 15 recordings.
Okay.
In like 15-minute spurts.
Yes.
But this is too interesting for a 15-minute spurt.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yes, of course.
And then we'll work on getting Jeremy on the show next.
Yes. Yes.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was really great.
No problem.
Awesome.
All right. Take care.
Thanks. How are you? Abhishek. Good to meet you. So, Abhishek Agarwal, do you want to just explain, move a little bit closer?
Yeah. Is that good?
You want to have the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth. Do you want to explain a little bit about what you do at McKinsey?
Yeah. So I am a partner based out of Bangkok office.
Oh, really?
Yes. I've been in Bangkok for almost 10 years now.
Good for you.
Yeah. And I focus a lot of my time on financial services. So I work with banks, insurance companies, and I focus a lot of my work on retail and SME banking.
Got it. Okay.
And of late, most of the work that we do have been on the topic of AI.
So talk to me about, because if you're doing retail banking, if you're doing financial services, if you're also doing insurance, you're seeing a broad swath of like how artificial intelligence is at least being spoken about, if not being implemented. We'll talk about implementation in a second, but how are people talking about this? And let's put it into this context too. And I've said this probably 50 times this week already.
Yeah.
If we were talking about this 3 years ago, we'd probably be talking about predictive AI.
Yes.
If we were talking about it a year and a half ago, it's Gen AI. Yeah. But now it's agentic.
Yes.
So talk to me about the conversations you're having today in sort of general terms about how banks and financial institutions and insurance companies are at least thinking about this, if that's okay, to start.
No, I think the narrative has changed quite a lot in the last 1 year. Right.
Go ahead.
So 1 year back, a lot of the conversations were, should we start experimenting?
But start experimenting.
Yes.
You mean just with the transformer models?
Yeah. You take one domain, one use case, and start implementing. So what did banks do or financial institutions? They started out with a Copilot, a ChatGPT. They handed it out to everyone.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did. It's only internal though.
Yeah, fine.
Right. So you're not allowed to put documents out there.
And no customer data or.
Yes. They're protect. I think that's the biggest challenge if you talk about it.
Yeah.
That's where they started.
Okay, go ahead.
Then they went on to start experimenting in our part of the world. I would say Thai banks, perhaps not at the forefront, but a lot of the other markets I serve, like Vietnamese banks, they're experimenting domain after domain after domain.
Are they really?
China, they are way ahead. Like we serve clients in China,
right,
who have.
But China's like its own animal in a way, right?
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
So now the narrative is really, I think they have started realizing some value. The real challenge is how do you take it from those experimental stage to scale up to realize.
But what are they thinking about using it for?
Oh,
Right. So when they rolled it out to everybody.
Yes.
And then what are the people that are doing the best work with it, when they bring you back in to talk to them about how they should do it, what they should do, what are they thinking about doing?
What domains, yeah?
Yeah.
So see, I think there are two approaches we have seen.
Go ahead.
There's a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach.
Okay.
Handing it over to each employees was a bottom-up approach.
Right.
Great from driving adoption. And you never know where the ideas come out.
Yeah.
So it's
you may give it to someone you don't expect to have a great idea, and they're just like, everybody should do that thing.
It's a very democratic idea, way of getting the ideas out. But then the real value comes when there is a top-down push. And the domains where this is happening is software engineering.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of banks, and no surprise there.
No, but that's interesting that they're doing it already. Yeah.
And then there is service ops.
What does that mean?
So customer servicing, loan processing. So a lot of conversations we are having with clients now is like I talk about SME banking and corporate banking. An analyst, a credit analyst, spends 2 days, 3 days to look through all the financial statements, do the financial spreading, do the diligence. There's an agent which could do that, give you an 80-90% of the answer in like what? An hour, less than an hour.
Yeah,
right?
less than an hour.
So
but
I think it's gone into a stage where they are experimenting, they see value. The real challenge now is how do you scale it and move it to production? Because there are safety concerns.
Yeah.
There's huge change management.
Right. There's also workflow concerns. Like,
Exactly.
I mean, I guess that fits into change management as well, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, so see, the usual failure points wherever we have seen is when banks treat this as an IT project.
But do you think, and I'm asking everybody this because I think it's interesting, but do you think in your experience that this is the first time a technology rollout actually is not an IT project? Do you know what I mean? Because if everybody wanted to move stuff from on-prem to the cloud, that's an IT project. That's not an individual employee project, right? And if you wanted to install like a wide area network or connect everybody to the internet, that's not an individual person problem. That's an IT problem.
Yes.
But if you want to give people a new tool that has this amount of power in it, that's an individual thing and not an IT project.
Yes.
Is that fair?
I am with you 100%.
Go ahead.
And that's the reason we have seen organizations which let IT head or data head lead this agenda
fail. But like
all the time.
Almost massively fail.
All the time.
But do you also see people, because you say use in coding, but there are people that sit on frontline jobs that maybe have a computer science degree, or maybe like used to dabble in making games when they were kids and stuff like that, but now they have access to a coding tool that's really efficient. So before they couldn't just sit at their desk and write C++ code because there's no time for it. But now that they have Claude Code or Codex or even Cursor, now they can do their real job and tell, let's just use Claude Code as an example, as a proxy for everything else, to build a thing while they're doing their real job. And then at the end of the day or at lunchtime, you can check it. That's close to what I wanted. Can you fix that thing? And then go back to doing their real job. That's new though.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that type of stuff too?
Yeah.
It's like in patches that employees are actually writing code now.
No, it is. So let me give you an example.
Please.
Right. You had product managers who would just think about the features and what would the right things to launch.
Yeah.
Then you had UI UX who developed the Figma screens. You had business analysts who look at the IT requirements, pass it on to the developers.
Yeah.
The new paradigm is where you have a product manager who could use one of these tools, look at the ideas and features they want to launch.
Right.
Get to the Figma prototype themselves, and even translate this into real epics and stories that need to be developed. So just imagine there were 3 people involved, and this guy is not even a coding. It's exactly to your point. It was a pastime, hobby.
Whatever, yeah.
And they are able to do this. So we are seeing some real shifts.
Go ahead.
No, go on.
So the other thing I wanted to know was, and there's a lot of stuff to know, is once that starts happening, what ends up being then the relationship? Because before, a lot of the power fulcrum sat inside the IT department, but now it's switching to the front line at some level, at least in individual places, right? So once this guy then gives all of that stuff that 3 people in IT used to do to them, it creates some tension that didn't exist before. But it also empowers him, because there were times where I was like at Goldman Sachs and I said, I need to have this done, that done, this done. They're like, that's 6 weeks. And I'm like, it should be 2 days. But now it's 2 hours.
Yes.
And I can do it myself. And then I can serve it to you. And all I'm asking you to do is check the code, integrate it with everything else, test it and make sure that it's not going to break anything else, and then roll it out to everybody on my team.
Yeah.
So how are you as McKinsey managing them through that process as well, and trying to tell them that like stuff is changing internally.
Yes.
You're going to be able to have to manage that. And you hadn't considered that. All you thought was, I'm rolling out a new tool to everybody.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. See, based on the work that we have done, I think every time we go to the client, we say this is a fundamental rewiring of how you used to do business.
You say that, but they understand it?
I'll give you the components.
Please.
See, obviously, everybody can figure out there is IT involved, there is data involved.
Sure.
Right? The biggest component, a single important thing is to rewire the business flows. Right? Because now you have agents, and agents are equivalent to your virtual workers. So the role that a human is going to play in this is changing. They are no longer coding.
It's changing overnight, though, right?
They're managing this. So I think that's the first and the most important thing.
But you're seeing this happen in real time in real institutions. It's not just like some theoretical thing that you're proposing. This is happening.
This is happening. This is happening at an experimentation stage, like I say.
Okay.
So I haven't seen banks, at least in this part, who have scaled it up.
No.
But there are some genuine experiments, and people have seen value.
Right.
They are grappling with questions on how do we manage the governance, because so much of risk with the data and so on. So that's a real challenge.
Right. And again, can I make a point? There was no governance concerns around using when you rolled out Microsoft Excel.
Yeah.
There was no, what's the governance?
Exactly. So this thing has the risk of getting your client sensitive data, customer sensitive data out, right?
Yeah.
In fact, there's even one side of debate. Do we go back and bring everything in-house instead of putting it out on the cloud?
On the cloud, yeah.
Right. So that's
stuff may actually have to come on-prem.
So that's a very healthy debate. But we are excited. I think we see a lot of positive movement by banks. Obviously, they are not the front runners in adoption.
Not yet.
Not yet. We see a lot of.
But what has to take people from doing these like small little POCs to actually doing it at scale?
Yeah.
What has to change?
Yeah, so we kind of reflected on this. In fact, there was a McKinsey report came out 3 months back.
Okay.
I think it has to start from the top, the CEO.
You do.
Right? One of my banking clients in the region, he says, I haven't seen the value, the ROI yet, but I believe in this technology, and I am going to invest 100 million over the next 3 years on this. Right? So you need...
That's a big bet though, right?
You need a top-down conviction and commitment from the leadership. Okay. And then I think the second point is the rewiring point that I mentioned. So you cannot take one use case by use case like you were doing on AI, ML, where you could take next best action, next best offer. It's no longer the case. You have to take a domain holistically. And then finally, it's change management. That's the hardest part of this, I would say.
I mean, it always is, right? Because there are humans involved. There's a sense, I think, that people believe that implementing agentic AI will lower their costs. Or even just using Claude Code will lower the cost of development for software. And in some cases, that may be true. But there's an incentive from an orchestration layer to use more tokens.
Yeah.
How do we guide? Because here's the thing. When I got Gmail, I just got more and more Gmail. It was free. It felt free. I was the product, so it was free. I think people feel like I can go and use, ChatGPT there's a free tier. Doesn't cost me anything. And most people will not get to a point where they have to pay because they're not using enough tokens to have it matter to ChatGPT, even though they're losing $17 billion a year. But for corporate clients, they have to pay for it.
Yes.
Every time they use a token, they have to pay for it. How do they balance this idea, or are they thinking about how do they balance this idea of it doesn't cost nothing, but we want to use as much of this tool as possible?
So it reminds me of a funny incident. We were in a conversation with a CXO group of a bank.
Yep.
And every time we said you could use AI, agentic AI to this stuff,
yep.
the CDO and the CTO would raise their hand and they would call out that last month my token usage was this and this is what I have paid out of the pocket. Right.
Right.
So I think that's a very genuine challenge to address.
Yeah.
In the near term, what banks have done is they have restricted how much token. So the bottom-up model I described, restricted how much token you have. So you start becoming more conscious of how much you can use.
Aware of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
And then obviously it's a top-down and there is a ROI attached to every domain transformation you take.
Okay.
So only in cases which justify, you go ahead and scale them up.
Do you find it really interesting that no matter what, because you've been at this for a while, yeah? And that no matter what technological change comes along, whether it's cloud or no matter what it is, that the biggest roadblock is always the change management part of it, and the biggest roadblock in change management is us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just humans.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, it's not even surprising at some level, right?
Yeah, and see, if you take a long-term perspective, like several of these technologies come and they have made similar displacements. Like you imagine the time when there were horse carriages, that
I talk about
New York City, and then
actually that I get that, and I talk about that a lot. I guess I didn't phrase this properly. My point is that like humans are always resistant to change, even if it helps them.
Yeah.
And no matter what it is, I always talk about horse and carriages and cars. And to me, like if you learned how to drive a car, you could still ride a taxi. You could still be a taxi driver.
Yeah,
you just have to get
more jobs created.
Yeah, more jobs created. So I don't worry about that at all. And I think that as over time, as this new tech rolls out, and there's less fear mongering in the media, like I think that the news media is not reporting news; they're reporting fear or creating fear. So I try to ignore it as much as I can. And I agree with you completely. Technology fundamentally for humans creates more opportunity, not less. We can argue about people losing their jobs and being displaced. Sure. I mean, I was displaced by technology, but I did it on purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
I knew it was happening when it was happening to me. I did it happily. I got paid a lot of money to do it. And then that savings allowed me to take some time to build something else that I never could have built without it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. It just changed what I did.
Exactly.
It didn't kill me.
100%. You have come out stronger, and you disrupted yourself before you were getting disrupted.
Yes, but I don't care about that. Yeah. But it's more this idea of like, even if it makes my life better, a lot of people are still resisting because the change management's the hardest part about it. It's not even implementing the technology. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's very accurate. That's very accurate.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay. We're almost done, but you should come back on the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're in Bangkok.
Do you do long formats?
We do. We do much longer formats.
Okay.
You should come back on. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Martin has your contact information, yeah?
Yes, he does.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you again for doing that. Was that okay? Thank you. Were you listening the whole time? Awesome. Was I okay? Thank you.
No, it's okay.
I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Okay. How are you?
Great, Michael. Thank you.
How have you found the conference so far?
Oh, it's really interesting.
Were you here last year or?
No, it's
your first time here.
Yes.
Okay. Tanushree Choudhury, VP Enterprise Business at, do I have this right? Braahmam International.
Braahmam. Yeah.
Braahmam. Sorry, excuse me.
It's okay.
I thought that was an N. What are you going to do? Can you explain what your company does and what your role is inside, just first of all, so people can have some context?
Sure. So my company is into growth enablement services.
Say again?
It's in growth enablement services.
Got it.
So we are using language as the tool for helping companies grow. So we are doing it as, right from feasibility study to market analysis to understanding the customer behaviors. And then we create strategies. We work very closely with the marketing teams in creating strategies wherein they can help expand into international markets.
Got it.
So, and once the strategy is built, approved by the companies, then we help them localize it end to end, and also do an audit and how well it is working and what needs to be changed. Yeah.
Can you talk to me a little bit? I think that people have this vision in their mind that localization really just means like, changing the language and changing the font.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Can you talk to me a little bit more about what localization really means in a more nuanced way?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, that's a very interesting question. And, when I talk to people, oh, that AI can also do, and you are just changing font or a language.
Right, but you get this a lot though, right?
Oh, yes. I mean, and it's not today. It's been 20 years. I'm explaining it to people that, look, localization is not AI. It's not changing just the language.
So talk about it in a more
Sure.
nuanced way, yeah?
So, localization basically is, first of all, understanding who your target customer and market is.
Right.
And then understanding their behaviors, because you cannot just make one product and make it one size fits all for every market.
Yeah.
So, it's about understanding your audience, making it successful for
them by knowing their behaviors. Language is actually that something comes very later on. Yeah, because, I mean, language is something that when you say, okay, I'm all set and it's now something that I'm all ready to implement. But localization in the starting, if a company has a product and they want it to go to international market, it should start right from the design stage itself. They should say, oh, how my product should be, how it should be talking to the customers. Understanding, like, I always give a very common example.
Please.
In Vietnam, people love details.
Love
So,
details?
yes.
Do they?
Yes.
I did not know this.
So they love details in the sense that they love that a lot of information to be provided when they are using any product. So like if you see,
Can you give an example of
Yeah.
a product and
Yeah.
the details of that product,
Sure.
just so I can understand? Because this is surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's, for example, if you say Momo Pay app, okay?
Yep.
So there are a lot of hand-holding information to the users because, otherwise they find it difficult to use the product.
They want like step by
Yes,
step.
step by step, a lot of details within the product. Now, if you copy paste the same in Singapore, people like speed and minimalism.
Right. They don't tell me how to use this. I'll figure it out myself, kind of thing. It's a different mentality.
Oh, yes. So, imagine
That's
that
interesting.
so someone wants to localize your
Momo
product.
operates in both markets. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
now if they go just copy paste and they say that, okay, this app works here, should work there as well.
Right.
People would not like, either ways. If you are
Yeah, they wouldn't
localized-
use. So the Singaporean implementation of that app would never get used in Vietnam
Yes.
because it's like not enough detail.
Yes.
And then vice versa. If there's way too much detail and it gets ported over to Singapore, the Singaporean's going to be like, I'm not using
Oh,
this.
yes. I mean, this is too much of information. And am I a kid? I don't need so much
Right.
information. So that's the entire ball game. So, now, right
That's
from
that's just one example, though.
Yes.
Right. So imagine that at scale.
Okay. So now there are so many examples. If I can just give you, for example,
Yeah, give me another one.
how do you name your app? How do you, for example, if I say Google Wallet and I also
Say again, Google Wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I just want that it should be used for payment. Like initially Google they came up with Google Wallet.
Yep.
Now to a common user, it is like, what is in for me for in that app and why should I be using it? It's a storage device or something to store my credit card,
Right.
debit card. But when you say that, oh, the terminology changes to Google Pay, there's like, oh, there's an action. I can make payments. So this is in for me that I can get payment, I can make payments. So, localization is in everything. It's just not that saying that, okay, I changed the language from English to Japan or
whatever. Yeah.
I mean, it really doesn't make any difference in that. When everything is done, you've decided the design, you've decided the market strategy, you have done everything. That is when you say that, okay, now I'm ready to convert it into some other language.
Right.
And within the language also, like people say, I'm going to Philippines. I was talking to somebody interestingly yesterday and who is a, Filipino. And he said that we have a product and our product is into Filipino. But we are also targeting people who are in tier 2, tier 3 markets.
Yep.
Now, they do not use Filipino. They use variants of it.
They use a variant of it. Yeah.
Variants of the language.
Yeah.
That, yes. So the different dialects that they use. So if I use the same language,
They're not going to understand it at all.
and they told me this, can you help?
Right.
Can you really help me by saying that how do these dialects and how do I decide as a investment, as a budget, how in which dialect I should be investing and which will make sense. So this is entire thing, strategy and implementation, language conversion is really something that comes towards the end.
I love this. And the thing is, most people don't actually understand it. Can we talk about agentic AI a little bit?
Yeah.
Where does it fit into all this stuff that you're doing? And how do your workflows change because you're implementing any kind of AI actually, right? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I understood your point. So when I'm talking to different fintech companies in these different conferences and the people who approach us, and I just go through their company profile and just say, oh, your website is into 10 languages or 20 languages or whatever. So I mean, who's done these languages or who's done it?
Oh, you mean the translations?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're like, or who even decided why you should be translating in all these languages?
Right.
Our market is Europe. So we said all languages in Europe should be done. So, people are not, so that's another part which is not related to your question, but the related to your question is that agentic AI, people are just saying that, okay, I have decided an agent, it uses any kind of engine and just translates it into different languages.
Right.
What people are forgetting is that translations are not just AI or, the agents being used to say, okay, you are putting your business at stake because you are not, if your product, your system doesn't resonates with your end user and they find mistakes.
Right.
And let me tell you, a majority of companies are not even going with human checks. Like we always say, have human in the loop.
For sure.
So, like your AI has done your language conversion. I wouldn't even say translation. Now, who checks or validates? Because it is not building those emotions, the brand voice, and the context when it is doing translations.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that it is in European languages. It has over a years evolved, wherein people are able to get 90% results using AI.
Yeah.
It's not true for Asian, Southeast Asian, or Indian languages.
We also make the case, though, that there is no real, on a consistent basis, there's no direct translation between language A and language B. Because let me give you a perfect example, okay? If you said to me in a business context, do you think you want to buy my product?
Yeah.
And I said to you, let me think about it.
Yeah.
I could, in English, yeah?
Yeah.
I could legitimately mean, yeah, let me think about it.
Yeah.
And it may change based on the way I say it.
Yes.
Let me think about it.
Yeah.
Probably means no.
Yeah.
Oh, let me think about it.
Yeah.
Probably means yes.
Yes.
So tone of voice matters?
Yes.
But if you directly translate that into Japanese and you say like, Kento sasete kudasai, it means no.
Yeah.
In almost all situations.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
But you're translating directly. So there's got to be another way to translate, but it could be really important. It could, like that translation at a really important point in time could then dissuade somebody from using your product because from doing sales and stuff like that. Yeah, but I wanted to give like a real world example.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I think like this translation thing is really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot use AI for everything. For example, I tell you, I'm working with a company that have their own products. I cannot use them.
No, I don't want to know.
Yeah, so what happened is that they were translating their products, their platform into several European, Southeast Asian languages.
Whatever, yeah, like into Thai or into Vietnamese, yeah.
And when people started using it, they started getting bad feedback.
Yeah.
And that's when they contacted us.
Like, what are we doing wrong?
Yeah. So they asked me, and I just asked very simple questions.
Right.
Did you do analysis of your user profile? Who, the agencies or the company or the translators you are using, are they using AI? Okay, if they are using AI, what is the check and balance happening?
Right. Does someone read through it later just to see if it's right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they are like, well, we don't know all about that. So I said, okay, are they using any, terminology database that they should be using that matches with your company's brand voice?
And what did they say?
And they're like, no, it's not our job to know. It's the company who's an expert. We are expert in our own products. And I was like, no, that's very elusive.
You are the company.
Yes, you are the company, and it's your brand, your product, your sales,
your reputation.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what this is the best example I give to people that, your product, your voice, you should be taking care of it, not give it in somebody's hell.
So is there a way to use agentic AI or even artificial intelligence at scale in some of these localization? Like, are there pockets of places where it can get used?
Oh, yes. I mean, you can use AI. I'm not saying, and you should.
No, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is you should build the human layer when you are using it. People are using it.
Yeah, one of the things that I like to say is the AI makes you busier.
Yes.
Right. Like I was having a conversation with a guy who was sitting here before you. Like this idea that AI is going to take your job is silly. It's just going to make you busier, particularly if you're good at your job.
Yes.
I found it's made me way busier at my job, but it also probably makes you way busier at your job too, because now there may have been questions before where, like, let's say somebody gave you 10 questions or 10 things to think about, but within the time frame that you had to deal with them or where you had a contract with them, you really could only think about 7 of them.
Yeah.
Because there just wasn't functionally enough time for you to take care of it. So you had to make a decision. You had to prioritize, like, I'll do these 7 things, not these 3 things.
Yeah.
But now you can do it.
Yes. No, so I'll tell you, what people think is that, when you have AI, you can do something, that you were doing in 2 days, in half a day, or in couple of hours.
Right.
Right. It is fine. But in order to make that AI successful, they forget what we have to do from
beforehand. I know.
the
I know.
management point.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the points that may miss there. And then the
Completely.
discussions come from.
But what do you tell people? Because your job obviously is to consult with them and teach them and guide them on how to do this stuff, particularly in the localization space. But how do you tell them that, like, how do you, what's the right word, educate them that that's the case?
Yeah, see,
You know what I mean?
yeah. So see, we understand the profile of the companies and the customers.
Sure.
We understand that, for them, I mean, I have handled several cases wherein people say that, uh, why do we need you? I need a system wherein everything goes in, goes out.
Why do we need you?
It's on the advertising boards as well.
Right.
And then, we have to actually explain them that, see, we show them certain examples that, if you are saying this in this language,
Right.
and it literally means this, but, for example, a very common thing is Nike, the tagline, just do it.
Right.
Now, how do you translate it in several languages? It is not literal translation, creatively putting it across.
Sure. But I think Nike has actually made a decision not to translate.
Yeah, I'm generally giving.
No, I know. No. I think I'm kind of making a joke too, but I do see, like, when I'm in Japan, I see just do it. When I'm in Thailand, I see just do it. Nike's made a decision. It's just do it. That's all it is. We're not trying to translate this because it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right. There was another car company that had a name that in Spanish meant, like, stop.
Oh, yeah. So, what we do as a service as well, when companies are keeping name taglines,
Yeah.
they ask us, is there anything that
This means in another language that we
yeah,
don't know, right?
Yes. And that's also one kind of a service that we provide them, because that's
Yeah.
going to be integrating with ourselves with their marketing
Fair enough.
departments.
So can I ask you this? How are you using AI internally?
Okay, so interestingly, see, we are using
'Cause you
AI.
must be,
Yeah, we are.
right?
So see, when AI just started coming into being, we started working on creating our own engine, wherein people are had s- got discouraged recording human voices because of artists not available, studio cost, and all that. So
Okay.
we created an engine wherein we used the human voices and we created synthetic voiceover out of.
Using the human voices, so yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it really, really helps us. Now these days, we are doing advertisements. We are doing, normal e-learning narrations, wherein we are recording for customers to say that, okay, if it is a plain simple thing wherein you have time limitation, cost constraints,
Right.
and you do not want any creativity involved in it, that is one way we are using AI. The other way we are using AI is that in bringing in efficiency. So there are customers who have, for example, a website.
Mhm.
So we tell them that, see, you are translating your website. Let your service and homepage be the main voice of your company. Let us do human translations.
Websites, I like it. Go ahead.
How about the blogs? How about those pages which are good to have on the websites, but they do not really have any importance, if something is really
Right. If it's off a little bit, it doesn't really matter that much, kind of
so
thing. Yeah.
then we say that, okay, we would use AI. It works with them and it gives them a cost advantage as well.
Got it.
So that's how we are using it.
This is a fintech show,
Yes.
right? Do fintechs have, like, peculiar or particular problems with this stuff that you're trying to solve for them?
Yes. So
Talk to me.
yeah. So
And is it the case? Is it the case that because money's involved, that it's way more important to get it right?
yes. So see, as I always say, that money is one thing wherein people find it difficult to trust. And
Yeah.
so it is important that the
Very.
product that fintechs are coming up with are, in all sense, technically, emotionally, language-wise,
Everything.
is correct. So the problem that the fintechs are discussing with us, not only in this conference but otherwise as well, is that, how do I know my customer? How do I understand and actually be their voice? So, my product should communicate in their voice. They should not feel that, oh, today I'm an English market. I am a UK company going to Europe or going to South Asia.
Yeah.
Then, how do we deal with the situation that people trust us?
Yeah.
We then, that is one problem statement that they give us. And the other is that, understanding the buyer persona, the kind of language they understand, the trust factor. And also, once everything is done, they struggle one with onboarding. Then they have a problem statement. One, I am having a lot of dropouts in onboarding. What am I doing wrong?
Yeah.
Then they have, dilemma about, okay, now onboarding has happened, but between the sign up and the first transaction, I'm not seeing the conversion happening.
Right.
Why is that happening?
Yeah.
These are typical, and so retention, onboarding, these are kind of the struggles that the people are having, and more in fintech because it's the money is involved.
Yeah, for sure.
People need to trust. Even in KYC, people say, why should I give my ID proof or document to somebody? I don't even know.
Right.
We have to help them, make the entire process simple.
Better. I wish my insurance company had actually talked to somebody about localization, and I'll tell you why. I live in Thailand. My insurance provider is a Thai company, but my entire phone is their app's on my phone. My entire phone's in English, all of it, every last bit of it.
Okay.
Okay. So, I have an iPhone.
Okay.
When I download the app, it's multi-language, but it defaults to Thai.
Oh.
And it's not clear how to change it.
But to change, oh my God, that
settings is buried because I had to actually not call, but like I don't use the app that much. So at one point I was just so frustrated. It was actually when I had to pay my premium.
Uh-huh.
So when I had to repay my annual premium, I was like, she said, just use the app. And I was like, okay, how can I find you and shoot you? Because there was no clear way to do it. I'm like, what do I have no idea what to press or where to do it or how to connect it to my bank or any of this stuff. Right. And I think that's one of the big problems, right? Is particularly when there's money involved. I didn't just want to press random stuff, and I didn't want to press random stuff in Thai. Anyway, thank you so much for coming and doing this today.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
You enjoyed it as much as I did.
Amazing.
This was really great. And please be careful.
Yes, I will.
Actually, getting down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay in touch. Thank you. Niall.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Michael Waits. How are you doing?
Very good.
So you are the Niall Whelan?
Whelan, yes.
Whelan, sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Names are important. You want to move a little bit closer to the microphone? And because you are
slightly taller than average.
Slightly taller than the average guy. And she was slightly shorter than the average gal. You had to move it down. Is that better for you?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay, just try to keep it as close to your mouth as you possibly can.
Yep.
Niall Whelan. I learn.
Perfect.
Chief Product Officer at how do I say this?
Envisso.
Envisso. So maybe you can start by talking to us about what Envisso is.
Yes.
And where are you based?
Based out of Singapore.
Okay.
So not too far away.
Not too far away.
Flight.
I feel like all day today, I don't know if you felt this. I felt like I've been in Singapore today. Maybe because it's the fintech event. I don't know why.
Similar vibe to the Singapore Fintech Fest and kind of
smaller.
Smaller, yes.
Hopefully nobody's listening, even though we're live.
Yes.
I think this event is right-sized.
Yeah.
And to be fair, we'll talk about your stuff in a second, but we had Tracy Davies, who's the president of Money 2020, sitting with us earlier this morning. And she said that last year the event was 3,000 people. Not small.
Nope.
This year, 4,300 people. So bigger.
Yes.
By like 35%. Yeah. Maybe 37%. To me, this is right-sized.
Yeah. A lot more meaningful conversations. I feel a lot of...
But also, I think the biggest problem with any business is not and we can talk about this too, it's not product market fit, it's discovery. How do I know Envisso even exists? Is more important than do they have the right products for me? Because I don't know if their products are right for me if I don't know they exist.
Yes.
And I think at the event, it's the same thing. If there are too many booths and too many people and too many of this, I'm just like, I give up.
That's hard to stand out, particularly as a small company.
Yeah, for sure. So for you, that's a problem.
Exactly.
But then you have to figure out who are because you can only meet a certain number of people every day.
Yes.
Who do I want to meet?
Yep.
And how do I differentiate? And then how do you differentiate yourself?
Yes. Entirely.
Anyway, so why don't you tell us what
Yep.
Envisso?
Sure. Envisso. So Singapore founded company. We actually help acquiring side entities, so payments companies, to manage their merchant risk. So the risk of merchants when it comes to credit risk,
Go ahead.
merchants failing, fraud and compliance risk, essentially. So enabling them to onboard those merchants via an insurance policy, and then also as well via monitoring solution that enables them to track the risk over time.
Okay, that's interesting. I've had hundreds of conversations with people about fraud. We do an entire show on insurance. And I used to have the biggest insurance podcast in the world, but I never thought about the risk of onboarding a merchant.
Yes.
How big is this problem?
It's a pretty big problem depending on the industry, and it really comes back to delayed delivery. So if you're bringing on a merchant who is taking payment now for a future service or goods or travel,
like what? Like what kind of examples?
It'll be a great example. Where you pay as a consumer, you pay ahead of
so
time.
maybe like a guiding service or something like that,
exactly.
where I pay. I'm going to go to Chiang Mai or something. I want to meet a guide there because I don't know anything about Thailand, and I get off the plane and that guy is not there.
And even with the flight for Chiang Mai, you'll pay in advance, and the payments company is liable if that merchant was to fail, if that airline was to fail, if that OTA was to fail. In the meantime, as a payments company, the chargeback that the consumer would then file is something that you would have to deal with.
So what does Envisso do then?
We connect essentially large insurance companies, A-rated insurers, to provide that insurance to the payments.
It's like which insurance companies do you work with?
We work with the likes of Chubb, is one of our largest global partners, and so obviously
Are they?
Yes.
Okay.
So
we do a show for them.
Yes,
so that's what you notice. I didn't ask you, do you work for Chubb? I just asked you who you worked for because I was kind of hoping it was Chubb. But anyway,
exactly.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
Been working with payments companies globally to really enable them to manage that risk over time.
So how old is Envisso?
We're about 4 years old.
But before you were there, what was the process? And how does your existence change the do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because I'd never thought about it. I just figure you onboard as many merchants as you possibly can.
Indeed.
Which I think what everybody thinks, right?
Yes.
And then you're on your own kind of thing.
Not quite as simple as that, though, in reality.
I know. I like to simplify just to get people to understand like how it's changed.
Yes. And historically, what payments companies would have done is essentially hold back either a rolling reserve that holds back the money over a period of time from the merchants. So X percentage of their transaction volume on any given day would be held back for up to 30, 60, 90 days.
What, just to ensure that?
Just to ensure that if that merchant fails, and it'll be based on obviously the risk of that merchant failing,
right?
Or even worse, maybe for a merchant is asking for a large amount of collateral up front.
Yeah.
So a large lump sum before you even on board. And you can imagine as a merchant, the first thing you experience is
it's like,
we're going to see a failure, or we're going to see a large amount of money to cover us failing.
Right.
It's a really bad first experience.
Absolutely. So how does the flow change now that Envisso exists?
It simplifies that onboarding flow, enables.
What do you do exactly though? Let's say there's a merchant and they want to get onboarded onto some platforms like Grab or something.
So if a payments company is essentially looking to onboard a merchant, they can send the information to us, and we do the underwriting, enable the insurance company to do the underwriting process so that they can then essentially get a view of what the premium would look like, what the coverage would be, and enable them to then price that into the model.
So this is just like an insurance product.
It is indeed.
At scale.
At scale. And that's the big thing, enabling that to happen across small, medium enterprises, across a large number of merchants so that you can grow your business as a payments company.
So do you measure yourself by like loss ratios and stuff the same way other insurance companies do?
Yeah. And we would work with, again, we're not a primary insurer.
I understand that.
And we would work with insurers.
So are you an MGA?
Depending on the market, depending on the different markets we operate in. So we have Singapore, we also work in the UK and Europe, as well as Australia as well. So we'll vary by market.
And what has been, at least I like to talk about progression, right? Like what has been the initial response when you first launched for like, the payment companies that were going to use you? Were they just like, we don't need this because we have other ways of doing this? Or were they like, hey, this is a really good idea?
Yeah, generally we found it's a really good idea.
Yeah.
I think that is because they understand that if you're...
Well, they know the risk because they've been...
Yeah, and the challenge of growing your business and asking merchants for quite a difficult starting conversation. If your sales team, imagine as a payments company, the first conversation you're having, or one of the first conversations before you onboard, is we need to put a large amount of money in an escrow account. Against it.
Nightmare.
It means that you can actually grow and really move into the markets where you wouldn't have been able to previously. And that's what triggers a lot of our conversations is we want to move into higher risk segments.
So like what's another higher risk segment that you could move into?
We have one example of one of our first customers in Singapore was actually prepaid beauty and gym packages in that market. And then in
go ahead. I want to tell you a story in a second. Go ahead.
And that was not a massively high risk segment if you think about it from like.
Tell me why though. Then I want to tell you a story. Keep going.
Because essentially they weren't able to onboard them. They just didn't have the mechanisms in place. If any of these failed, or if many of these failed and scaled, they just would have suffered huge loss.
What is the percent? And you don't know this, but I'm just like thinking out loud. I wonder what the percentage is of gyms or spas or beauty salons that actually fail before you actually get your treatment.
Say that again, sorry, Mike.
Because you want to ensure the fact that like if I make a booking,
yes,
or if I buy a gym membership for a year and 3 months in the gym just goes away,
yes,
I need to have some recourse.
Yes, exactly.
But it's the same thing for a beauty treatment. If I book like a nail treatment or a hair treatment and I pay some percentage of it up front, or the payment company makes a payment for me, and then the beauty salon goes out of business, it's the same problem, right? As if the travel person doesn't show up.
Exactly.
It's the same issue. It's just manifesting in a different vertical.
Delayed delivery essentially is the
exactly
very much covering.
Okay, I'll use that terminology. No, it's a good term. It's delayed delivery or canceled delivery at some level, right? Okay. I was a member of a gym in Japan.
Okay.
This is a true story. A very fancy gym in Japan, right up the street from my house. It was $10,000 a year per person to join.
Wow. Okay.
My wife at the time and I joined.
Mm.
She should have gone a little more often. Would have been nicer.
Fair enough.
But anyway, but I went all the time. And you renewed in December.
Okay.
And this is years ago, right? But in December, they're like, time to pay your bill for next year. And I was like, fine, here's $20,000.
Okay.
And then they shut it down.
Did you get your money back?
No.
And that's where.
No.
Yeah, that's the risk.
20 grand. Though.
Yes, it is a lot of money. And if you could imagine in that scenario, if many consumers then file chargebacks to the system, to the payment system, the acquiring entity who was processing for that particular gym would essentially be left on the hook for large amounts of money.
Very large amounts of money, right?
And again, if you're talking annual subscriptions, that's a huge.
It's a huge thing.
Yes, it is.
So, are you familiar with a company called Rently?
Yes, vaguely, yes. I would
But
say.
they kind of do the same thing you do.
We wouldn't compete necessarily.
No. What they're doing is they're saying you have to put down a deposit for your rent, but also like things can happen where like the apartment's not really available, but you've already made a deposit. I'm waiting for my deposit back in Thailand. So if you're listening, you owe me 140,000 baht. Just so you know. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Yeah. Now it's on tape. Okay. I'm not kidding though.
Yep.
I'm owed 140,000. But again, if it were insured,
yes,
I wouldn't have to worry about it. And I wouldn't have to argue about it, right?
And where we are slightly different is we take it not necessarily from the specifics of like one industry or one sector.
I understand.
Really supporting the entire kind of payments companies to grow and expand in multiple different sectors depending on their needs.
Interesting product.
Yeah.
How is AI changing like all the stuff that you're doing, if at all?
Absolutely.
Tell me.
Top of mind in pretty much every conversation. If you think about merchant risk generally, what it's fundamentally been doing in the last few months is changing the operational elements of merchant risk. Historically, payments companies have been very manual in their kind of processes when it comes to the onboarding and ongoing monitoring of.
When you say manual, what does that mean? Like literally having somebody receive a form, type some stuff into a computer,
go gather a lot of information,
or get a lot of information, and have somebody check it.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's been the norm, I suppose, in many cases, and to a degree, some of the more tech savvy. Has it been a long couple of days?
It's okay. I'm good. Okay.
And historically, I suppose that's been.
But was there another way to do that?
There's a degree of automation. Some of the more technology savvy companies have definitely kind of started moving in that direction. But what AI has done is really put that on a booster. You've been able to kind of use AI and use large language models to gather all the information, bring it together for the analyst if they need to do a review. Or in many cases, actually, they don't necessarily need to do a review for particularly low risk segments or for particularly low risk merchants that aren't.
But let's just think about this for a second. So if you're a merchant, you have an address, a business registration number, an owner.
Yes.
You have a number of employees and stuff like that. And a lot of that information is probably just like out there somewhere.
Absolutely.
And particularly if there's business like in Singapore, Accra.
Right. Easy to access.
Right. So if you can easy to access that, then you can just grab all that information. I don't have to fill out a form. And any of the gaps in the form, then you call me and just go like, are you really at 23 this street kind of thing?
Yes.
Or has your address moved? But otherwise, I know the name and all this other stuff because it's registered in Accra. And frankly, your address should be there as well.
Yes.
So I can see that type of automation taking place. Yeah.
And on top of it, also gathering large data sets that wouldn't be really usable by
like what?
Customer reviews. If you're actually looking at onboarding a new merchant and they have his
this is how you check their actual what's the word I'm looking for? How you actually verify that they're really a business and they're a decent business.
Yes, and they're not committing.
So how do you do? So how does this work?
So essentially, it's about looking at the likes of, and we would use in our system. We would go and look at Google reviews, Trustpilot, all of the open source data.
Interesting.
Bring that into the system, and then obviously, as a human, you're never going to read every review. If it's not possible.
Can't.
So really, kind of bringing that down, and I suppose giving a simplified, easy.
Just give a summary of like.
Yeah.
You know, like exactly how many 1-star reviews. You can also do math around it too, because you can remove the top 3 and the bottom 3 and all this other kind of stuff you can do, right?
And even what is specifically being said, is there
is there a consistent theme, like the food is always cold or something like that,
exactly. And even when you look at it from a credit risk perspective,
right?
Actually, are consumers consistently talking about negative kind of trends in what they're doing? Is there actually a decrease in performance, a decrease in actually how they're looking at serving their customers?
So, but this type of AI is new.
Yes, it is.
So what is it? I always like to ask, like, what is it like internally when you see these new tools come and you're like, we can make this way more efficient, which means you can onboard way more merchants.
Exactly.
Right. So how does that feel internally?
Genuinely quite exciting. Honestly,
I would think so, right?
Yes, and it's like the operational elements of it. It's not like a sexy part of the business, but I mean, time consuming for those individuals, and not a great experience for merchants because it's slow.
Yeah, but also it creates work for them too. Absolutely. Like, how would it feel to you if you're a merchant? You want to be onboarded onto a payments platform, and it takes like 3 weeks.
Yes.
And you're like, don't tell me I didn't give you that form. I know I gave it to you already.
Yes.
Like, that's annoying.
It is.
But on the other hand, if someone goes, don't worry, we'll get back to you in a day or two and just give you some stuff where you have to fill in the gaps, is a way better experience.
Absolutely.
Right?
Much better experience overall, and more likely to retain that merchant. That merchant may be looking around at multiple different options.
Sure. Yeah, because you can go to payment company A or payment company B.
Exactly.
And if A is like really just hard to onboard, you're like, I'm going to B.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because I got onboarded in 3 minutes or whatever it is, yeah?
And the way things are going in the payments industry, it's about that first
experience. Do you build that stuff? So, because you sit in the middle.
Yes.
You can then build that for the payment company and then just go, you like gift the merchant to them, no?
I wouldn't say gift the merchant, but we give them the information to
That's what I mean. But so they don't have to do that themselves. But at some level, they don't have to build that.
Exactly. And we can
they don't have to recreate the wheel. You just do that for them.
Yes. And enable their analysts to have the right information at the right time.
Who pays the underwriting? Who pays the premium?
Who pays the premium?
Yeah.
That would be, again, depending.
Sure.
Payments companies can pass this on to their merchants. They can take it themselves. Or indeed, they can obviously charge an additional revenue on top for the service. Because if you're not, as a merchant, having to pay collateral, adding that fee onto their MDR, the merchant discount rate.
I think people would I think one of the things that I think I learned when I was talking to the guys from Rentley is I think people would way rather pay a premium rather than pay the collateral. You said collateral, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, because collateral is like 3 months rent.
Exactly.
Kind of thing, right?
It's a huge upfront cost.
It's huge upfront cost, and maybe I don't have it.
And even if you do have it available.
Right, even if I do have it available. So this is my problem. I paid 2 months. I paid 2 months rent, so now you know what I pay for rent every month, but I would have told you anyway. No, I'm proud. It's very inexpensive to live here. But the point is, I would have rather paid an insurance company.
Yeah, a small, tiny fee rather.
Whatever, to insure it, because now I have to have an argument as well. So it's filled with friction. That's kind of cool.
If you imagine then also though, if a merchant starts failing and you've a large amount of capital tied up in
what a pain for you then.
And that would be helping that business to really kind of grow and develop and maybe to save themselves from much more pain.
I think about this all the time, particularly for SMEs and SMBs. Like, cash flow really matters.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, if any gigantic company misses if someone doesn't pay them something, there's money sloshing around elsewhere. But if your business is X and it's small and you have like this cash flow balance every month and you don't get a piece of your cash flow, it could be fatal.
Absolutely.
Right. So building this product is actually kind of interesting.
The key metrics as a small business is just making sure you do have that cash flow. And
and you want to be in positive, even if you're not profitable per se, as long as you have positive cash flow, you want to make profit for sure.
Yes.
But in a way, it's actually more important to have positive cash flow.
Absolutely.
So what do you guys do next? Particularly when you're implementing new technology.
Yes. I think as we look at it, we've really been looking at kind of the specific segments. Travel is one where we've just launched in Australia with our kind of travel-oriented product, which is really focusing in on payments companies just on that specific space.
Yeah.
And new legislation coming in Europe and the UK, really kind of looking to support that more and more as you get to specific kind of segments where I suppose there's a real need to kind of manage that risk and manage that kind of credit risk from payments companies. So we're building more and more of those segment-specific type of pieces.
Do you find that like some of the payment companies you deal with in Australia are the same payment companies? What do you call them? Providers?
Payment service providers.
Yeah, PSPs, right? That you work with here have an office or have a business there.
Absolutely.
And is that easier for you to onboard? And who does the sales?
Who does that? Well, I do the salesperson. It was,
No, but I mean, like, you go to the merchant. The payment company doesn't go to the
no,
merchant.
we don't go to the merchant. Sorry, I apologize.
That's what I want to
They
know.
would absolutely their sales
So
team.
a merchant would go, they would either go like, hey, you're a merchant, we want to onboard you,
Yes.
or the merchant would go, we need a payment provider.
Yeah.
Something like that would happen. And then how would they get to you?
Yeah. So in reality, we don't interact directly with the merchants at all. Our job is to enable the payments team's payment sales team.
Yeah. So they use your technology to do
so
that.
their sales team can
Yeah,
really
fair enough.
have that information available around what the insurance costs would be,
Interesting.
what the coverage would be, and that is a much more streamlined process so that they can have an informed decision with the merchant
Right.
at the point of the first.
So when you're working together with your payment providers, right, what kind of feedback are they giving you for the type of new stuff that they would want you to develop? Because you're already there doing stuff, right?
Super, really positive in terms of being able to move into new segments and new verticals where they have struggled to previously. They haven't had the right control.
As a payment provider, so they haven't been able to handle this sector, whatever it is. And they're like, oh,
yeah.
And now that we can do this,
it's a great opportunity to really take on a new segment where, you know, as a payments company, it's all about growth, right? It's all about enabling yourself to serve new markets, serve new industries. And so this is a real way to do that, essentially.
Got it. How big is your team, and like what other kind of machine learning, do you know what I mean? Like a pattern matching and stuff like that are you doing? So you can understand, like, we can tell pretty much by looking at this company, it's just not going to work, just based on the stuff you know about it, yeah?
So team, we're spread globally, actually. So we're a remote first company. We started in Singapore with a small office, but we now have people in the UK, in Australia, across Southeast Asia.
The United States, it's a massive market.
We're starting to expand. Our CEO is actually asked some of the events in the US at the moment. So it's very much a big market for us.
I feel like I just made an announcement, but
yeah, it's not something we've announced, but it's something that definitely we're very focused on. And I suppose what we have benefited from though at this moment is we don't need to scale the team quite as large as you would have had to do 5-6 years ago before AI really came in.
Because
there's a lot more efficiency to be gained from the tools we have available right now.
Do you guys write code using Claude?
Yes, exactly.
You do that, right?
Code is a fundamental part of what we do. And our CTO and his team have really been really kind of great at democratizing the ability to develop new products.
Do you do any stuff on the tech side?
I've actually done quite a bit in terms of just helping out in terms of like product development, product design. We have actually who's our head of product now, and he's really driving a lot of that.
Is there a
product person?
Is there a sector that you're looking at where you just think it's still too hard?
For the use of AI?
No, for the use of this product.
I wouldn't.
Do you know what I mean? People that are using types of companies or verticals that are using a payment provider where you're just like, I don't know if we can do that because we can't insure it.
And insurance, we specifically focus on where there's delayed delivery. And we don't necessarily focus on fraud or any of the other areas where you.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you about that, but it doesn't seem like you're involved in that at all.
No, it's not.
This is up and running.
Yeah.
Once it's connected, that's on the payment provider. Then
in terms of
you don't do fraud stuff, yeah.
Yeah, we do monitoring of fraud and compliance. I think. Insurance side specifically because you don't want to take away the liability.
No.
And obviously, if you do so, then it
that's not your expertise anyway. Yeah, and we had Forum Meta, I think his last name is, the guy who runs PayPal.
Yes. Okay.
And we spent we could have gone longer. We spent 30 or 40 minutes talking about fraud.
Yes. Yeah. And there's a whole set of solutions out there.
Yeah, that's not
very much do a good job of managing that, I suppose.
Okay, great. Anyway, I think that's it.
It's been
How was that? Was that okay?
Yeah, really good. Pleasure to.
I learned something. It was very nice to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you too.
Thank you so much for sitting down and doing this.
Absolutely.
Good luck, man. Good luck in the USA.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Aaron, is that you? You want to have a seat? Two tall guys in a row.
But when we sit down, we're all the same.
Not exactly, but close enough.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. I want to raise this up just so you can.
Thank you. All right. Long couple of days. 3 days.
So I always think it's Monday, but the event started on Tuesday. So Tuesday we did 4 hours and 28 minutes of just like sitting here live broadcasting.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was nothing compared to what we did yesterday, which was 5 hours and 48 minutes.
Whoa.
So yesterday we started at like 12 something and
like 15-minute, 20-minute slots per.
We did 17 recordings yesterday or some such thing. I lost track of it. And Martin, people come over and they move a little bit closer. Just so your voice is going to get picked up on the mic.
All right.
People come over and they see this. They see the lights. They see the cameras, and they're like,
"Yeah, can we get?"
In most cases, the guests are smiling.
Yes.
Unless I'm really beating on them, which I don't like doing, but I will do if I have to.
Yes.
And they're like, "How can I get some of that?"
That's great.
And because I've done just so many of these recordings, and I love talking to people.
Yeah.
I'm just like, "Yeah, bring it on, bring it on." Anyway, so for me, this is fun. We've been doing this today since 12:15. Our first guest today, by the way, was Tracy Davies.
Oh, wow.
Who's the president of Money 2020.
Exactly.
And that was actually really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's seen everything.
So that's why we wanted to have her. It was more just like
the evolution, like the history.
That's exactly what I asked her.
Yeah.
We were trying to figure out like what we should talk to her about. And I'm like, you've been at this for 10 years.
Yeah.
But
different landscape, right?
But change accelerates, right?
Of course.
And we can talk about it in the context of your company too, but like change accelerates. Once it starts to change, then it goes like this. And I want to know, like in the last 3 to 5 years.
All at once.
All at once, yeah. It's like going bankrupt.
Same thing.
So she was great and very generous with her time.
Oh, wow.
So we started with her today. Talk to me about Libeara. How do I pronounce it?
Libeara.
So what does it do? Why did you found it? Just give me a little bit of background.
So Libeara is a real world asset tokenization platform.
Perfect. Okay.
Which obviously could be anything.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But I tend to like to say that I run a bottling plant.
Yep, in a way you do.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to recreate Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, Sprite, Fanta all exist.
Yep, you've thought about this. I love it. Go ahead.
I want to put it in a right bottle.
Right, so it's easier to drink.
So that when I deliver it to Web3, they can drink it with the same level of fidelity that they intended.
So how do you define fidelity?
Now, a lot of, when I started Libeara in 2023.
Okay, not that long ago.
Yeah, but a good 3.5.
A lot of changes. We talked about it, right?
Yeah. A lot of the exposure that people wanted in Web3 in TradFi was by people in the middle giving them tokens and putting assets aside. So I go buy something, I put it aside, and I give you a ticket saying that this is yours.
Yeah.
Which is
it's
sensible.
So in a way, it's like from a trading perspective, we used to say that the UI is just a view onto the database.
Absolutely.
Right. So the token is really just like a view onto some asset that sits over here.
So it's like I buy the Coca-Cola, I open it, I put it in a piece of plastic cup, and I give it to you. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Now, the main thing here is that, look, who says this token represents that asset? And I'm like, oh, I do, because I gave you the token, and that's not good enough.
What? So who says it's not good enough?
Well, or legally, it's not good enough.
But even though there's a programmatic relationship between that real world asset and the token itself,
that is set by me, that has given you the
but it sits on a blockchain or a distributed ledger,
right?
So that means it can't be changed unless some kind of consensus, or depending on what the thing is that's
right.
reached,
But this is a physical asset,
right?
So
a physical asset.
So a physical asset, meaning financial assets, are also physical assets.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right?
At some level, yeah.
So something will have to govern it from a legal perspective, and if you need something to govern it in a legal perspective, then you need the right structure to have it in a legal construct perspective, and then its representation be in token form.
Sure, but isn't that the responsibility of the regulator? Are you licensed?
Yes, we are.
Right, and the MAS wouldn't give you. You're in Singapore, yeah.
Yeah.
So the MAS wouldn't give you. What kind of license do you have?
We have a broker-dealer license.
Right, makes sense. Okay, so go ahead.
But before that, what we worked with, a fund manager in Singapore was to create a master trust vehicle.
Go ahead.
So that it could actually create tokenized units of a fund, sub-fund, that you could take to say, this token represent that assets, and who says so? Singapore law said so.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And that's exactly that's what I say is the most important aspect of the reason why, the Ultra, which Wellington manages, was the first tokenized
that's one of your funds.
Treasury funds to be AAA rated by S&P.
So you work with Wellington. Wellington does the fund management, and you do the technology part of it.
That's right. We provide the tech that drives that, and the cash is managed by Wellington out of Boston.
I've been in their offices.
I am.
Late at night, very late at night, actually. Very late. It was cold.
I used to go there all the time, but
was that like in a building?
Yeah.
In like this big kind of courtyard out front.
Absolutely.
Yes. So now you know about making it up.
There's a coffee shop out there with the.
I don't know if there's a coffee shop. It was a while ago. I don't know if there's a coffee shop. I'm not going to verify that or not. But I remember being in that building.
Yes.
Wow.
Atrium kind of.
Yeah. On the outside.
Yeah. Exactly. That is the one.
And because I was trading Japanese equities. portfolios really. So the night trader was there. So we were literally there like 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe 1. It was cold. Anyway,
it's Boston.
Anyway, so talk to me about this. How over time, like how much of the real world asset market is tokenized today, do you think?
Well, it's not even a sliver, right?
It's not a sliver, right?
It's not
But
even a
it's
sliver.
going to have to change to make it so that it will be. And what are the benefits that it offers to people? Actually, just this is the first question first. What's going to have to change, do you think?
And before that, I
ahead.
think what I've realized after selling, essentially not directly selling, but after distributing or orchestrating the distribution of $1.1 billion worth of this stuff,
Yeah.
the people that actually need it
Yep.
are Web3 natives that want to diversify away from crypto, but don't want to do it in the traditional way where they take money off chain, go put it in a bank and a securities company, and have some uncle tell you what to do.
And why don't they want to do that?
Because they want to maintain the same level of control that they have with their wealth that they've been able to do with cryptocurrency.
Right.
And that's a behavioral change from that point of view. Similar behavioral change to us thinking about why would you do crypto when you have to go in and figure out how to connect your own wallet and then go into this thing and to do what, and don't really understand half the things they're talking about.
It should be easier, but
why don't we just pick up the phone and call my broker and then he'll sort it out, right? I mean, that's the intuitive, but that's the paradigm shift of those two worlds.
Yeah, but also the flip side is your broker's going to take your money, and
exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
So I understand the mentality, and look, today we're our own travel agents as well.
Yeah,
like we just are.
Yeah,
and I'm just trying to think of other places where we're already our own agent, right? Like I book my own hotels. There's no travel agent for me anymore. I go to booking.com or whatever it is that I use.
Exactly.
So why wouldn't I want to manage my own money, particularly if I'm sophisticated enough and understand the markets enough? If I've made a lot of money in crypto, the idea is, sure, I don't want to have fund concentration because that could be a problem. But if I've made money there, I should be smart enough and savvy enough to say, I want to buy a tokenized fund.
Yeah.
So and then how would you?
That's exactly why I always say I'm actually trying to bring capital markets back 200 years when it was all personal. You needed money. You were raising money in a cafe in Amsterdam. You're sitting on. I pass you the money. You go. That's how it was, right? And but now you can do that at scale. You can do that with compliance. You could do that globally. But it's all personal. It's me and you. It's not through some guy in a big office.
Again, what has to change? We just think you have to wait out the existing generation, who then gifts their money to their kids, and those kids are Web3. And I'm not even being funny, but like your dad's never going to buy a tokenized fund.
Absolutely.
No matter, he could be a billionaire.
Absolutely.
He's not going to buy a tokenized fund, right?
And that generational shift is already happening as one.
Right.
Right. But in terms of when does this become like 20x? And I think when crypto market cap was 4 trillion in the olden days.
What is it today?
2.3, 2.4, 2.5.
When it was higher, you mean?
Yeah, when it was higher. RWA was 0.5% of that.
Okay,
it was tiny.
Yeah.
My bet is that when we're next at 4 trillion, RWA is going to be 10% of that portfolio, at least.
You think?
And the reason why I think that is because as more crypto gets up and running again, more people are going to be sensible and diversify their earnings into stuff that has multiple layers of tried and tested Web2 strategies that actually add a lot of value.
You mean like mutual funds and just like
different
stuff like that?
But I mean, you see, the thing is that I see part of my, remit as to educating Web3 as to what all of the great Web2 strategies that exist are there.
Like, where would you tell somebody to go first?
No, I mean, look, it's and this is what we're building out at Libeara. We're building out something that you can earn mid 3%, 5%, 7%, 10%, and you compose upon those.
Right.
You figure out
but they have different risk profiles, right? Because if you're earning 3%, it's lower risk. If you're earning 10%, it's higher risk. You want to have some kind of balance in your portfolio.
Exactly. And the great thing about tokenized assets is that you can actually mix and match those yourself, create another token on top of that auto balances, and all of the type of sci-fi stuff around this.
Yep.
Adding the whole agentic aspect of stuff is what is super interesting.
We'll talk about that in a second. I worked in financial services for 20-something years, mostly at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. Okay.
As did I at UBS and Standard Chartered, right? So
what did you do at UBS?
Debt capital markets and securitization.
Where? Here? When I say here, I mean Singapore, because it feels like I'm in Singapore right now. I don't know why.
I know. So
everybody I talked to today worked in Singapore. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. So I started out at in the securitization desk at UBS in 2002.
Okay.
In Seoul. I used to work for a guy called Anthony Cutcliffe.
Okay.
A legend in the securitization field, and then broadened out to originate regular straight bonds, and ended up bringing that and building the dollar bond origination franchise for Standard Chartered in 2009, and that's how I ended up at Standard Chartered.
Got it. I worked at I ran the portfolio trading desk at UBS in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the reason why I bring this up is not to humble brag about where I worked, but because I feel like
you work with Maracas, no?
Who?
Todd Maracas.
His name sounds really familiar to me.
Yeah.
He said bad things about me, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Just kidding. Yeah. Todd's a great guy.
But one of the things that I realized was, and this is particularly true after I left the industry, because it's hard to, when you're in a bubble, it's hard to know that you're in a bubble. But what I realized was that like most people don't understand how financial markets work.
Absolutely.
Right. And I think if you want to do like, I'll call it like self-sovereign trading or self-sovereign investing, you have to have some kind of financial literacy, which is more sophisticated than just like compounded interest. Right.
100%.
And I'm not even going to go into structured products. But my point is that like, is there enough of the population? That's fine. Is there a population size that's big enough, that's not in the bubble where we existed, that's going to be sophisticated enough to understand not just how the products themselves trade? Because right now, like if you have a job, if you're working at an auto company and you're making a decent salary, right? You know so much about auto engineering and auto building and stuff like that. But you may not know much about money management. You take some of that money out of your pay every month, give it to a mutual fund manager. You don't think about it. You put it in your 401k. You don't think about it. And you wake up when you're 60, you hopefully have enough money if you're retiring when a war's not going on and you're okay. But is that guy, and there are a whole bunch of guys like that, are those guys going to buy tokenized assets on their own without going? Because right now they call Fidelity, they call whatever, Vanguard or whatever, and go through a broker.
So
what has to change for those guys to say, I'm going to do this on my own?
Yeah, I call that the crossover folks. Are they going to cross over from
people in crypto?
But while I agree that there are not enough people in crypto today that would fill that gap and make that really mainstream. But you also have to remember, look, I grew up, I lived 17 years in Ghana before I went to university in Korea.
Did you really?
Yeah, that's another podcast altogether. But
where were you born?
In Korea, and Seoul.
Okay.
And Suwon, an hour.
That's fine.
But
good enough.
It was semantics.
Good enough for me.
But so
Ghana must have been so interesting.
But growing up in Ghana, like the access that people have to simple things that they should have, it's completely different. So
I get it.
When we talk about stuff from a context of, well, in my world, everything works. I can pick up the phone and give something. Then you're just not seeing the world as it should be.
Exactly.
Which is unfortunately
if you're
the reality. If you're Ghanaian,
your business running in Ghana.
Yeah.
And you want to sell products to somebody in literally in any other country outside off the African continent,
China, whatever. Yeah, we do a lot of stuff.
You have a problem.
Absolutely.
And this is why stablecoins are going to be so important.
No, exactly. Which is why, look, I mean, like, case in point, I heard of a story where you're in Kenya, had an accident, needed to get an operation done.
Need to pay for something,
Pay for something. And then they said, you can't do the operation unless you pay up front. Can I swipe my credit card? No.
No.
Yep. Can I wire your money? It's going to take 3 days. And so sorry, you'll be dead by then.
That's not upfront. Yeah, that's not upfront.
It's not really real. And USDT was the only thing that would work.
And is that what they did? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So now, then what happens is, who's going to manage that for you?
Yeah.
Right. What do you do with that? I mean, like.
So I'm just trying to. I'm not against. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against it. I think the whole world is moving in a way that's going to be digital. Everything's going to be tokenized. But I just wonder, like, what it's going to take. What bit needs to flip for it to become more mainstream, as opposed to on the fringe. Because what you really want to have is people that don't know Bitcoin, don't care about Dogecoin, don't care about anything crypto at all, but are comfortable with a tokenized asset. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, what has to flip for that to happen.
I think it's definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's actually grassroots. So look, tokenization can help two things. It can make internal financial markets more efficient. People who talk about T+0 settlements, etc.
Yep.
I have a different view on this, but that's what they talk about.
Yep, fair enough. What's your view?
The other thing.
No, go ahead.
The other thing that it solves for is actually access.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think the access point is where it becomes interesting. Now, when does this become mainstream is when, yes, when the mainstream finance start looking at this. When is it that BlackRock decides to stop talking about selling BUIDL, but talk about
right now?
Yeah, talk
Go
about
ahead.
buying tokenized assets. When does that happen? That's when grassroots development happens, where people say, well, a banker will come and say, hey, BlackRock, we're issuing a tokenized bond for Indonesia. I'd want you to come in to buy it. And they'll go, why would I buy it in tokenized form? Oh, because as soon as you buy, you can trade with 2 million Indonesians. Then it becomes interesting.
Okay.
So the grassroots need to grow. Crypto was only for a niche until it became $1 trillion worth.
Yep.
And everyone was like, oh, I want some of that. And that's how it became what it is today.
Got it.
That's what needs to happen. It's grassroots. It will take time, but when it gets there, it'll have a lot more sustaining power than anything else.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to welcome my next guest. Aaron, you were awesome. You have to come back.
We'll do.
You have to come back.
Absolutely.
We'll do a much longer segment.
Hey.
Is that cool? Thank you very much. Was that okay?
Great. Ghana has to be another podcast. How are you?
You seem very familiar.
Yeah.
Let me.
Oh,
a little bit more. Oh, no, not yet.
in Amsterdam last year, yeah, in June.
So how are you doing?
Very good, thank you. Day 3, almost done.
And where were you traveling from?
From Barcelona, Spain.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So this is a long trip for you. When are you going home?
In a couple of hours.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Are you packed and everything's ready to go? Are you going from here to the airport?
No, I need to go to the hotel, take my luggage, and back home.
This is not your first time in Bangkok.
It's my first time at this event,
Yeah,
but not first time in Bangkok.
No, but you were at Money 2020 in Amsterdam. So Money
Yeah,
2020, you guys have a
Amsterdam,
relationship with
Vegas.
them as well, yeah?
Yeah.
You were in Vegas as
Yep.
well. What do you think of the Vegas show?
Uh,
Never mind. Okay, so talk to me about Tunes. What's in the almost year that since we saw you last,
yeah,
like
exactly.
what's changed, what's new,
I think
what's going on?
last year we talked a lot on interoperability, how
Yep.
to replicate the great local experience that has been created from an RTP perspective, real-time payment scheme,
Yep.
The rise of mobile wallets, especially coming from Africa and,
Yeah.
and across Asia.
Yep.
And I think for us it's a continuity of this mission
Okay.
to pursue this interoperability at scale.
Yep.
I do strongly believe that all the great experience that those local player has been able to create domestically, when you think about payment, when you think about sending money to a friend, paying with a mobile wallet,
Yeah.
it's something that deserve to be available on a cross-border scale as well.
Yeah.
And that's our key mission at Tunes. So today, the new stablecoin Web3 ecosystem.
You want to talk about stablecoins?
And that's what we have been working on over the last 6 months.
So how has your implementation of stablecoins evolved over the last 6 months? And on a slightly larger scale, how has the market evolved when it comes to stablecoins?
I think I will respond to the first part first.
Yep, please.
So to me, it's a question of reach and bridging the different ecosystem, traditional FI,
Yep,
and the Web3 ecosystem. But to bridge it where it makes sense to be bridged as well.
Yeah.
I
So address all of this, actually, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
Address all of it if you can.
But when you think about solving cross-border payments, if you want to move from US to Europe or within Euro,
Yep.
everything is working pretty well.
If you- but the decent is simple, right?
The Euro is okay.
Yep.
However, when you look at country like Argentina, in country like Nigeria with high FX fluctuation, high
Ghana.
inflation rate, where Ghana is the
Yeah.
same, where it's extremely complex for local people or SMEs to have access to US dollar
Yep.
to do like
Yep.
their own business payments, outbound business payment, then the stablecoin will solve a real problem.
Yeah.
It solves a real problem because it's the right way to have access to a US dollar equivalent
Yep.
type of customer.
Because there's no other way for you to have access to US dollar.
Very complex.
And you can, you could do it, but it's really hard. But the other thing is, you may not even be able to open a bank account in your country.
Exactly. Except if you're a big corporation.
If you're a big corporation. Yeah, so if you're a small merchant that wants to, let's just use Ghana. It's my favorite example
Yeah.
from this week. But if you want to move money from Ghana or pay for something or sell something to somebody from Ghana to, let's just say, I don't know, Brazil even.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to do.
It's impossible. It's very expensive. It can take up to 5 days for the money to arrive.
Yeah.
And we all know today the liquidity challenge. You need to receive payment fast,
Right.
especially when you think about small to medium sized company from emerging countries. They cannot wait to have access to the liquidity.
So how has what you're doing in the stablecoin business changed? Then I want to address the overall market, if that's okay.
So what we do, we help traditional financial institutions. You can think about money transfer operator,
like who,
neobank, the like of Remitly, the like of Western Union. They might have their own
Western
solution,
Union.
Not with us.
I understand.
Solution, but those are the big name when you think about money transfer operator. And actually, we help those type of company to respond to their customer demands. And their customer demands, some of them is to be paid in stablecoin.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about this, right? There are overseas workers from the Philippines that live in Dubai.
Yeah.
And right now they have to take dirhams and transfer them into pesos. Which, again, that alone is expensive because it's not a widely traded pair. So they probably have to do dirhams into dollars into pesos. So now you're talking about multiple FX trades. Really hard. And then the time.
And also being able to reach the destination, the stablecoin wallet on the other side.
Exactly.
But look, if you look a couple of years ago, it was the same story. You're a Filipino migrant worker living in Dubai. How do you send money back home knowing that high chance you are unbanked? High chance you have a Gcash wallet.
Right.
But the Gcash wallet is not available with the traditional bank ecosystem.
No.
In Dubai, it's very hard to reach.
That's my point. So now what you can do is, tell me if I'm wrong. Now what you can do is you can take the dirhams and buy a stablecoin. And then you stablecoin it to the Philippines.
You don't have to buy the stablecoin.
Yes, so you can just
you go to your bank,
to
your money transfer operator.
I misspoke.
And you will send to.
I misspoke. That money transfer person will take your dirhams and they will use a stablecoin to then pay somebody in the Philippines.
Or they will give the dirham to a cross-border company like us that will help them to on-ramp to the stablecoin and pay the beneficiary in stablecoin directly.
Now, do you want to talk about how big the stablecoin market has gotten?
I think two sides of the story. I think it's extremely big when you think about institutional flow.
Yeah.
So pure
Huge.
B2B flow and to help to move liquidity across border. When you think about retail application, I don't think it's that big yet.
Not yet though, right?
Not yet. It might be coming. Is it going to be the same in every country? I don't think so. Once again, I don't think in Europe, I mean, it could make sense, but not necessarily. C'est pas instant, real-time, accessible. However, once again, countries like Argentina, countries like Nigeria, like Ghana, those are perfect example where stablecoins solve a real problem.
Yes, a super real problem.
I believe today we are at a phase where we pivot from innovation, from experimentation to try to make it adopted by mass adopted.
So that was going to be my next question is what has to happen for mass adoption?
So many things.
Give me a few.
I will start from the technical layer.
Go ahead.
I do believe today this ecosystem is still a bit too complex.
It feels like it.
Think about the traditional fiat ecosystem. You already have to understand the difference between RTGS to RTP scheme. What is a mobile wallet to the different scheme?
Yeah.
Now on the blockchain, 100 plus different blockchain.
I know.
100 plus different coin. And this is growing. So if we want to turn it ready for mass adoption, we need to simplify this ecosystem. We need to abstract the complexity
completely
to make it simple for end user, big individuals, small to medium sized businesses.
Exactly.
Because they don't care if the transaction is going to blockchain A, blockchain B, blockchain C.
Don't care.
Or they just want to receive.
I want to be able to pay for something
into a value that is stable
exactly
and that match with their needs.
How hard is that to do though? How hard is it to abstract all this away and build something that's really simple? Because to be fair, particularly after this week, I would like to transact in stablecoins. But I talk about tech every day, all day. And I don't know how to do it.
But many companies are helping to make it more simple.
I hope
and actually, that's what we have.
Yeah, I know that's what you're doing. Yeah.
So today, accessing Tune's network with one single API integration, you can pay to bank account, mobile wallet, stablecoin wallet in 140 different countries. One single API integration.
Yeah.
It's the same API across all the network. I think that's number one. You need to have the technical layer that will abstract this complexity and act as one single stop shop, one single entry point.
Yeah.
But that's the technicality. It's not the hardest thing to fix.
No.
This you can get good engineer. You will be.
The question is, how do you get this mass adoption? What has what? You're right. The technical side is always the easiest part.
So second part, is I would put regulation.
Say again.
Regulation.
But what kind of regulation has to change?
We need a regulator, and I don't think we need a full harmonization, but we need clarity on what is acceptable or not.
God.
For each and every single regulator. Regulator has a role very important to play in this.
No, very, very, very.
They protect, they ensure the right level of security standard,
of
trust, of transactions.
Yeah, without the regulators, this is not possible.
It's a far west.
Yeah, it's the wild, wild west, for sure.
Till today, many regulator has not given their view on how to process those type of flow.
Why?
In a way that is secure, because it takes time.
It takes
a lot of education. It takes a lot of simplification of this complexity of ecosystem, but it's getting there. We see more and more license coming into place, helping to gain trust and to make this solution available and interconnectable with the traditional economy. And then why it's important to have this interconnectivity? Because then it solves the second problem, liquidity.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, there's 75. I think someone told me today there's $75 billion worth of USDC in circulation.
Yeah, I think maybe even more.
Maybe more. But it's not. That's not. It sounds like a big number, but if you look at the way the FX markets trades every day, they trade like $7 trillion.
How much is being off-ramped
to
the local currency?
Yeah.
And then the question is, who ensures the local liquidity to facilitate this off-ramp? Or how much is being used as a closed loop within the stablecoin ecosystem?
So do you think that at some point that we'll reach a point where that stablecoin is never getting off-ramp? Not never, but it's...
Yeah, I think so.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where it's like maybe 5% of it gets off-ramp because there's no necessity to have it off-ramp.
And I do believe to unlock the real value, it will have to stay in the loop, not being off-ramp to local currency.
That's what I think, too. And I think over time, that's what's going to happen. I worry about... And this is off topic for this, but I worry about what's going to happen to some countries' local currencies.
But I think they will have their own stable coin or their own form of tokenized value.
They will, but again, like if you're an Argentinian company that wants to trade with China, you're much more likely to want to use USDC than some other small countries' stablecoin.
But maybe you will have the Argentinian stablecoin.
Maybe
that will be easier to trade with a USDC or that's stablecoin, and that will move.
Maybe, but that's predicated on the fact that Argentina is going to be like organized enough to be able to. Because part of the reason why
that could be,
they could be.
If they have the demand, if there is the adoption,
and the regulators,
find solution to make it happen.
I really want it. I ask people about this all the time about regulatory harmonization. Because I think it's really important. I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Harmonization or at least clarity, because harmonization, you cannot get it everywhere. It's not the same.
But you're right, clarity is actually really important.
But clarity is important because it allows company like us to create those bridge and those...
Yeah, you just want to know, for a company like Tunes, you just want to know, what can we do?
Yeah, exactly. And tell me your requirements, and I will...
And I'll do it. Yeah, tell me what your requirement is, and I'll do it. I'm not going to argue with you about your requirement. I'm just going to do whatever your requirement is. But can you just be clear? Don't make it opaque.
Yeah.
Don't make it gray, make it black and white, and we'll do whatever you want.
But, you know, if I look 10 years ago, it was the same. I remember trying to start this first business, cross-border payment. The bank did not have API.
No.
Not available for cross-border or international.
Yeah. The APIs existed, but not for that.
I remember building solution with batch file exchange to process transaction. It has changed a lot. Now, most of the bank will open their service by API, allowing company like us, like Fintech, to connect into it and to create those interoperability.
Fair enough.
Then the second part was the mobile wallet. I remember spending 5 years educating why the bank has to coexist with a mobile wallet.
Right.
I know the stories with a stablecoin wallet solution.
Right.
But look, my point, I'm a product person. To me, it's important to understand what problem you are solving, what problem the solution solves. If you're able to explain it in a very simple manner, then you will have the local regulation on your side.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to thank you for coming over and doing this. You are welcome on our show anytime you want.
Pleasure.
I love talking to you. I hope so. I hope so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You too. Have a safe flight home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, lovely to meet you.
Love to meet you as well. Andrew, yeah?
Yes.
Andrew Murray.
Yes, Andrew Murray.
So, head of international banking and payments at FIS.
That's right, yes.
It's nice to meet you.
Likewise.
How have you found the event so far?
It's been good. It's been a hectic, but a really...
Where have you traveled from to get here?
So I am based in Singapore.
Okay, so not that far away.
No, I spent a lot of time in London.
A little closer?
But always had, always
Move the
had,
chair closer.
just had, global roles, but now based in Singapore. So a short flight across.
No, yeah, it's 2.5 hours. It's simple. We go to Singapore all the time. I felt today, again, because I'm indoors and because almost everybody that I've spoken to today lives in Singapore. Martin, I kind of feel like I'm in Singapore today. Doesn't it feel like that to you? I don't know why. And I started saying, so when we're here, meaning Singapore, I'm like, I'm not in Singapore.
Not in Singapore, no.
I'm in Thailand. Anyway, so talk to me about what FIS does, just so the audience can get a better sense, and then we'll jump into some of the other topics.
I'd love to. Thank you, and thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
So, I mean, FIS, we are a global software provider, truly global in over 100 countries. And we really support our customers, which are largely financial institutions, corporates, in the full money life cycle.
Okay.
When I say that, I genuinely mean the full money life cycle from money at rest, which would be core banking.
Yep.
As well as
money at rest.
Money at rest.
Is that what you call it? It's just sitting there relaxing.
And it's secure and it's relaxing. Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
And then it's money at work, which money in motion.
So money in the stock market. Oh,
let's do money in motion first. Yeah, it's the payment. It's the payments, but also treasury, right? Treasury and risk.
Yep.
So that money's moving, and then money at work, which is trading.
Yep.
Trading.
Foreign exchange.
Asset servicing, as well as things like wealth and retirement. Money that's really working for you and I to get the returns.
At least you have some money.
At some point,
my money's at rest. Let's just say that.
It's at rest.
And not a lot of it. I'm just kidding. So why don't you talk to me about how banks across APAC are modernizing their payment infrastructure kind of at scale?
And we've seen it here, right? It's a real inflection point.
Clearly it feels like it. And that's why I'm asking, actually, right?
Yeah. And I don't think it's just APAC. I mean, we're here and we're in 2020. I was recently in Brazil, which is also a fast-moving market in terms of the payments. But specifically at APAC, and there's been a lot of discussion here. It's one of the fastest adopters of things like instant payments for QR code.
You mean in this region?
In this region.
If I didn't have a QR code, I couldn't pay for most of the stuff I do.
I mean,
I don't have a credit card.
It's over 90 million users on front page here now.
Oh, easy.
Yeah. And I'm coming from Singapore. I know we're not in Singapore, but coming from Singapore, it's the same QR code.
Pay now.
Yep. Pay now is instant payment. It's really starting to remove that friction out of the payment process.
For sure.
As a consumer, and I'm passionate about what we do.
Otherwise you couldn't be good at it.
But I look at it and I go in and it's just frictionless. The merchant, if I go to a hawker center in Singapore,
yep, you can still pay by QR code, no?
You do pay by QR code, and the merchant is getting their money. They know it's come in. The bell rings, they get it, and and they give you the asset return.
My life completely changed. I was going to the BTS with Martin one day, and the train, right? And I was like, oh shucks, I don't have any cash. Can you pay for me? And he was like, just scan the QR code.
Is that the first time you've done that, or?
No, it wasn't today. This is like 4 years ago or 5 years ago. This is the first time you've done that. That's mean. But that literally changed my life, because I was like, no, the only place that I have to actually pay cash is 7-Eleven.
Right. Okay.
Because 7-Eleven in Thailand will not let you pay QR code unless you use True Money.
Right. Okay. Unless they can verify.
No, because they have their own system.
Right.
And they want you to use their system. Anyway, it's a different.
So I had a similar experience in Hong Kong.
Right.
In the taxis, which have now moved to card digital payments in the taxi.
Got it.
1st of April, the government have pushed it through, but there's still a demand of I want to use cash there.
So, but where do banks stand? And if you're based in Singapore, you can talk about Singapore. You don't have to name them, but like, where do banks stand when it comes to modernizing their own payment infrastructures? Because it's an ongoing process.
It is.
But like, where do you feel like it is? If it's like, if 1 is just like we're just starting, and 10 is like we're already there.
No, I think if you look at things like the modernizing message, ISO 20022, that adoption, 1 was mandatory to move, so that kind of pushes the adoption. And if you're pushed through that mandatory change, you're going to invest, you're going to spend time on projects. What are you going to do with that data? You got to then move to the next level of, okay, I've made the change. I've now got vast amounts of data to do things with value add to customers, automation of internal processes within operations, improvement of fraud. So I think there's I would say most of banks are on a journey, and that journey depends where it ends, right? And as we're seeing here with, can't get away from not talking about AI. And
we're going to talk about that in a second.
Stable. So it's on that journey of, and depending on the country, the regulation, and the bank's appetite.
So which one do you want to talk about first?
Let's go AI.
Okay, so where does it fit in? What are you guys? How do you think about it? Where is it like most useful, and where are most banks implementing it first, if that makes sense?
I kind of said yesterday, I was talking to somebody else. AI is a bit like talking about water, right? You've got to have it.
To me, it's more like talking about
too much of it.
To me, it's more like talking about electricity. But yeah. But water's a good example too.
So it's there. It's in our everyday lives today.
Yeah.
Right? And some people say, I'm not ready for AI in this market, or and it's there. It's already in the software we provide to our customers to automate fraud. Take AML, putting people, specifically into it to solve the problem. AI is always on.
Yeah.
It has a level of accuracy. It has to learn, right? It has to learn those models, but it's.
Do you think when people say like we're not ready for AI yet, they're talking more about agentic AI than they are just about general?
And that's what I say is
usage AI.
To say, AI is in everyday life, right? So we're using.
And it actually has been for a long time now.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Please go ahead.
So I agree. And in other industries, it's already been adopted 10, 15 years ago. I come from a capital markets background as well.
Where were you working?
I've been 15 years in Sun Garden, which was acquired by FAS. But I started off in Deutsche Bank
in London.
In London.
Which business were you in Deutsche?
So I started off in FX and money market operations.
What year? Oh, no,
this was in the late 90s.
Okay.
And then I moved into credit derivatives in the credit derivative space, doing middle office risk.
I was at Deutsche from 1994 until 1998, I think.
98, so we would have overlapped by.
I was in Tokyo though.
You're in Tokyo? Okay.
Portfolio trading.
Yep. So okay, we can talk about that one.
We can talk about that later offline. Sorry.
Yep. But it was if I think about
But the reason why I bring it up is because back when we started writing algorithmic trading, a lot of that had machine learning in it.
Exactly.
And while it wasn't as sophisticated as the artificial intelligence that we're using today, it rhymes with it for sure. But so you're right. In certain industries, that type of technology, that type of thought process has been out there forever.
Yeah, hedge funds, asset managers.
Hedge funds have been using artificial intelligence and machine learning at some level for a long time. But what's going on right now with agentic AI is different.
It is.
Right. And we spoke to Rachel. Do I have her name right? Yeah. About how she's implementing actual agents inside of that business. That's a different thing. Some companies are ready, some companies aren't. But I'm curious why some companies tell you they're not ready for it. What are they afraid of?
I won't speak on behalf, but I think it.
No, I don't want to know which company it is.
I think it's the regulation and
they just have regulatory clarity.
Is the regulatory environment in a particular country allowing at this stage agentic AI to be out there? How do you monitor? How do you monitor it's the right bot? We've still got bots trying to scam. So how do you make sure you got the right bot? Is the infrastructure, the technology's ready? Is the infrastructure and the adoption? I mean, we've run surveys on, as a part of our surveys, 68% of out of 1,000 executives who were interviewed, 68% said they weren't ready in their organization to adopt AI. So then you move that to agentic AI.
They're not even close to being ready.
It's not close yet, but we do have customers and countries that are adopting agentic AI and going through that, for things where you would buy. Travel as an example, where the thing you want to buy, the cost, the dates, you can put the parameters around it, and I'm willing to allow that.
You think part of the reason why they're not ready is not so much that they're afraid of the technology itself, but they haven't built the governance infrastructure around what they can and cannot do.
I think that is one of the areas, and there's a lot of institutions that have AI governance, right? AI committees and AI governance to make sure it's being used responsibly. I think once it's adopted internally and people go, this is going to add value.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be driven by either corporate customers, or it'll be driven by retailers, retail customers saying, I expect this to be the value add.
Do you feel like you're going to get to the point where some of your clients are implementing, because it's going to take time. It's going to take time, sorry, excuse me, to implement agentic AI at scale. I think this is going to get rolled out really slowly, really deliberately, right? It's going to be an iterative process, right? Little bits and pieces, and then it's going to be everywhere. But do you feel like some financial institutions that don't institute it, that don't start at least looking at it now, are kind of going to get left behind, because these companies that do it earlier are going to want to interact with them on an agentic way, and if they're not ready for it, they're just kind of going to get left out of the party at some level.
I do, and I think again, some key countries with some large retail online firms that will have huge amount of inventory already, and they can automate that and say, look, this is what the stock that's available. You will have payment firms that can say, well, we can execute the payment against it. We know we can manage the fraud management. If people aren't available to put their inventory online, they're not available to offer it to agentic AI, I think they will fall behind.
I agree. I think they will by definition. Do you want to talk? Did you mention stablecoins?
Not yet.
Do you want to?
We can go.
Where does it fit in?
We can go. Yeah, digital currency, stablecoin, or
Talk to me.
CBDC. But
talk to me.
I think I always take this back to this. I think this is a generational thing. I do think that digital currency, name it whatever, and I put crypto to a different side. Coming to our capital markets kind of background, I put crypto probably in that space of it's a more trading activity. But I do see digital currency being adopted. The digital euros already kind of being the white papers are there, and the announcement on deadlines is out there. So I think that's happening. Obviously Europe will lead that and see where the adoption goes. Places like in LATAM, it's already being used as a stable coin. To hedge against again
whatever your local currency is.
And
USDC.
They've got exposure in US dollar. They're already hedging against the USDC. So I think again, that's another one that is coming. And if you think a lot of cash is it's not dead, but it's dying. It's getting less and less on the cash side. So a lot of transactions, we've got major business in card transaction as well as account to account payments, and that you can see those two things are coming closer
together.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's this interesting relationship between, again, because the stablecoin has to be in a crypto wallet? I don't want to talk about Bitcoin and all that other kind of stuff, because frankly, I'm not interested in it, and it feels weird to me. But if you want to use a stablecoin, it has to sit in some kind of digital wallet, right? But do you think that this, and I've asked other people about this today as well, but just your perspective, do you think there's some convergence between agentic AI, because it's a programmable thing, and programmable money, that this could actually make this more well received and more mass market available, because this is going to be more people are going to be interacting with agents at work, and they just get more comfortable with programmatic things.
I think the more people become comfortable with, it's not just a robot going out and buying something and giving it back to me, and it's the thing I was almost selecting anyway. The payment becomes frictionless, and I still get my rights, right? I still get the bits of fraud. I still get the rights of chargeback and a return of that product. People become more comfortable with it. But again, I think as people start to realize, again, as the end consumer, whether I'm tapping my digital wallet on the MRT or I'm paying for something in the shop, I don't think they care. It's have I got the same rights, and is it frictionless for me as the consumer? And then I think it's for us as technology providers to work with our customers as banks to to implement and make it cheaper and more cost efficient.
Do banks have to change any of their internal infrastructure to be able to deal with stablecoin payments that their customers are making?
Yeah, there will be a change to the infrastructure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I mean, we've partnered with people like Circle and Ripple. So there's a change from, if you think of kind of how payments flow on the fiat currency today.
Right.
There will be a change to also some of the change to process, because it becomes more real time, right? So you think
I mean,
it's the currency cutoff times need to stay. does treasury need to be working at weekends because it's
it's going to have to, right? No.
So there's a change to not just the infrastructure and the systems. There's a change to processes as well of how you kind of how you fund, how you treasury, balance, how you forecast on your new treasury and your forecasting.
I feel like there's never been a better time to be in this business.
After 30 years, it's I enjoy it still every day. So it's but I mean, I've been through things like as I'm sure you have, the euro conversion.
Did that year 2000? Did that?
Year 2000.
Did that?
Yeah. So 2008 crisis,
97 crisis, 98 crisis.
So
all of it. Been through all of it.
Of change. And it's just okay. It doesn't scare me. It excites me. Coming next.
Change for me is actually really exciting because we used to say this when we were trading, right? Market dislocation is opportunity.
I think as long as it's not change for change's sake.
Yeah. So this is why I don't understand Bitcoin as a thing. What do we like? Do you own Bitcoin?
Do I own Bitcoin?
None of my business. But if you did, would you spend it on something? Would you buy like a banana with it? You'd never spend it on anything.
I would, if I did, I would buy it as a potential view of investment. But again, I like to know what I'm investing in terms of is it inflation linked? Is it currency linked?
What is it backed by?
Exactly. So
exactly.
If I buy it, I'd be a very limited buyer.
Yeah, so I have no problem with guys buying Bitcoin. Some people have made a ton of money on it, but why? I don't.
But
so that's what I mean.
I see that more as a cap markets investment. Money at work. So
It's money at work.
Rather than at rest or in motion.
Is this something you came up with, or is this an FIS term?
This is an FIS term.
Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. What do we have? We have money at rest, money in motion, and money at work.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'll attribute it to you.
Yeah, attribute it to me, and I'm sure there's other people in our marketing department who would take that.
I just need to get some money first, and then I can figure out how to get it at rest.
I'll help you make it work,
and then it works.
But I see it more as the money at work, and But so the things we're seeing here is how do you kind of take that friction out of payment?
Yeah.
And especially I'm looking here at this event in APAC, but it's across the globe. The same conversations are happening.
I can't wait for this event next year.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be really great. It's going to be bigger as well. Yeah, this year was.
We'll to see in 12 months.
Well, this year was 35% bigger than it was last year.
That's great.
Yeah. I was happy to be a part of it.
Good.
Okay, man.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Was this okay?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for doing this. I learned something too. Cheers.
Buenos spot.
Thank you.
Hello, Michael. It's great to see you again.
Nicholas, how are you?
Really good.
Have I seen you're live already? You're already on.
Oh, really? Oh, thanks.
Live. Move the chair closer. You know how to use the microphones.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, thanks for having me back. How's your day?
Yeah, it's good. So Tuesday we did 4.5 hours.
Okay. Today?
Wednesday we did almost 6 hours straight.
Okay.
Today, I don't know, what time is it? 4 o'clock?
Yeah,
3 hours and 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay.
And I think,
for holiday now.
say again? What's a holiday? I have no idea.
No idea. Okay. Down to the wonderful islands of Thailand.
No time, man.
No time.
No time.
Okay. Well, actually, I'll be flying back to Singapore after the show. Okay.
You're flying back today?
Yeah.
Where did you stay when you were here?
In here?
Yeah, where did you stay in when you were in Bangkok?
Oh, Bangkok Marriott.
At the Marriott.
Yeah.
Just right up the street.
Yeah.
Literally right at the end of the street.
12 minutes walk, I'll say. Okay.
Did you walk here?
No. That's too humid.
It's too hot.
I can't. Especially with the suit.
It's too hot.
Okay.
God, okay.
Yeah.
So, Nicholas Liao.
Yes.
Founder and CEO.
Thank you.
Of
Whalet.
Whalet.
Yeah, okay.
I like the way you spell it. I said that the last time we were together.
WHALET is WHAL T. Okay, WHAL is the biggest memo in OC, and we help the merchants from China, APAC to sell globally. So that's the
idea.
That's
I like it. I like it. The biggest thing in the sea.
Yep.
And you help small merchants.
Yes.
So how is Whallet's real approach to real-time settlement is changing the game? And how do you affect real-time settlement as well?
Okay.
Sir.
Okay. So Whalet, okay, we provide cross-border payment solutions for SMEs and merchants, including importers, exporters, and e-commerce businesses that sell globally. But we do not serve the end customer directly.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't do that.
You don't do that.
Yeah.
So who do you serve?
Oh, we serve the merchants.
Yeah.
The merchants.
Yeah.
Okay. Today's world, I would say, agentic commerce is transforming completely how the merchants are doing business.
So talk to me about this. When was the last time we spoke?
2 months ago.
Was it 2 months? No, it was in November, wasn't it? Was that Singapore Fintech? Singapore Fintech Fest, that's November. So November, December, January, February, March, April. It's like 5 months ago.
Yeah.
But back then, there was no agentic commerce. Was there?
Well, spoiler alert. No, back then there was.
A little bit.
Yeah, and it's happening.
It is now, though.
Yeah, and I know it saves merchants a lot of headaches.
Tell me how.
Probably a little gray hair.
A little. Look.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to have hair.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It looks handsome. Okay, on you. Okay.
Stop it.
But yeah, I mean, I'll give you some practical examples.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
For automated procurement.
Oh, please.
Okay, the agents are monitoring the inventory, searching suppliers globally, cross-border, comparing terms, negotiating terms, and trigger instant payments, which helps the importers to keep their supply chain running smoothly.
Yeah.
And for the exporters to scale productions without the usual chaos. Okay. Another example will be a vendor payment automation.
Mhm.
Okay. And the vendor use agents to pay invoices compliantly, okay, and smart timing for cross-border payments,
Right.
and which are dramatically increasing the cash flow.
Yeah.
And another example is which we are already providing is the marketplace mass payout. Okay.
How does that work?
The e-commerce marketplace usually use automatic agent to pay in not thousands but more likely to be hundreds of suppliers and sellers worldwide. Okay, and it needs a real-time settlement and reconciliation.
So how do we get real-time settlement and reconciliation?
Well, I have to speak Asia, right? Okay, to be honest, in Asia, it's the most, I would say, fragmented market in the world.
Fragmented,
Okay?
yeah.
Fragmented.
Yeah.
Okay. And by partnering with the world-class partners,
Mhm.
okay, we turn this fragmented capacity to a competitive advantage.
Tell me how.
Okay, by integrating with a wide range of localized payment methods globally, like digital wallets, virtual accounts, and bank transfers.
Yeah.
And building, like I said, strong partner ecosystem with leading financial institutions, and making the cross-border complexity, as I mentioned, completely invisible. So importers, exporters, e-commerce business can focus on grow their business instead of fighting the payments.
Yeah.
Okay, and like I said, this is what Whalet is providing. And in the agentic world, AI agents demands an instant, real-time, frictionless payment across different markets. And when it comes to Asia, I mean, like I mentioned, it's the most fragmented in the world, and
Right.
with unique regulations, consumer behaviors, and also dominant local payment methods in each single market.
Yeah.
Well, it makes like the 1,000 piece puzzle looks easy. Okay. But yet, I would say fragmentation is just not only the creates headaches, but also brings a golden opportunity
For
us.
For you. Well, it does, because the more complicated
Yeah.
payments are,
Yeah.
the more it's necessary to abstract the complexity away.
Yeah.
And to use a provider like Wallet so that you don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
But because the idea is that these merchants just want to do their business.
Yeah.
They really do, right? They don't want to think about payments.
Yeah. Okay. That's where we comes in.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, we eliminate the complexity. Okay. So
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you eliminate this complexity for them so they can actually focus on how can I do more business.
Yeah, and especially with Southeast Asia's Project Nexus, connecting UPIs, Pay Now, PromptPay, and others, is paving this way. I mean,
Can you talk about that a little bit more? Like, what's the status of Nexus right now?
Well, I don't have the exact status, but
neither do I. But I want to find out. So if you don't know and I don't know, I'll go and do the research. I want to find out.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, because I want to be able to pay when I go to Singapore the same way I pay on prompt pay here.
Yeah.
Without having to do any FX, just like paying for my restaurant using Pay Now.
Yeah.
Which I can't do today.
Well, for humans, you can travel physically, right?
Right.
Yeah, but with agents, there's no borders. Okay.
Yeah.
So
they don't have to go to Singapore, right?
No, let me give you a walkthrough of how agentic commerce, the agent works in payments.
Please.
So we wallets, we give the agent. Okay, so basically, agents creates a payment link or through API call.
Yep.
And the counterpartners pays using their usual preferred local methods. The status update in real time. The funds settle instantly. And the most important reconciliations happens automatically.
Does it really?
Yeah. Okay. So with the agents, I mean, we provide this foundation. Okay. So it allows the agentic commerce become a practical reality to the cross-border merchants. Okay, and like I mentioned, we partner with world-class members, partners. Okay, that we intended to turn the payment fragmentation into a powerful engine for growth.
So where do you think we're headed over the next few years? Like what do you, when you're planning out 2 to 3 years out, what are you planning to facilitate? What are you planning to change? Is it just growth? And maybe it for fintech in general, but also particularly just for wallet.
Okay. Because we are rooted in Asia. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would say the future for payments in Asia, it's just not one system.
For sure.
It's a deep interoperability across many systems.
Yep.
Which is perfectly suited for autonomous AI agents.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, how agile, seamless, the real-time, localized, and interoperable infrastructure that you can provide, it gives you the advantage to survive.
Right.
Okay.
I like when markets are fragmented because I do think it means a big opportunity.
Yes, golden opportunity, like I mentioned.
But isn't it the reason why is because it's hard, and most people don't want to do the hard thing?
Well, the Chinese do want to do hard things.
No, that's what I mean. No, that's what I mean. That was going to be my point. I wouldn't say it that way. I would have generalized more about wallet itself.
Okay. Well,
you're right. But you're right.
Yeah.
And here's one of the benefits of being a Chinese entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Is that because the competition is so large, that if you're not doing hard things, you're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Right. You can't succeed.
You cannot. I mean, especially with what's going on around the world.
Yeah.
The geopolitical issues.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to do the hard works. Okay.
You definitely do.
So when the opportunity presents, you got a chance to grab it.
Just grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's one of the things where you guys are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like you're really good at doing the hard thing.
Yeah, we are, and I hope we'll be doing it a bit faster because the world's changing too fast. I'm afraid I didn't catch up. So the Chinese people are doing all the hard works. We don't want to left out of the game.
You will definitely not get left out of
the Chinese entrepreneurs.
Shout out to all the Chinese entrepreneurs. Any more Chinese entrepreneurs want to be on the Asia Tech podcast on ATP Insights? Just let me know.
There's so many of friends that heard that I will be attending there, so I wonder maybe we could introduce them to you. And
definitely.
To be here.
Definitely.
Tell the Chinese stories.
I would love to do that.
Story.
Yeah, I'd love to tell the. We want that's. I mean, that's what we want to do. I want to tell as many Asian stories as possible.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about DeepSeek.
Yep.
About Zhifu. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Another AI model creator. ZIPHU.
Yeah, Zhifu. Okay.
Zhifu.
Minimax
as well.
Yeah.
We've spent a lot of time working on that. Akimi as well. Yeah. So any connectivity we can have to that to tell those stories would be really, really great.
Yeah, we are working with some of the, I would say, LLM gateway. Okay.
So I was going to ask you, how do you build all that stuff, the artificial intelligence, into what Whalet is doing?
Well, we,
or do you?
Well, in the process, I would say.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, I'll try to tell you is that I have a lot of clients are building a platform, a gateway platform. Okay. Right. well, the Western, the States and UK are building a coding LLM like cloud,
Claude, yeah,
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 and the Chinese, uh, enterprises like the ByteDance are introducing the new, CDES 2.0.
yeah.
Okay, and we are sort of helping them to build a bridge. Okay, so to how to say minimize the differences between externally internally. Okay.
Yeah, I had a conversation actually with a guy in Singapore who's also a Chinese entrepreneur who's building a company called Agnes.
Yeah.
Do you know him?
I heard of him, but haven't met him.
Brian Yang, I think his name is. Yeah.
Okay.
He's doing some really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we are building towards the agentic world.
Okay? Yeah.
So that's the future.
Does that excite you?
Yeah, I mean, with the traditional merchants models, okay, so you need years of experience and relationships, okay, to build up the uh, a merchant tank, okay.
Yeah.
But with agentic one, the world's changing, transforming
Drastically,
okay. It
and
gives us
quickly.
also opportunity for latecomers
Yeah.
to get a chance on the door and open another new world for us.
Yeah. What's the most exciting thing for you today?
Today here in Bangkok, today?
Yeah, or just like, when you sit down, you think about, okay, what do I want to build next? What's the thing that I'm really interested in and excited about? Agentic payments.
Yeah, agentic payments.
And you're working on that already, though, yeah?
Yes.
What we should do is once you roll that out, we should have you come back on and talk about it.
You will see that probably in Q4 this year.
That's not that far away, right?
Yeah.
What are we? We're in April already. We'll be in May soon enough.
Yeah, that will be in Singapore, SSF. Maybe at a time, then we can have a deeper
That's
conversation
perfect, right?
over this.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm rolling it out. Okay.
Probably going to roll it out better than anybody else in the world, no?
I hope. Okay.
I'm pretty confident, man. Chinese entrepreneurs like to do the hard thing.
Let's leave this topic.
And they like to do it really well. Okay. I'm going to say thank you for coming and doing this.
Thank you for having me.
I love talking to you, man.
Thank you.
It's always great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank to your whole team as well.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll let you know. Oh, actually sitting over there. Okay.
We love you guys. Thank you.
Wave to all his ATT audience. Okay, I would say, yeah, I mean, what is here? If you are thinking about, agentic commerce or already doing so, please contact us. Okay, and then what is here and along the way.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
We're supposed to have one guest in 7 minutes.
Yep, in 7 minutes. Have you?
Sorry.
Have you spoken to him today?
No, I didn't speak to him, so I don't know. I don't know.
No. You were perfect. You were super perfect.
I finished running up minutes earlier than usual.
No. You were perfect. It was 15 minutes almost exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slow down my pace.
No worries. You have to stop saying that.
Are you the lucky last?
No. Come back. This weird thing is still live.
Still live. Still on air. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I mean, I think today has been kind of amazing. Look, we had a real great opportunity today to start with. We had a real good opportunity today to start with Tracy.
Yeah.
It's great to have you back on camera.
Yes. Hello, everybody.
And I think today was the past 3 days, I think, have been filled with lots of learnings.
Yeah. So I want to ask you that. What would be your number one learning, Mike?
The number one learning for me was why stable coins matter.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think there'd been some question into my mind is like, why are we going? And I think this is part of the bubble problem that we have, right? We exist in this bubble where we think we know factually that the rest of the world doesn't exist in the same environment that we do, but because we don't know what their environment is, we can't understand what their pain points are unless somebody sits down and tells you them.
It's true.
So I can think about in Ghana or in Nigeria, they may have problems making US dollar payments or building their small SMEs, but I don't know why. And the problem with not knowing why is then I try to fit them into the framework that I already know. And that never works because you end up being ignorant, which means you don't have enough information. But you sit down with a guy and a gal from different companies who do that every single day. And you say, almost ignorantly, but like, why does stable coins matter? Like, they have a currency, do FX. We've been doing this for years. Why does it matter? And you're like, yeah, but again, if you're in Ghana, was the example that this one guy gave, that guy may not even have a bank, but he's still running a business. But he has a digital wallet, and in that digital wallet, he can take, if he's doing business locally, but then also wants to do business outside of his country, he can then take that money and turn it into a USDT stablecoin and then make a digital payment anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And if you go through a company, like I forget the name of, I'll remember it later, but if you have a company provide that service to you, you don't even know that they're using a stablecoin. You give that money to your service provider. They do all the stablecoin stuff, which you don't need to know anything about, and they make a payment to somebody in another country from whom you're buying. From whom you're buying that thing, and you had no other way to pay for it before. So that's like one of my biggest learnings, I think.
Yeah, no, this is really, really interesting. I was talking to some people yesterday. They were telling me that in South America, especially in Brazil, my mom would pay with stablecoin.
Same. So I was thinking about, I'm like, I should get a wallet and I should figure out how stablecoins work, because I could literally pay for my motorcycle taxi with stablecoin, because they wouldn't notice the difference. Because by the time it gets to them,
but also like the number of people who have access to this technology in other regions of the world. Like, for example, my mom in France, she has no idea what is blockchain, what is stablecoin. But the equivalent of my mom in Brazil
does know.
Use it to go to the restaurants
or to the supermarket. But here's the other thing.
Yeah.
And I used to say this when the internet first started. My mom had an email account, but she didn't know how TCP/IP worked.
Yeah.
So she didn't have to know.
Yeah, she doesn't know.
Just knew how to press send.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I had a better idea, but I didn't need to know either. I just had to press send.
Yep.
And I think that's the same thing with stablecoins, that you're never even going to really need to know. It's just like digital programmable money, and you don't have to know how the inner workings of it play. You just know that it's available and you can spend it.
Exactly.
And that's the only thing that matters.
Are you ready for our next guest?
I am.
Perfect. Let me welcome him. Are you ready to go? Yes. We are live. Right here, and then okay, you might take a photo as well. My first podcast.
Oh, don't worry, but we're just gonna have like a quick 15-minute conversation, and move a little bit closer to the microphone.
Okay.
Actually, I'd move the chair in. The chair.
Oh, chair.
Just move the chair in a little bit closer. So maybe you can just introduce yourself really quickly and your company, and just give us some idea about what it does.
Okay, so I'm a founder of two companies. So one is called Tech Labs. We are part of the digital security sandbox of the Bank of England for tokenization. So right now we are
awesome.
Basically bringing traditional financial assets on chain.
Okay.
We're also part of the sandbox of the digital pound as well.
So where are you based?
So I'm based in Singapore.
In Singapore.
And we've got a company in the UK as well as in Singapore.
And so what is 8 Circle?
So 8 Circle is actually a community of founders, investors, ecosystem enablers, doing one simple purpose, helping businesses expand through introduction. So we host things like roundtables, facilitate one-to-one meetings.
Got it.
Which is a more, I would say, a system which is enabling trustworthiness and shorten sales cycles, but most importantly, having an effective way of expansion. They are similar to the connection lounges that you see here.
Nice. So do you want to talk about how banks in APAC are approaching on-chain infrastructure?
Yes, that's right. So,
and are they really? It's kind of the better question first.
So I think
you heard our conversation about stablecoin. I saw you shaking your head. You're like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So I think there's a huge interest that is coming in, because mainly driven by the fact that we're seeing competition from the fintechs growing. Then we are seeing a lot of super apps coming up as well. So banks now
like which super apps?
So if you
on the chain side, yeah.
Yeah, so that you have, I think, various names from I don't know, like from alchemy to unheard of names. Like within this Super Money 2020 forum itself, you heard several apps as well coming through. And so with this, what we are seeing is that, okay, banks need to modernize their legacy infrastructure.
Right.
So now they're going for a more public-private partnerships. So that means the regulators also are coming up with a lot of sandboxes. So this will create an opportunity for the banks to see how best infrastructure, how best products are being developed within. So that will create more confidence coming in.
What is the biggest advantage though for like a traditional bank to build an on-chain capability and infrastructure?
So the biggest risk, I would say, is their own data. So when it comes to protecting their data, that's where the problem is.
What's the biggest benefit though to them?
So the benefit for them is, again, real-time settlements, lowering costs, then enabling more, I would say, a faster movement of payments and also real-time settlements as well. So these are the critical three benefits that they're looking at, and also 24/7 financial operations.
Right. So, so this is a big question for me, right? I tell this to people when I first moved to Japan in 1990, the Japanese stock market was open for half a day on Saturday, but they closed it.
Exactly.
Because nobody really wanted to work on a Saturday.
Yes.
Do we really want 24s? Like I want 24/7 settlement because if I realize on Friday that I need money, I can't wait until Monday for it. Otherwise, I can't eat.
Exactly. So you're answering it from a consumer's point of view.
Yeah.
So,
but even from a business perspective, most businesses don't take the weekends off.
That's right. But we'll have to look at it from a banker's perspective. So when money moves between banks,
Go ahead.
there's always a gap between when the two banks clear there. So there's always like a few, maybe hours, sometimes days, if you're looking at emerging markets, where each banks could clear. So that's the risk the counterparty bank literally takes. So now with stable coins, you're literally looking at transferring between two wallets. There. And
which would be instantaneous.
Exactly. So for the bankers, it's a big plus point because suddenly you've more or less eliminated counterparty risk.
Right.
That's how we have to look at it from a bank's angle. So in terms of business, you are right. In terms of, individuals, you may be right, but banks are looking at faster settlements, which will take off the counterparty risk. And if you're bringing in emerging, now I'm from origin from Sri Lanka. Country had financial issues, 4 years ago?
Fair enough.
And a lot of banks were like, especially the European banks, etc., were not accepting letters of credit. Now with stablecoin settlements, immediate settlements going through from local banks in Sri Lanka.
So what's the uptake of stablecoin in Sri Lanka?
Not so stablecoins is a new thing. Digital currencies is a new thing in Sri Lanka. So still there's no regulation around it. And
but can it still be used?
It's
because it's fungible. It's fungible with dollars, right?
Exactly, but it's not. You can't call it legal as yet. As well, there's a question mark. There's no law means you can still buy such currencies and so on. But we would say it's not yet regularly used, and the government doesn't encourage it.
Yeah.
And until there's a proper framework of regulation coming in, they don't encourage. Plus, it's at time considered money laundering as well.
Is it really?
Yes, because you literally have to go to individuals or people to convert that process. Yeah. And then what happens?
That's interesting.
So unless you are like foreign citizens earning money overseas,
Right.
then you're getting exchanges. That's a proper way of looking at things.
So what has to happen? I mean, we can talk about Sri Lanka, or we can just talk about the globe, but like what has to happen for stablecoins to just be more widely accepted? And what do banks have to do to make sure that that's possible, right? Because you're right. If it's business to business or it's banks to banks, the banks want to make sure that they're keeping up with whatever the modern currency is, right?
So one is looking at a public-private partnership that is coming in. Now, if you take Ethereum, for example.
Take
Ethereum.
yeah.
So Ethereum will mainly be used by the banks for interoperability, mainly to look at asset issuance, settlements there. But when it comes to compliance, KYCs, custody, the banks will still have their in-house, basically the systems to do on. So it's mostly, we'll see a hybrid model between the banks' in-house systems as well as the Ethereum layers to literally facilitate a broader modernization of that infrastructure to make it happen. Now, if you take emerging markets or countries like Sri Lanka, firstly, there should be a framework of how that is going to happen. The
government should create that framework, and the regulators with the government should create that framework, right?
And now, if you take countries like the UK, which we are today part of the sandbox, what happens is.
So why are you part of the sandbox in the UK?
So my co-founder is British, so I met him at Antler. And that's how we ended up with a company in the UK.
Got it. Did you go back to the UK?
Yeah.
So you met him at Antler.
Yes.
And you went to Antler to find a it's like co-founder dating. Essentially, that's what Antler is.
Exactly. So that's how I formed two companies.
Yep.
So I exited one as well. That was into idle cash management.
Cash management.
And,
Okay.
but this is the one which we had a lot of pain. So we went through that and got into the sandbox.
Got it. Okay. And how's it going in the sandbox?
So it's still early days on that. So we're now searching for our first set of customers.
Got it.
And the UK market, I would say, has not yet fully opened up or not yet convinced in terms of the blockchain and what sort of benefits it
Really?
offer.
Where does Ethereum fit in?
So Ethereum is going to be like that layer or the primitive infrastructure for tokenizing assets and settlements. That's it's going to come in and
Yep, I got it. Okay. And what's your view on like the uptake for real world assets tokenization?
so that's the market is quite big for it. And
but it's not really mainstream yet, right?
Not mainstream because still there's no regulatory clarity in certain markets.
Yeah, this is the word that everybody's using today, actually, is clarity.
And
yeah.
So once that comes in, I would say we'll see wider, broader adoption.
And just from your opinion, if you think you're going to see wider and broader adoption, what's the win? What's the win for the issuer? What's the win for the broker, really? And what's the win for the investor?
Right. So we'll answer it from the investor's perspective.
Yeah,
so
please, because that's the biggest one, right? Because
assume a use case like a building, they want to buy an apartment, right? So why would you want to buy an apartment? For two reasons: to live in it and to get some investment yield,
or to rent it out. Yeah.
Yes, rent it out and get the investment yield out of it as
Sure.
well. So appreciation. Now, if you take like a real or what we call a retail investor, they might not be able to afford that apartment.
Right.
So they'll be able to buy a fraction of it.
Yeah, I don't
get
think
the benefits.
so. I don't think fractionalization is going to be a thing.
No, I think it's
I
going
really
to be
don't.
quite big because.
But why?
Because I would say people are looking at diverse asset classes.
Yeah, but can I just say this? Here's what I think. If you don't have enough money to buy the apartment, but you want to buy an apartment, you probably have enough. You probably have enough earning power to aspire to owning that apartment fully. But if you want to participate in fractionalization, and don't get me wrong, I think everybody should own some kind of property, and I'm not against fractionalization, but I just feel like the target market, at least today, doesn't exist because let's say you have a guy and a gal who deliver for Grab.
Yeah.
They're more worried about survival than they are about buying an apartment.
Yeah, so that's
and they don't and they're in most cases, not in all cases, but in most cases, in the average case, there's not enough financial literacy to understand fractionalization. And companies aren't going to spend enough time because the margins are so small for fractionalization. No one's going to make any money if some guy puts $10 into an apartment, even if he could, plus the returns to that guy aren't high enough to change his life. So that transaction in my mind is never going to happen. But for someone, let's say like you, me, and Martin each have $100,000 sitting around, I'd rather not own an apartment. Nothing against you. I'm sure you're a wonderful man. And I know Martin really well. So it's not like there's no trust. It's just more like I want to aspire to own it on my own.
Right.
And I think so do you.
Yes.
So I think the market for fractionalization, for a bunch of different reasons, doesn't exist. And I've been thinking about this for years. This is not like a new opinion I have.
Okay, so I wouldn't. In my case, it would be a more contrary
Tell me. I'm not always right.
So the way we look at it in fundamentals of investing is diversifying your asset pool.
For sure.
So,
But you're presuming a level of understanding of like asset diversification.
yes. So everyone won't be your client. So you have to
No.
understand that you have even different streams of clients. But right now we feel in terms of, okay, we'll take the amount of people that are financially literate, the professionals,
Right.
the founders,
Right.
the entrepreneurs.
Do you want to buy a fractionalized apartment?
100%.
You do.
Especially in countries like Singapore.
You do.
And so on.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I live in Bangkok, so the real estate market there is different, but
Yes. And
not much different.
yes. So this is a place where we could make use of these benefits. And
Okay.
It's fractional. One is investments and the way you buy that. So right now.
So that I understand.
Yes.
But I don't think so. I'm not arguing against this idea that people want to tokenize things.
Yes.
But I don't think tokenization is a way to get people to do fractional purchasing. I don't think people want to do this.
No, I think so. It's
because they've been trying to sell this in the real world forever. Timeshares.
No, I think most of the friction has come from regulatory clarity as well, because
Sure.
what happens in certain countries is true, you have the product, but still you have to sign an agreement,
Yeah.
a deed on the back end as well, which
Yeah.
is like almost the same thing. So the demand will actually grow, like what we'll see maybe in the UK as well. It's something there to come, and more regulatory clarity coming in, and then you have the early adopters,
Yep.
the early guys who are buying it, and then the whole herd will flow.
Okay.
That's how I see.
Let's talk about one more thing, and then I'll let you go. Do you think the mindset inside of a traditional and incumbent bank has changed from like we're way too afraid to innovate, but the technology changes that are happening in the market are moving so fast that we can no longer be a slow moving entity, even though we exist in a highly regulated environment?
Yeah, so that's what we are seeing. So that's the point of, we are seeing competition coming in from the fintech super apps.
Yeah, like I think it scares people.
Yes. And so right now, even the innovation teams are trying to move out of the legacy system. So that's where the central banks, the regulators are creating these sandboxes. So you could go for more experimentation to pilot projects that will increase the confidence.
Yep.
And then a part of it will be within the bank, like what I mentioned, compliance, KYC's custody, but settlements, interoperability, that will open up a different set of customers as well
For sure.
in the market, so it'll be in the future, the banks will act as a bridge between traditional finance and the digital infrastructure, mainly to open up more public chains, etc., transactions that happen there, and so on.
Yeah, look, I think the bank's biggest moat around their business is just the pure size of their balance sheet.
Yes, exactly.
Right? That's what I think.
That's right. And also the surety that most of the bank or the customers have with the banks.
Yeah, for sure.
Which
Yeah.
they don't have with the fintechs.
No, they don't. Not yet. Because they haven't built it up. It takes a while to build some trust, right?
Exactly. So until that is there, the banks are kings. And now banks have to come up with better ways to be more efficient.
Yeah.
And
And that's where they partner with the fintechs to get the efficiency that they have. Because the fintechs, it's going to be rare for them to be able to accumulate the same level of balance sheet.
That's right.
Yeah.
And also they're reliant on banks.
For
Because
sure.
most of the back end is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're building the back end for banks.
Yes.
If the banks go away, they have nobody to sell anything to.
Exactly. And also that confidence, which is the critical part of financial services,
Yeah.
is with the banks right now.
Perfect. Okay, Vidushan, thank you so much for doing this today.
All right. Thank you for having
I
me.
really appreciate it. And thank you for coming at the end of the day and being our last guest. I think you're like our 52nd guest.
Oh, nice.
I have no idea how many guests we've had.
Yeah.
But thanks for actually coming on time and just like doing the right thing.
Yes, that's right. So it was quite nice. So I looked up you guys. When I first got the email, I was like wondering what the hell is this all about. I looked up you guys. Okay, this is interesting. Might as well come and do this. And yeah, look forward to being a part of your future shows as well.
Absolutely.
And yeah, good luck.
Stay in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Cheers. So this, I think, has been this has been our most amazing participation in any of the events that we've done. Money 2020 Asia 2026 has been pretty incredible. We spent the past 3 days literally talking to some of the most important thought leaders in the fintech space in Asia. We covered a bunch of different topics, whether it was stable coins or agentic AI or agentic commerce or AI in enterprises. We talked about AI in treasury. And I think thematically, we also, again, spent a lot of time talking about stable coins too. Thematically, I think the one big learning that we have here is that, and we got some of this from actually Tracy Davies, who's the president of Money 2020 globally, and that is that the change in the fintech space doesn't happen on a 3 to 5 year horizon. It happens on a 6 to 12 month horizon. And it was interesting to see sort of the confluence of how fintech changes and then how the event that supports it change. And I think that's the way they kind of look at it, is that they're here to support this ecosystem and to make sure that the right connectivity that's necessary to keep the ecosystem growing is actually there. And I thought that was really impressive. And I think that, so what we were told this year, and we were here last year as well, and frankly, Martin and I were in Amsterdam last year in June for Money 2020 Europe, which was also an amazing event. This event, I think, is going to keep growing. And at some point, I was told that it could be even the same size as the event in Vegas. There's a capacity here. This year we were 4,300 people. There's capacity for 8,000, I think. And Yeah. We just want to thank Money 2020 for actually hosting us and helping us out. But we also want to thank all of the insanely incredible guests who took the time to sit down with us and answer our questions, but also educate us on things that we don't interact with every single day, about which we are very curious, to be fair, and just about the way the fintech space is evolving and iterating in a way that they believe is going to make everything money easier to do. My name is Michael Waits. I look forward to chatting with all of you. And again, to all the guests, just before I sign off, to all of the guests that came with us, that took the time, that were generous with their time and their thoughts and their insights, thank you so much for doing with us. We'd love to find a way to have you back on the show again.